Workers of Reddit, what is your best I'm getting fired moment at work? What were the consequences? I got a decent one, but I'm probably here too late. It's long but I think it's worth it. So I work at this ice cream parlor that also sells food and I happen to work in the back where the food is. There was this running prank back there that one of the guys would do for the lulz, and most of the time it was funny. What he would do is he would place the salad bar so that it kind of blocks the revolving door that grants entrance to the kitchen, and the first poor soul to walk back there would most often slam their head into the door, giving us a good laugh, and we'd continue the rest of the night. So here's where it gets interesting. I have never been fooled by the door trick, and the Beavis I work with decided I had run out the clock. He devises a plan to get me out of the kitchen to grab my manager, to tell him we are out of crab. Happens all the time. So I agree. I walk out and grab my manager and tell him what was missing. Then he proceeds to walk back to the kitchen with me following. As we approach the door, I look over at Beavis and I just see this look of terror, and before I could say anything my manager slams into the door making a ton of noise. He had to have been going fast because he knocked the salad bar 5 feet away, which is pretty hard to do. He turns around to me with the reddest, angriest face I have ever seen, and all I could manage to say was, "I didn't set that up," and he swings a punch at me. I didn't even jump, but all I could do was close my eyes, and I literally thought he connected the punch and I died. I open my eyes and he is staring at me furious. He rams into my shoulder on the way out and walks into the office. I slowly walk back to the kitchen and just stare at the ground for 10 minutes until my supervisor requests me into the office because my manager wants to talk to me and that he'll meet me there in a minute. So I poop myself and take the walk of shame into the office. Beavis looked white as a ghost, me more so a corpse. As I open the door, I sit down and wait for my manager, knowing I'm done for. I'm staring at the computer screen and hear the door open behind me. My manager pokes his head in and says, "Did you poop in your pants?" And I turn around and just nod. TLDR, manager confines me to a wheelchair after I shat in his sandwich. I was a legal secretary. My boss was excited about our new big money case with a new big money client, Plaintiff Smith. Boss had 3 attorneys write a 6-page letter to our client outlining exactly how we were going to cream defendant Jones. The letter included possible counterattacks and legal citations and basically our entire strategy. Meanwhile, I was poring over docs we received regarding defendant Jones. I was asked to mail the strategy letter to our client Plaintiff Smith. No biggie, just put it in an envelope, right? I knew he lived on Maple Drive, so I pulled his address from some papers on my desk and mailed that sucker out. Next day, I'm poring over those defendant Jones docs again, and my blood ran cold. No one had told me that Jones and Smith were next door neighbors. The address I'd pulled was Jones. I'd mailed our entire strategy to the opposing side. I immediately called their local post office and used my lunch break to drive there for the next 2 days. People at my office knew my mistake. I think I wasn't fired immediately because there was some chance I might fix it. Everyone avoided me or gave me tight-lipped smiles. Miraculously, the postmaster finally located the letter. The carrier had it in her bag on the 3rd day and brought it back to the post office where I was waiting. I gave the postmaster a $25 gift card in my tearful gratitude. My boss, who had avoided me, finally broke the silence and said, "I cannot believe you faking found that letter." It became a crazy story around the office, and I was not fired. Edit. Changed poured to poured after the corrections poured in. Thanks. And thank you for the gold. So kind of you to do that. I had just started work in the field as a natural gas technician. I'm normally a model employee at every job I have, but this one started off a little shaky. First day, while making a K-turn, I backed the company truck into a ditch and bottomed it out. Bosses had to drive 45 minutes from the office to pull me out. They were obviously pissed, but for some reason they decided to keep me aboard. Strike 1. Second day at my last house of the day, I managed to lock my keys in the truck. On duty boss had to leave home, drive all the way to the office to get the spare keys, and come unlock my door. Strike 2. Third day, no incident. Fourth day at my first house of the day, while bleeding the gas line inside the house, the gas ignites. Totally burns out the AC unit. This is it. I'm fired. There's no way I can keep my job after this. Boss comes to the house, looks at it, looks at me, and says, man, you faked up. The next day I was told to stay home point, and thus concluded the worst first week on the job I've ever heard of. Best part? Somehow I didn't lose my job, but instead went on to be the best tech they had, and worked there for over a year, before moving on to better things. Edit. For those who don't know, this is a K-turn. It's when you turn around by turning, then going in reverse, then turning some more. Creepy male boss put his arms around me during an outing. I automatically shrugged him off. Point consequences? Well, a few weeks later, I started overheating rumors that my clients were complaining about my job performance. I haven't gotten any complaints from, or had serious problems with any, so that was odd. Then, my $3 million client got transferred to my coworker who's always had his tongue shoved deep in that creepy boss's. Things turned out great though. I was lucky, since another boss who's frequently in competition with him decided to take a gamble and absorb me into his team. His gamble paid off. Creepy boss tried getting rid of another new employee. The guy was a seasoned hire, refused to suck up. The CEO was confused, since the guy has lost 4 people in a team of 2 in just 3 years, and if he got rid of that guy, it'll be 5 within 3 years. Since I was the only employee he got rid of that's still in the bank, he asked about my job performance. This happened in a meeting, where he's off on vacation, and can't defend himself for about 2 weeks. The other unit head smelled the blood and quickly bullshitted praises about me. They told the CEO I was a genius. Clients adored me. Several operations heads lovingly talked about how popular I was with operations, unlike most relationship managers. The treasury head talked about how he spotted my talent in my first year, and everyone was so upset he lost the bid to absorb me into his team. Basically tons of bullshit. The CEO came to the conclusion that this guy sucked as a boss and only got to where he is through tons of ass licking. Point. I got to know all this because my boss was so gleeful about the backstabbing session. He couldn't resist gloating to me. Point. When creepy boss mentioned another big bank wanted him, trying to negotiate for a counter offer, the CEO just said, "They want you? You will not be on my list of people to poach." The CEO's secretary loves to gossip and told everyone he didn't get a counter offer and had to leave. Worked phone technical support in the late 90s. We had an instant messenger program, but weren't supposed to use it. Only if the managers contacted you. Point. So a manager starts a large group conversation on a Friday, then immediately drops off. We continue chatting and having fun for a few minutes, but most drop out. About 10 of us kept it going. After some time, someone invites a few of our Canadian counterparts to the conversation. We are joking back and forth about who has the better beer, how their weather is sunny, ours was rainy that day, etc. In the spirit of fun, I post the lyrics to the Royal Canadian Kilted Yaxman song from Ren and Stimpy. Point. Seems to be no big deal. Conversation dies out within about 15 minutes and we eventually turn it off. I then get a dreaded manager asking my name and group manager. Uh-oh. Within a few minutes, I'm called in by my manager, and he takes me to another manager, who runs the Canadian group. I was reported as making offensive and harassing comments. My manager asked me very solemnly, "What did you say?" I just know I'm so fired at this point. I quoted the lyrics to the Ren and Stimpy Royal Canadian Kilted Yaxman song. He snorts and almost does a spit take laughing, then quickly recovers and says, "Okay. Don't do it again. Is only to be used for work purposes." The other manager just kind of rolls her eyes, tells me the Canadian team doesn't have a sense of humor and reiterates not doing it again. And that was it. I got away with a slap on the wrist. I worked at a bar as a bar back. Bartender's beach. The bar had 3 levels, so I would usually hang out before my shift with the 2 other bar backs I would be working with that night. Point. We were at my apartment drinking a little before an evening shift. It's the norm there to work a little drunk, and one of the other bar backs busts out some weed. I hadn't smoked more than a handful of times in the past 5 years due to probation. But that's another story. Point. So the liquid courage in me decided, fuck it, I'll smoke a bowl. Little did I know, this guy's a faking professional. 3 blunts to the face later, I'm higher than I've ever been in my life. I'm so high I can't comprehend the opening mechanism of his Jeep Cherokee's door. Wedman has to open it for me. We arrive at work 10 minutes late. I clock in, and the first thing I have to do is change a keg. For those of you who don't know, a full keg weighs about 160 pounds. This certain keg was also on the second row, which is about 4 feet off the ground. After 15 minutes of struggling, I finally secure the keg in place and slump to the floor in a pool of sweat, panting like a dog on a hot summer day. Cotton-mouthed as fuck. I grab the first thing in sight, which happens to be some alcoholic lemonade beach drink. I'm chugging this down, and notice out of the corner of my eye the Bloody Mary garnishes. These are celery wrapped with fresh provolone cheese, boar's head salami, and an olive. I start devouring the entire container, telling myself I'll prep more once I'm finished. As I'm taking another sip of my limoni douche water, the walk-in fridge door springs open. There standing in the doorway is my bar manager, the head chef, and the general manager of the entire restaurant. I'd like to say I played it off cool. I'd like to say I even panicked a little and profusely apologized. I'd be lying. I giggled uncontrollably for about 30 seconds. After my laughter had subsided and their looks of bewilderment had changed into looks of anger, I stood up and kind of brushed the imaginary dust off my pants and shirt. Can I get bar back that brought the weed's keys before I leave so I can get some of my belongings out of his Jeep? I never returned to pick up my last check. Worked third shift at a cafe in downtown Milwaukee, and at around 3:30 the cops come in, and I can't them their drinks and food, per usual, since my only other clientele typically consisted of the homeless, crackheads, or a combo of both. I ask the cops to watch the place, so I can take the trash out back, and smoke a cigarette. This, again, was our usual routine. So I grab the trash, head out back, and light up my usual 3 AM joint. As I'm standing there in the alley, this guy comes around the corner from the river walk and I hold my breath and hide the J behind me, hoping he'll just keep walking. No, he stops right in front of me, looks at me, and holy shit, it's the owner of the cafe, plus about 4 or 5 other major restaurants in town. If any of you have ever worked in food service in Milwaukee, you'll probably know who I'm talking about. Anyway, he's right in front of me and he asks, "Don't you work for me here at business name?" "Yes," I say as I exhale a hit right in his face. "Who's inside then?" "The cops, and they've been calmed and are watching the place." "Yes sir." "Great, let me hit that." I hand it over to him, and he hits it and compliments me on my taste in weed. We stand there, smoking the J, talking about restaurants and whatnot. At the end, before I go back inside, he offers me a job as a waiter at his steakhouse, starting as soon as he's able to replace me at the cafe. Long story short, I went from making $7.25 hour serving crackheads who wanted a warm place to stay the night, to making around $250 a night in tips. It was pretty fucking sweet. Late to the party, but this is good. You'll love it. My supervisor has had it in for me for a while now. Tries every little thing he can to get me written up with hours and put me on a PIP, performance improvement plan, one step away from being fired. Ultimate goal for him is to replace me with an H-1B at a lower salary. Luckily at my age, I'm seasoned, and I know how to deal with these sorts of things. One of our co-workers had brought a juice maker into work. Someone used it and just let fruit pulp dry on it. She was mad and left a note for the culprit to clean it. Same day, someone steals a slice of my pizza from the fridge. So it's the end of the day. I wash her juicer and write a funny snarky note. Next day is all high fives from everyone in the company. Everyone saw the note and thought it was hilarious. So I take a picture of it and put it up on my Facebook. Friends all like it too. I get an email to me and ours tower. "You have violated the company social media policy and will be written up by ours." A screenshot of my Facebook post was attached. Thing is, profile is completely private. He must be one of those fake friends on my profile. I asked him, what did I specifically violate? Pro tip, always ask for specifics. Don't let them vaguely accuse you of violating a policy. You gave the impression that our company is full of pizza thieves. A few months earlier I had browsed his Facebook. Of interest was a post he made. "I hate the nepotism at work." I made my screenshot sent it 2 hours, and sat down with the director. My Facebook settings are private, so there's no way he could have gotten that screenshot without being a fake friend. Point, is he doing this to all the people in our department? Because if he isn't, I'm being singled out. If my profile is private, and he's creating fake users, isn't he violating my privacy? Also, we have to apply weight to the comments. He's a director, I'm a peon, whose position carries more weight. Continuing with weight, whose comment is more damaging to the company reputation. My complaining about a missing pizza slice, or his complaining about rampant nepotism. Finally, what is a judge going to say? If you fire me over a pizza note? He was absolutely livid, but I was right. There was nothing ours could do about it, unless they wanted to write him up too. Good guys win sometimes. Worked at Blockbuster. Someone apparently had paid with a $10 bill, and I gave them 80 some odd dollars in change. My till was almost $90 short that night. Found the transaction, found the account it was tied to, tried calling to plead for mercy. Number is disconnected. Point, manager is a good friend of mine. She says, well, I'll leave a note for the store manager. He'll want to talk to you tomorrow. I come in the next morning, and the store manager is there. Really quiet. Really focused. Very polite, but I can tell something is on his mind. An hour goes by, and we work in relative silence. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours, and then I go to lunch. I come back, ready to face the music. So, am I fired, or what? The store manager gives me a weird look. What? Why would you be fired? I take a deep breath, and say because of how short I came up last night. We tried to get in touch with the customer. We even took the register apart in case we made a mistake. Wait, he says. What happened? Turns out, either the note didn't get left, or he didn't find it. He calls the manager from the previous night. She tells him about it. He comes out of the back office like 15 minutes later and says, look, any other day, I would have written you up. You wouldn't have been fired. Everyone makes mistakes. But since you owned up to it, I'm gonna just say a mistake got made, and leave it at that. And a sigh of relief from me. Not my story, but my dad's. He grew up dirt poor, and had worked since he was 12, started with mowing lawns for the neighbors, until he was old enough to pass for 16, and got a real job, and he saved every penny he earned. The savings went toward his first car, and then toward college. Point. Since he had no help paying for his college classes, he went to a state university with very affordable tuition. This was in the 70s, and worked part-time while going to school. At the beginning of his sophomore year, he applied for a job at Eddie Bauer, an outdoorsy retail store based out of Seattle. He was hired as a store opener at the flagship store, and the first duty of his shift was to vacuum the entire sales area, which was 2 floors of clothing, and gear. His first day on the job, his boss shows him the industrial vacuum, and tells him to start in the fishing department and work his way down to the first floor. So, my dad hauls the machine up to the second floor, and stares around in wonder at all the expensive fishing poles lined up on the wall. He walks over to one and flips the tag over to see that it cost $60, which was top of the line back then. So he fires up the vacuum, and as he's making his way across the floor, he notices a loud popping sound every couple of seconds. He looks up to see that one by one, the fishing rods are moving toward my dad and snapping. He quickly shuts off the vacuum and runs over to the wall with all the fishing rods. It turns out the fishing line from the rods was pulled all the way out and left all over the carpet the previous evening. And as he ran the vacuum across the floor, it was sucking up the lines, causing the rods to fly off the wall display and snap. Point. So he walks sheepishly up to his new boss and says, well, I have a feeling I'm going to have the record for the shortest employment term with this company. When his boss asks what happened, and my dad explains, his boss says, son, that fishing line is practically invisible, and there is no way you could have known that it was left out on the floor. This is not your fault at all, and I'll be charging the manager of the fishing department with replacing all of these rods. My dad kept his job, and years later, he came back to the store and asked if his old manager was still working there. He was pulled aside and questioned because, as it turns out, the old manager and one of the female employees at the time were embezzling money from the company. They wanted to know how my dad knew them and if he was involved in the theft. They quickly realized he had no idea what had been going on and let him leave. As he was driving home, my dad realized that the reason his manager had not fired him that day was probably because he thought my dad was too stupid to realize what was going on and bust him. I guess he was right about that one. For the record, my dad is a very smart guy and recently retired after starting and running his own CPA firm for many years. His office had almost no turnover because my dad was a great boss who always tried to make coming to work fun for his employees. This is still one of my favorite workplace stories of all time. This happened this summer actually. I was a camp counselor at this school in town. The camp had kids grades 1 to 4. This camp was mostly a recreation camp where most of the time it was playing games with the kids and going to the pool and other cool things. I was assigned with 2 other counselors who were also pretty cool, and we were assigned to first graders. Anyways, let's go to the main part. There was this girl in my group who mainly hang with me because she liked me the most, I guess. Many days I would give her underdogs, where you push the person on the swing 2 times while still holding on to the sides, and then the third swing you do a big one and then let go, and it makes them go high up. So that was a daily thing we did. One day she was being super cocky and she told me that she wanted a really good underdog and for me to push as hard as possible. Me being the stupid person that I'm accepted the challenge. So I swung twice, then came the third swing. I pushed the sides with all my might and let rip. Well, the little girl decides at the peak of the push better let go. She comes crashing to the ground from about 5 or 6 feet high on her back. At that moment I went, oh fuck me, I'm done for. Turns out she was okay, her back was a little scrapped and she was crying, and luckily I wasn't fired. But damn, when she fell my heart just stopped. I worked at a ticket booth for a water park in high school as a summer job. It was in 2010, and so a lot of the people I was working with were adults with families and whatnot, but we were all very close because it's retail, and thus gives you all a common enemy. Anyway, with school starting back up again, I had put in my 2 weeks notice. It was a summer job, so I actually had to give my end date on the first day, but we still had to submit a notice. Our company was extremely paranoid about cash. We couldn't have any money or cards on us at any time while working, and you couldn't leave your work area at all once you were given money, unless you checked your till back into your supervisor, including every bathroom break. There were cameras all over the booth, and you had to explicitly count any money on the table, separated so that it would show up on camera. All money was counted randomly throughout your shift twice a day, and then again at the end. If you had a variance of over $20, it was considered a class 3 violation and you were immediately fired. Tickets for the water park were about $60 a person, so one fuck up was essentially all you got in ticketing. Anyway, a woman I was working with, probably about 45, was checking her till in at the same time as me. We talked a lot during downtime. I know she had 3 kids and was recently divorced. She kept full custody of the kids, but she was essentially a housewife before. Her husband was very well off, and though with some support payments, she could keep afloat, she had to take the job to be able to give her kids nice things. She was frustrated at her husband always getting to be the hero who would come in to take them on vacation, didn't have to discipline them, and had the money to buy them new game systems and the clothes that her daughter wanted and whatnot. She was stressed and low on sleep all the time, working other jobs too. Anyway, we are tilling out, and then I realize she's taking a long time. We put our money through a scanner, and there's only one, so I was waiting for her to finish, and I realize she's running everything through multiple times. So I ask what's going on. And I realize her eyes are getting really watery, and she whispers that she's off by $36. Now we really can't make a fuss, because whilst the cameras don't do audio, there are supervisors around. So I, in a split-second decision, shuffled some paperwork around and slipped the money to her till and told her to just try again. I figured that was signing off on my death certificate. I got fired on the spot when they checked me out after. They took my gate keys and my ID card. A security officer was called, and he escorted me to the break room to get my stuff, and then to my car, where they took my parking pass and drove behind me in their golf cart until I was out of the gates. I wasn't allowed to see anyone or say goodbye, so there was no real closure with me, and that woman she did call me a couple days later to say thank you and how much it meant and whatnot, and invited me over for dinner with her family, but I was getting ready to go back to school in a couple days and said no thanks. I worked for Vail Ski Resort as a chef at 2 Elk Lodges a few years back. Because my boss was as we were the only department on the mountain that never once got ride breaks. A ride break is where when it's slow, your boss lets you clock out for an hour to grab a lap or two. Let's be honest, why the fuck else would I be working for minimum wage at a ski resort if I didn't want to ski at least a bit? Anyway, my boss didn't believe in ride breaks. So I got scheduled to work Christmas Day, and it is absolutely dead. Everyone's doing family stuff and the few people on the mountain were enjoying the foot of fresh POW, not eating. So I've been twiddling my thumbs for an hour, and when my boss comes by and tells me to recline my station, which I had just scrubbed spotlessly, instead of standing around, I asked him if I could just clock out for an hour and ride. He looks at me like I'm speaking Arabic or something and reiterates his no ride break policy. I just look at him and go, look. It's Christmas. We literally haven't had a single customer all day. You're handing out busy work because there's nothing left to do and there's a foot of fresh powder on the ground. Let me rephrase my request. I'm clocking out and I'm going skiing. If you want to fire me on Christmas Day, please do it now so I don't have to bother coming back. Yeah, he fired me then. On Christmas. What an ass. Worked out for me though. Ended up getting a way better job, same fucking day, from a guy I shared a bowl with on the chairlift. He heard the story, laughed, and asked if I knew how to tune skis. I told him I have been doing my own tune jobs since I was 10, and he gave me a job at his shop on the spot. Said he liked a guy with the balls to tell his boss to shove it. I have never had a better response to one of these questions, so let's hope this doesn't get buried. I worked at an elementary school as a lunchroom and recess supervisor for kindergarten and first graders. Often on the playground kids would ask me and a couple coworkers to kick soccer, football, and playground balls far for them to chase. It isn't hard to impress children, but I played soccer at the university nearby, so they generally favored my skills. One day a first grader came running to me with a playground ball and said, "Mr. Just Godver, kick the ball as far as you can," and rolled it to me. Even though I had done it 100 times before, this time I got into goal mode and put my head down, set up my approach, locked my ankle, and blasted it low. Can't shoot that ball over the crossbar, coach will get angry. And as soon as I lifted my head up, I started running towards the kid because I knew it was going to be awful. The ball curved towards him as if someone had a laser locked on his face. It literally knocked him out of one of his shoes and he flew backwards a couple feet. I got to him a few seconds after he landed and he was crying pretty hard, but his face looked just fine. As soon as I looked up I knew I was fired, but this kid took it like a champ. He cried for a while, but when I asked about going to the nurse's office he said he was fine. I got really lucky. He ended up being fine a few minutes later. No other kids were really looking, so they didn't spread what happened. He looked completely fine, and when I asked him how his head felt he said it was good, and ran away giggling with another friend. He was also Hispanic, so he didn't have a huge visible red ball mark on his face that us white kids would have had. I worked there another year after, until I graduated college. TLDR kicked a playground ball as hard as I could for a kid to chase, but nailed him in the face and no one else saw or found out, and he was fine. Mine was more of a well, I'm going to eventually get fired sort of situation that began over a year ago but came to a head just yesterday. I took a sales role out of state and moved there in June of 2012. For the next 3 months I went through orientation and training and certification. By September I was ready to go. In November our manager calls a regional meeting and says she's going back into a sales capacity. I get held back after everyone else leaves and the new manager informs me that the now former manager is going to inherit my territory and I'll be in a support role. Mind you, I'm commuting 250 miles each way every weekend to see my wife and son who still hadn't, and ultimately never did, relocate with me yet. So before I even get a real chance to do my job it's taken from me. While she eventually told a few lies as to why she stepped down, the truth was she sucked horribly as a manager, but was under a guaranteed contract. Also, I'm in no way qualified in this support capacity, so I'm not happy. Anyways, fast forward a few months. I'm working an account, like I always did, because she lived 3 hours away from just the western half of what was once my old territory. Line up a big deal and bring her in for contracting. Well, she fails to speak to me about who to speak to and who not to. Again, considering the distance, she rarely ever visited this area, and the deal nearly implodes because she went over the heads of some folks she shouldn't have. Those folks then bring me in and tell me, angrily, that she's cut out and that they don't want her in the account ever again. This isn't the first time her shitty communication skills have caused me headaches. Not even the first time at that particular account either, but it was the most major. So I email and then call her about what transpired and how, very kindly and professionally mind you, she needs to communicate with me better so that I can be sure and provide her and our clients and our company with my best possible work, etc. She gets offended and laces into me, screaming about the mistakes I've made. Again, bound to happen when I wasn't hired on to perform the job I was forced into. I keep a level head, smooth things over with the account and just move on. Next month I find out they are hiring another support member for the territory I supposedly cover. Month after that he gets hired. Month after that I get all but the account that hates her, that she knew about. There were more than a dozen across the whole state that wanted nothing to do with her. And finally, yesterday, my manager lets me go. Although I'm sure to bring up, without specifics and in a professional manner, how much she is disliked by our customers, other employees in our division, others in our company, and even other industry sales reps, and how business will never turn around like it could and should with her leading things. The icing? I got a 3-month severance package yesterday and got a job offer today that'll finally bring me back to my family after a year and a half of only seeing them on the weekends. TLDR Cork of manager gets demoted into my position because of a contract. We have a falling out. I get replaced, get a new job offer the day after I get fired with a fat severance package. Edit for autocorrects. I found a hurt owl on my way to work. I was stunned, so I was able to pick it up. Another car stopped too when they saw what I was doing and gave me a trash bag. I put the owl in the trash bag and put it in the trunk of my car. I called a raptor rescue and told them about the owl and said I could bring it after work, but they said I should keep an eye on it in case it takes a turn for the worst. So I had no choice but to bring the owl into my office. I transferred it to a printer box. One time when I went to check on it, it had recovered and flew around the entire floor of my office. It was amazing. Its wingspan was nearly 5 feet and people could see its shadow move across their desk as it flew. It promptly shit on my friend's file cabinet and landed on his cube wall. I ran to get it, but it flew away again and did another lap around the floor. Finally I was able to grab the bird and place it back in the box. The VP was, to say the least, not pleased. I thought for sure that was my last day at the company. No one ever said a word to me, but from that day forward I quit bringing any wild or tame. Used to bring my dog into work before his grooming apt animals into work. At that year's Christmas party they sang the 12 Days of Christmas with the chorus and an owl flying in distress. Fired? Nope. But get in sheetloads of trouble? Yes, I have a story about that. So this was back in 05 when I was in the army. I had just gotten to brag and was assigned to an ammo platoon. This meant that I had to get and deliver ammo for the howitzers. Not a terrible job overall. Not a great one, but hey, army point. So part of this is driving the huge FMTVs, which are 6-wheeled monstrosities. I do not have a driver's license at this point, literally having never needed one. A sergeant in my platoon was the battalion master driver and gave me a military license anyways. So, one day, a different NCO decided to make me learn to drive that day. This meant driving an FMTV to the ammunition supply point, ASP, to drop off some brass. No big deal, right? Wrong point. C. I did not drive. Everyone knew this. So I'm driving this behemoth along Canopy Lane, and it's time to turn off to Chicken Road. Actual road names. Chicken Road has a gate there, and it's open. but there are plastic barriers that get put in front of the gate when it's closed. I start to make my right turn, but I start it a bit late. I overcorrect. I go slightly off the road, and I hit a barrier. We pull over. Now, before I continue, I must tell you something about military vehicles. They're shit. Really, dog shit. The side view mirrors on this particular truck would push back to the vehicle whenever it was being driven, so I never could see behind me. We get out. There is a HMMWV behind us. It is the battalion commander's. He is in it. I do not drive the rest of the way to the ASP. The rest of the platoon is there, and they laugh at me a lot. We finish and go back to the barracks for lunch. I stay in my room, as I was told to, waiting for my inevitable Article 15 coming. Reduced to an E1 from E3, 45 days of extra duty and forfeiture of half pay for 3 months was staring at me. The sergeant with me, when I was driving, came to the door. He says that the sergeant major wants to see me. This was it. I was dead. My military career died before it began. We get there. SGM wants to know how it happened. I told him. He asks, Zach says, did you drive home? No, Sergeant Major. Well, how'd you get bussy then? He then spends 5 minutes talking about getting bussy. It was then that I realized that I was not going to be flayed alive by UCMJ action point in the end. All I had to do was do some driver training, which meant scaring a bunch of other junior enlisted on terrible trails out near the DZs while driving with NVGs. But I thought I was going to be in as much trouble as I could get into. One of my first jobs during university was working as a technician at a company that did thin film coatings and etching for the telecommunications industry. High precision nanometer to micrometer thick surface patterns. We had some clients come in to test out our facilities before signing up for a batch order. They were working with the engineering staff to test out various protocols on a prototype silicon wafer for about 2 weeks straight, every day, testing out the full capabilities of all the equipment. Once they were done, they gave this single prototype wafer to me to do profilometry and imaging of the surface features and give them back what was essentially a topographic map of the surface at tens of nanometers resolution. Well, there was no way to keep the wafer stable enough on the surface of the profiling system to get the resolution they wanted, so I decided to use what I thought was the very weak double-sided tape I had been using to date on my calibration wafers. I mistakenly grabbed the graphite tape, which was the same color, quickly threw it down as everyone was waiting for me to get going, and put the wafer on it. Well, I had misjudged the position, and so I put my scalpel just underneath the edge and applied pressure to lift it up off the tape and reposition and snap the entire wafer, split into about 100 pieces. A half dozen people had worked on this thing for 2 weeks. No one was in the room at the time. I just sat there thinking, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, well, I'm getting fired and never hired again. I kind of just cowered in the room until my boss came in, and there were a few quiet moments where he looked at the sample and back to me and back to the sample again. Then surprisingly, he calmly pointed up the biggest piece and said that they had repeated the pattern over the entire wafer and there were enough test sites on the big piece for me to have confidence in the measurement results and not to bring it up with the client. Then he left, and I did the measurement on a big broken piece stuck with tape to the bottom of my profilometer. The client was pleased with the results and never knew. TLDR, I broke what was essentially almost 500 man-hours of work, but my boss was the coolest cat I've ever seen about it, and the client never found out. I didn't get fired. Okay, this is going to get buried and never read, but I have the perfect story for this thread. This happened in the late 90s to a coworker of mine when we both worked at a big movie themed restaurant that may or not have been partially owned by 3 cast members from The Expendables. Our store was located in a big southern town, and we would get all kinds of white trash that came into the city for vacations or concerts or monster truck pulls or whatever, and damn if they didn't all come and eat with us. One afternoon my friend had a table of 2 rednecks and their 3 kids. The dad did all the talking. He ordered the drinks, the food and everything for the entire family. Even when the kids would tell him they didn't want something, he would tell them to shut up and order it anyway. He wants a Coke. No, Dad, I want a Sprite. He wants a Coke. The whole family just had this broken look that comes from giving up after years of endless fighting. So they ordered a nachos appetizer that was 10th number of individual chips with toppings under melted cheese. None of the appetizers were huge because the dinners were all big. Also, they weren't that expensive. Even for a tourist trap theme restaurant, you got what you paid for. That part is important because it's the impetus for the drama. My friend comes back to the table to clear the appetizer plate, and it is spotless. Not a piece of lettuce, a scrap of cheese, a smear of sour cream, nothing. A pristine black plate. My friend looks at the dad and says, "Well, I guess you all enjoyed the nachos." The dad looks up and with his thick country accent says, "Actually they were a little skimpy. We were expecting something more." My friend smiles and politely explains that the appetizers aren't huge, so you don't fill up, etc, etc. See my description above. The guy glares at him, points his finger at him angrily and loudly declares, "Listen here, some beach. Where I come from in Alabama, when we order a plate of nachos we expect a plate of nachos." For whatever reason, plate of nachos made my friend snap. He looked at the guy right in the face, smiled and asked, "Don't you still hang black people in Alabama?" The guy just froze and looked at him, confused, and then realized he had no way to respond. My friend's exact words to me about it were, "I saw the words form 3D shapes and come out of my mouth. There was nothing I could do to stop them." The first thought that went through my head was, I hope Hard Rock is hiring. The best part? The guy didn't say anything else. He just slumped down in his seat and ate his dinner when it was served. The rest of the family perked up and were almost giddy because dad got put in his place and he couldn't fight back. My friend, knowing he wasn't getting a tip anyway, even brought the kid a Sprite because he knew it would piss off the guy even more. Nothing was ever said by management, so we can only assume the guy never called corporate and complained or anything. Little side note, my friend quit soon after and never worked a real job again as he became a full-time, semi-famous musician who may or may not have been nominated for a Grammy and played on a big late-night talk show in the last few weeks. This is going to be buried, but I have a pretty good one. I worked at the police station on campus when I was in college. I mostly did dispatch work, but sometimes I had to go out and lock up the buildings at night and do parking enforcement, which meant taking out the police truck. One night it was raining and cold, and I took the truck out to lock up the buildings on campus, and I got all cold and wet. When I finished the rounds, I jumped back in the truck and turned on the heater. I started driving pretty immediately since I was ready to be back in the warmth of the station and back on my ass, waiting for something to happen that needed my attention. It usually never did. I was driving through an empty parking lot and my glasses started to fog up from the heater. Instead of stopping, I tried to take off my glasses and clean them off, which was dumb because I couldn't see at all. While I was fiddling with my dumb glasses, I jumped the truck over a curb and into a planter island, crashing the truck into a tree. It was really dumb. I thought for sure I was fired, so I immediately fessed up to what I did to the officer on duty. I came in the next day for work, and they had made a bunch of posters lampooning my situation and started calling me Crash. Turns out, it's pretty common for the campus police officers to accidentally crash the cars for no reason into trees all around campus, and usually they just make fun of you until somebody else inevitably crashes a police vehicle into a tree. But I ended my tenure there about 6 months later, still with the nickname Crash. Gonna put the TLDR up here cause this is like a book. Ruined 2 rolls of photo paper, about $500 a piece, during a second consecutive double shift. I was a cashier at CVS in high school. Background. The store was open 24 hours, but there was a group of people who worked nights and a group of people who worked days. Since I was in high school I was 16, maybe 17, at the time, and worked the day shift. Days were 7 AM to 10 PM, so when I say double shift, I mean 7 AM to 10 PM, 15 hours, 2 30-minute breaks ends up being 14 hours total. We also had a photo processing machine that was, it's, older than me. It was those old ones where the photo paper can't be exposed to the light, so if you had to change the paper you had to stick the old paper box that held the paper for the machine and the light-proof box holding the new paper into a light-proof bag, and without looking change the paper. It's roughly a 15-minute process start to finish once you get good at it. Can take upwards of 45 when you first start. Cashiers also ran the photo department, so you did both. The manager at my store was a retired special victims detective, apparently like Law and Order, but got pissed if you asked him that. You didn't want to get pissed off at you. Point story. It was the weekend of grad night and graduation. I was the only cashier not graduating that weekend. As such I had to work 2 double shifts, one on Saturday and one on Sunday. About halfway through the second one the paper ran out while I was printing pictures from a set of negatives. Yeah, people still do get negatives developed and had to change the paper. I called the manager to cover my register while I changed the paper and ran to the back to get the box. I changed the paper only to realize I had grabbed the wrong kind of paper, got matte instead of glossy. Had to recall the manager and switch everything around to get it fixed, or so I thought. As the picture started printing I noticed they had this slight pink line on one side. I asked my manager and he just looked at me like, oh for fuck's sake, and told me I had ruined the roll by exposing it to the light. I don't know what I did, but clearly I goofed. He told me to just run the matter because the customer didn't specify and their order was coming due shortly. Those pictures also had the pink line, and he looked like he was going to throttle me because he had been on the register now for roughly an hour while I ruined 2 rolls of photo paper that I later found out cost the store $500 each. A customer came up to the register and he rang out the customer. After that he took a deep breath calmly, looked at me and said, go take a break. When the next manager shifts in, they'll cover the register and we'll go to the office and talk. This was around 12:30 and the next manager got there at 2. The next hour and a half was probably one of the most stressful times of my life. When the next manager came in, I nervously went up to the office. He looked at me and said something along the lines of, I know this is your second double and I appreciate you agreeing to work this, but if you're too tired to do the job just have us call another store to see if they'll cover it. Those photo paper things cost a lot of money, so if you don't think you can do it, have your manager do it. They're all trained on it. If you keep messing this up, I'm going to have to replace you. Let me buy you an energy drink for the rest of your shift though. That energy drink hit the spot, and I didn't ruin another roll of photo paper the whole time I worked there. That manager actually wanted to promote me to a shift lead a few months after that, but CVS policy prevents people under 18 being shift leads. I'm a truck driver. I was working up in Northwest Territories in the winter of 2011 to 2012. It was nighttime on icy roads, and as I'm rounding a curve, some faking dog looking creature runs out in front of me. Could have been someone's dog, as this happened right outside Fort Ladd, NWT. But it was dark. Could have been a wolf, fox, wolverine, coyote, who knows. Anyway, I did exactly what you're not supposed to do in this situation. I slammed on the brakes to avoid hitting it. I didn't hit it, but my trailer faking jackknifes across the oncoming lane and catches the ditch. I'm gunning it, hoping I can pull it out, but my wheels are just spinning. As soon as I hit the road sign, I gave up and just held on. The faking trailer flipped right upside down. It twisted the frame on the truck and the truck landed on its side. Everything in the truck shuts down. It has power locks and windows. I can't get anything open, so there's a moment of panic, because I've seen too many action movies and I expected the faking thing to explode. But I calmed myself down and thought about it. Chill out, I say. At this point the window doesn't matter, so I put my boot through the front driver's side window and crawled out that way. Luckily, being so close to Fort Ladd, I had cell service. So I sat down on the side of the road, staring at the truck, and it's -25°C and I called my boss. I say to him, Oakland, I have bad news. And I don't know if I'm quitting or I'm fired, but I'm going home tomorrow. What happened? He says I flipped the faking truck. Then I told him where and called the cops, then waited for him to come get me. I decided that, since it was going to be a while and the truck didn't explode, I'd better get my stuff out of there. So I climbed back in, and it was super disorienting trying to find my stuff, remembering where it is, but turned 90 degrees, and figuring out what would have fallen where. But I got it all. Then some other truckers pull over to help me, but I don't really need any help, but they let me sit in one of their warm trucks while I waited. The cop showed up before Oakland. So the other truckers went on their way, and I sat in the cop car doing reports and whatnot. Then later Oakland showed up and gave his info, drove me back to our camp, and I flew home the next day. Still not sure if I was fired or quit. Doesn't matter. I'm still driving, but for a different company, and haven't had an incident since. I wouldn't care if I never went back there. TLDR. Flipped a truck in tag middle of nowhere. Didn't give a fuck about the job anymore. I worked in retail and had just been promoted. This was my third promotion in a month. I had barely been trained and was expected to do stuff I'd never dealt with before. So they have me processing damages, and per new bullshit company directive I have to check everything with an expiration date for closeness to expiration date. This includes everything but paper plates and clothing. I eventually worked my way to the batteries. Every single one of them had a date stamp that was from months prior. So I pulled all the batteries off of our shelves and processed them through the handheld. Then I put them in our damaged out box to be removed with the trash the next day. My boss said, well, that's odd, and went about her day. 2 weeks later the DM shows up demanding to know why I threw out all the batteries. I'm like, fuck, what did I do? I threw out about $900 in batteries, including our back stock. Turns out that expiration date is a made on date, and batteries are good 7 years forward from that date. Who the fuck is just going to know that? They told me I couldn't do damages anymore. I forwarded a lengthy explanation in the order memo that I'd gotten to do the process in the first place to the person above the DM. DM got written up for ordering half-baked processes. He quit shortly thereafter. TLDR. I faked up. My boss's boss got written up and quit. I was a marketing intern for a professional sports team at an unfortunate and desperate time in my life. During the season, we were given golf carts to zoom around the stadium to complete our meaningless game day tasks. Also, where I live, it rains constantly during the summer, so we would often drive said golf carts in slick conditions. Accompanying me in my golf cart one fateful day was LaToya, our summer intern from an inner city college. Although she knew nothing about the sport she was interning for, I have no idea why we got these interns, but I did work for the biggest lawing stock in all of baseball. So questioning them was a fruitless endeavor. She was sweet, bright-eyed, and happy to be there, so we had no beef. So we are in this cart, and, of course, it had just rained, because life wasn't miserable enough. I should also mention that we all drove those carts like Mario Andretti on methamphetamine. These golf carts were of the high-octane gas variety, not those bussy electric ones mall cops used to harass hoodie youth hanging outside the Hot Topic, or wherever kids congregate these days. Driving those carts like an asshole, drifting through the ramps and corridors like Jason Statham, was one of the few joys I had working in what was an otherwise despair-filled soul-sucking existence. I digress. So, LaToya's my passenger for the day. She's shadowing me because the company was incompetent enough to allow such a situation. We were outside, accompanied by a light drizzle, and I found myself in a situation where I needed to go into reverse because I was trapped in this little area. Now, I had a lot of space to work with, so I thought it'd be badass if I were to go into reverse at full speed and whip the cart to the right in an attempt to do something I saw on Tokyo Drift. So I performed the stunt, wheels sliding and screeching on the pavement, kicking up a mist of rainwater. I'm sure it looked pretty badass from afar. I'm drifting, semi-aroused from the adrenaline, and I notice LaToya is no longer in the seat. She is in midair, as the G-forces proved too much for her, and ejected her from the vehicle. I feel I should mention that LaToya was rather large. Not that I'm making excuses for my wanton recklessness and clear disregard for employee safety, but I've performed this maneuver without people flying out my golf cart before. Anyway, LaToya's body hits the pavement with an audible plop. I'm fairly sure I killed her. I can hear Lenny, the Jamaican security guard, yell, "Oh, my lord," in the distance. Having witnessed this, I'm in shock. I look down for LaToya. Her glasses are broken 5 feet away from her, as she lay face up in the summer drizzle. I walk up to her expecting the worst. Turns out she's okay. Just a few scrapes. I begin apologizing profusely. She tells me she's alright, but I can tell she's not the confrontational type. She's pissed. I would be too if I left the hood to join a professional sports organization for the summer, just to be ejected from the golf cart of Summer's Hole. After realizing she's alright, I then start worrying about my job. I worked 60 hours a week for minimum wage for 2 years and I blew it all in one stupid moment. I felt sick. I tried to convince LaToya to not tell anybody about the incident, and I would buy her dinner, but I can tell she felt uncomfortable around me and didn't give me a definite answer. Can't blame her. Lenny then tells me that he has to report this to his superiors, which would definitely find its way to our office. Damn, Lenny. I thought we were cool. So, with word of this inevitably getting out, my only play is to relay the news myself. I find my boss and tell him I may have been going a little too fast and LaToya just kind of rolled out the cart. Maybe I downplayed it a bit, but hey, self-preservation is a staple of free market capitalism. He replied, "Okay, just be careful next time." And that was that. Everything was cool, and I got to continue hating my life. TLDR, that beach rolled the fuck out the cart, yo. Mine is extraordinarily NSFW. I was 21 and working at a porn store. I was, at this time, very naive and mostly inexperienced. Like, I was with my first boyfriend and had only lost my virginity a month or 2 earlier, so I'm a young inexperienced gay guy working in a very cruise-wide porn store on the evening shift. This guy comes in, he's precisely my type, and he's flirting very strongly with me. I, being completely inexperienced in this department, am basically putty in this guy's hands. I ended up giving him a blue job right there behind the counter, and he blew his load on the side of the counter. He zips up, goes his merry way, and I clean up the mess. I was a morass of oh shit feelings. First of all, I had just cheated on my boyfriend, who was a cunt, and really, truly, deserved it, but I was Catholic at the time, so I wallowed in the guilt anyway. Secondly, it occurred to me after the fact that there is a camera pointing right at the area behind the counter, filming my every move. The VHS tapes it records on, this was 1996, were locked in the media cabinet, so I couldn't cover up my misdeed. I casually asked the manager if the people in the office even watch those tapes. I played it off like it was why do they even bother, haha. He said, "Oh yeah, they watch them. The owner's son watches them." I was horrified. Bad enough that I was going to be found out, but add to the fact that I had a huge crush on the owner's son, and I thought I'd die from embarrassment and shame. A couple weeks go by, and nobody says anything. I was sure I was going to be fired. Then the owner's son came in to collect the deposits for the bank run, and he was smirking at me and gave me this knowing wink and smile. He also said some things that made me quite certain he'd watched my performance points, so I didn't get fired. I ended up working there for another 5 years and managed the store for about 3 of them. TLDR, blew a guy on camera, discovered by the owner's son. I worked as a substance counselor in a drug treatment program, but I occasionally did drugs myself, not habitually but periodically. Well, one of the other counselors was a serious recovering addict and came to me and wanted to hang out one weekend. I took him up on the offer and he asked me where I might be able to score some coke, and I of course knew and set him up, even though that wasn't my cup of tea. Well, I didn't hang with him the rest of the day and left him with the hock up. Well, he went on a bender for the weekend and was out from work all the next week. Well, about 2 weeks after that, our director from the corporate office was in town and called me into the office, and there was my immediate boss and another individual in there along with the guy who I helped out. They ask me about my drug usage, and I'm open and honest with them, especially because I had quit doing everything several months before. So I was like, well, I'm getting fired, so why not just be truthful? The consequence was they suspended me and made me take a drug test right then and there, and they wanted me to attend AA meetings and an outpatient program if I wanted to keep my job. I did do all their stipulations, and about 2 weeks later, I called to find out about the drug test and was told I passed, but they didn't want me to return to work. I actually attended AA for 3.5 years, but never considered myself to be an alcoholic. Just felt at that stage in my life, alcohol was problematic with my maturing as an adult, so I didn't drink for 3.5 years. TLDR, I was a drug counselor that did drugs, got knocked on, came clean, got fired. My first job out of college was an inside sales job with a plumbing supply company. It's a fairly large company, and at the time I worked there were maybe 18,000 employees countrywide. The viewing and forwarding of raunchy emails was extremely common at this place. Sheet that could get a person fired just for looking at was frequently distributed around the office. For example, I once received an email with a video of a woman having sex with a dog and another with a woman jacking off a horse. I remember being surprised when I first started there because nobody seemed afraid of being fired. Many people were so unconcerned that they would call you over to their desks to look. Even our branch managers were sending the stuff. I was reluctant to participate at first, but within a year I was sending emails like everyone else. I never forwarded any really raunchy ones, but I definitely forwarded along plenty of emails that would get you fired at most jobs. There was a coworker I had that had the same first name as an extremely high up manager of my company. Because I had sent the latter an email once upon a time, Outlook would always auto-fill his name first. I basically did not worry about it because I always caught it. One day I received an email from a buddy at a manufacturer's rep that was a parody of the priceless MasterCard commercials that showed two girls flashing the camera of a roller coaster. I quickly forwarded the email to my usual group, and almost immediately after I had hit send I realized that I had forgotten to change the autofilled name. I went back and checked, and sure enough my worst fears were concerned. I looked up the guy's number and went outside to call him with my cell. He did not answer initially, but I stayed out there trying him over and over again. I tried to think of a convincing lie, but I knew I was screwed because there were 24 other company email addresses included. After 10 or 15 minutes I finally got him on the phone, and I basically just told him the truth, that I meant to send it to someone else. I was extremely apologetic, and he seemed to take it pretty well, and even complimented me on how I handled the situation. Then he says to me, "Fobuno, you have to appreciate my position here. I'm the head of human resources for the entire company." After which he proceeded to lecture me about the severity of the situation. Eventually he asks for the name of my supervisor and I tell him. He instructed me to tell my supervisor what had happened and then email him to let him know how the conversation went. Fortunately for me, he did not pay close enough attention to the email to see that my supervisor's email address was one of those on the email. I did what he asked, and luckily that's all that ever came of it. I never forwarded another email after that though. I used to work a crappy retail job at a big box store. Our store had recently gotten a new GM, and one of his favorite things in the world was mandatory staff meetings after the store closed. Well, at the time I had no vehicle and I walked almost everywhere, so when he scheduled a mandatory staff meeting 2 hours after my shift ended, I didn't see a point in walking half an hour home and half an hour back. Instead I went across the parking lot to the sports bar with a couple coworkers and I proceeded to drink a lot. Meeting time came, and when I stood up I realized I was quite drunk. Like, can't stand up straight kinda drunk. I proceeded to go to the meeting and managed to get through it without drawing much attention. Near the end, the new GM handed us anonymous forms where we could write down comments about what we felt would make our store a better place to work. Well, I wrote down a massive drunken rant. I called out the store for keeping its workers slaving away for minimum wage, blah blah blah, workers living below the poverty line. It was ridiculous and probably completely filled with nonsense. Then, I signed the damn thing and handed it in. A couple days later I came in for my next shift and the GM called me into his office. I was pretty sure I was going to get fired for showing up to a staff meeting hammered. Instead he thanked me for my hard work and gave me a pretty solid raise. It turned out well but I'm still embarrassed to this day. I was working in a restaurant years ago, and our food would come in a truck with dry ice. The drivers had a ton of it, and usually let us have some to play with. 99% of the time we just filled the sink with water, and made a fog machine. This time I decided to make some dry ice bombs with pop bottles. It was fun, and we used the back parking lot. It was morning and no one was really there yet. We set off maybe 6 or so when my manager suddenly showed up. We figured we were in trouble, sure, but our manager was cool with it. In fact, he just laughed and said, "I'll be back." The dude went and got a 5-gallon bucket with a lid, emptied the pickles, and started filling it with water. Now, I'm all for fun and games, but I kind of knew this was a bit much. Yet my manager continued. When the water was about half full, he took a huge chunk of dry ice and dropped it. Then he snapped the lid on very securely. Lastly, he brings the whole thing to the parking lot and said sit upside down on the concrete. Nothing happens for like 2 minutes. In fact, I almost thought it wouldn't go. But then, boom. The lid stays still, but the barrel flies in the air what seems like 500 feet. I feel it important to mention that at this point, that the parking lot was shared with other businesses and there were customer cars in the parking lot. This is the moment when my manager, the cook's there with us, and I thought we were done. In fact, my manager, while it was still in the air, said, "Oh shit. I'm so fired. I'm fired." Surprisingly, the barrel landed in between 2 cars, missing both, and bounced around the cars. Almost as if to tease us. That should have been the end of it. But no, my manager was an idiot and simply went back to using bottles. That is, until an actual customer ran over a bottle which then exploded. She came in to yell at us, and then my manager got fired. When I was in high school, I worked as a stock boy in a large grocery chain. Store was open until 11 o'clock, but no one really came in. After about 9:30. Closing shift, we decided to build massive robot gladiator suits, complete with armor, swords, helmets, and the whole 9 yards. 2 teams of 3, 1 pilot each. We spend hours building these things, announcing a robot fight out back by the trash compactor at 10:30 p.m., middle school style. An aside, grocery stores go through tons of boxes. Hundreds. Different textures, strength, size, shape. We scour all the cardboard and pick suitable pieces for the suit, get a heavy tube and fill it with hardening foam, bubble wrap the interior for extra padding, tape 2 pairs of gloves together, and make cardboard gauntlets. This was war, and my team was going to win. So we have a workstation set up with all this random cardboard lying around, and get caught building this incredible suit around 8 o'clock by the WIC worker in charge, acting boss, who flips the fuck out, says throw everything out, we'll be written up, thin ice etc etc. He leaves. We continue building. 10:30 rolls around, and we are looking good. We've gone for heavy body and head protection, and high mobility. Our opponents made some sort of chainmail with shoulder pads and a very oriental feel, with a broom handle as a spear. Just when we are locked in, helmets and everything on, countdown to round 1 underway. The WIC bursts through the back door and sees us squared off in our armor. His face turns from rage to confusion as he keeps looking at the effort and materials in each team's suit. Finally, defeated, he just shakes his head and throws his hands up. Well, let's see it, cowwalker. And I beat the crap out of each other for a few minutes until he wails my hand with the broom handle. Great times. WIC was laughing, watching us put everything in the trash compactor and turn it on. TLDR 8-hour shift, 5.5 hours building armored fighting robot costume. Caught once by boss, warned. Caught again by boss later dressed in suit mid-fight, not fired. Boss watches us duke it out. I was a lifeguard for a water sports company. My day was pretty easy. Prep the boat, a Zapcat with a small 15 HP engine, wheel it around the center, up onto the promenade ready to be used in a rescue, if needed. Then sit on the beach keeping track of, and watching the members, and responding to anything needed, that is. Kit advice, launching/landing, assisting and launching the boat, to perform a rescue auto. This was my 2nd year now, about halfway through the season, when I was doing some repairs to the boat, fixing some small, slow punctures, and fitting some new grab handles. I had finished, and a member wanted to go out on the sea, so my usual routine, wheel the boat around, only this time, I messed up. There's a gate, about 2 feet wider than the boat, that I have to go through every day. However, there was a small boy standing nearby who was amazed at my rocket boat, so I went around him. Unfortunately, I didn't notice how close I was to the fence post, and caught one of the holes on the metal square, used for securing the gate shut. All I feel is the boat snag and stop. What I hear is high pressure air rushing out of this newly installed foot-long slash. I backed the boat off, checked the damage, swore, only slightly, and wondered how my boss was gonna take it. I wheeled it back, left it on the grass near the center, and went to find James, center manager. What did I say? Or like a day, James, don't hate me, but I faked the boat up. I think it was fair to say he wasn't happy, seeing as it's not the first time it happened. The last guy who had my job found exactly the same. Now, did I get fired? No. Fortunately, our company also operates in the marina just a couple miles away, so I had to drive down there, grab another boat, and bring it back, anchor it off, then come ashore, do my lifeguarding for the day, then take the boat back to the marina. The boat was a nice 6 meters, black rib with a 90 HP on the back. I did that for the next month or so until the Zap Cat for a pair best summer ever. It's also the place I got paid to eat mussels on the beach with the members. Side note, I did this on the phone, so if it doesn't make sense, feels like stuff is missing, I'm sorry. Also, people who only read the TLDR don't deserve to know the whole story. TLDR, rate the jellyfish, and got promoted to head of main biology. Back in high school, I worked at an Atlanta bread company. I was one of the most valued high school students they have likely ever employed. One night, approximately 30 minutes after closing, a manager, one who was new and was terrible at his job, informed me that I lost a customer's food and had to remake it. I had never seen the customer's food, and since all the food needed to make the sandwich was put up for the night, I told him I was not going to make the sandwich, that he was going to have to do it, and he needed to do his job better. I had to say this about 4 times before he realized I was not joking. He sent me and finished my closing duties that night. As you would expect, the owner contacts me next and asks me to come in and talk to him. I thought for sure that I was going to get fired, but the owner ended up making the manager work one of my shifts, giving me a day off. As a high school student, I didn't really need the money, so that was the best thing I have ever heard. Later on, the general manager of the store was pissing me off one night. He was a bit of a sexist and let the females do whatever they wanted. I'll let him know what I thought of him. Another talk with the owner resulted in an apology from the general manager. I ended up quitting the job and eventually went back to work there again. I had a wicked witch for a boss at a publication I worked at. One day our Xerox copier broke down, and the boss lady said to use the one in the real estate company downstairs that was also owned by our company. She acted like I was a stupid child. This is the key. Open the door, and to your left is another door. Open that and there's the alarm. I said, I'm not a child, Shelly. I think I can handle it without being talked down to. So, I go downstairs, open the door. To the left is another door. I open it, and no alarm box. Meanwhile, the alarm activation beeping gets faster and faster. I open the door on my other left hand and it's a women's bathroom. No alarm there. I start to panic, opening doors and frantically searching for the alarm that I can hear beeping. Time ran out and blah. The fucking alarm goes off. So, defeated, I wander back upstairs to tell boss lady that I faked up and couldn't find the damn alarm. She pulls me downstairs and shows me where it is, way down in a closet at the other end of the hallway, by the way, and how to deactivate it, all the while treating me like an idiot. She leaves me to do my Xeroxing, as I'm shaking my head at how stupid and put down I feel. Suddenly, kaboom. The front door bursts open and 2 cops come in with guns drawn and pointing at me. Free scumbag. Oh seat. I put my hands in the air. I work here, with 2 guns pointed at me. They shouted, ID motherfucker. Let's see some ID. I slowly and carefully reached for my wallet and showed them my driver's license. No fucker. Show me something that says you work here. I didn't have any business cards in my wallet, So I pointed towards the stairs and started slowly walking in that direction, saying my boss Shelly is upstairs. Lem yell up there. She'll confirm that I said freeze motherfucker. As they cocked their pistol / took safety off or whatever, one twitch of a finger and I'm dead. I said I got another idea. Lem just call her on the phone. So I dial her number and explain Shelly, there's a couple nice police officers down here and they'd like you to confirm that I work here. Oh fuck, she hung up on me. So crass ass boss lady comes stomping down the stairs, sees the cops spin around pointing guns at her as they undoubtedly thought it was one of my criminal accomplices coming to kill them. Well, it was a scene. All sorts of yelling and screaming and sheet point. Needless to say, the next few hours were hell. As production manager at this magazine, I was pulling 90-hour weeks, so I was already in hell before all this sheet point. Finally, the evil boss lady left for the day. I lit a cigarette. This was in, like, 1986. You could smoke at work, and I had an ashtray on my desk with our company logo on it. A nostalgia. Anyways, I lit a smoke and said to our typesetter, Sarah, thank God, I thought she'd never leave. Now we can breathe free air. Sarah goes, did you see the note she tacked to the wall? And pointed across the room. I went up to read the horribly scrawled note. If anybody sets off the alarm, it costs the company $100 and it will come out of your paycheck. I took a deep hit off my cigarette and exhaled a huge sigh. That was when I realized that the note was directly below a fire alarm that I had just blown a lungful of smoke into. Blah. Fuck. I was going to use a throwaway for this, but it should be alright. So, this is a few years ago now. I was doing a placement in a hospital as I was working in the medical field. I'll be a bit vague with certain details. Part of the placement was working in the emergency department, operating theaters and surgical wards of a fairly large local hospital. To gain experience and exposure to various different bits and pieces, I'd done my bit working with the anesthetists, had the opportunity to insert some airways and practice bagging, all the good stuff. Then went on to working with the surgeons. My first surgeon was someone we'll call Dr. C. He was a great orthopedic surgeon, a really funny and laid back bloke. The first thing he asks is, how involved would you like to get? Me being young and keen said I'd be willing to do as much as he would let me. Now, bear in mind I had zero surgical training short of practicing sutures on a dummy arm. I did have a decent amount of pre-hospital emergency care training, airways, fourth access / drugs and other bits and pieces, but nothing that qualified me for what they did in the OR. Dr. C shows me the proper method for scrubbing in, how to hold my hands so I don't accidentally touch anything non-sterile and all that jazz, and we go into the OR. Our elderly patient comes in, gets knocked out, tubed, prepped and is rolled onto his side. I'm a little hazy on the details of the case, but as I understand it, the patient had an aggressive form of bone cancer in his right femur. It caused his bones to be incredibly fragile and crumbly. The doctors were worried that he would break his leg at some point and they would be unable to fix it. Basically it would fracture into multiple pieces and they would probably have to amputate it, so they wanted to insert a rod down the middle of the femur in order to strengthen and stabilize it. So there's me, nervous as hell, standing there in my scrubs wondering what exactly I'm going to be doing. Dr. C makes his incision at the top of the thigh, cuts into the femur, then pushes a thick wire down into the middle of the bone, where the marrow is. He points out that this is the guide rod for a device called a reamer, which hollows out the center of the bone to make space for the nail. The nail is a long titanium rod that will fit down the inside of the femur. I'll have to explain the equipment a little bit here. First of all, the reamer is a cannulated drill. What that means is that it's a bit like a cordless drill, but the drill bit has a hole in the center of it that extends the length of the drill. That way you can slide it up and down the guide wire while drilling, if that makes sense. The guide wire has a bulb shape on the end, which is important as it stops the drill bit sliding off and drilling things you don't want drilled. The good doctor gets the fancy digital X-ray machine and uses it to make sure the guide rod is in the right spot. It's perfectly situated in the middle of the femur, running down from the top of the guy's leg to the end, where it meets the patella, knee bone. He then hands me the drill and tells me my job is to ream the marrow out and make space in the femur for the nail. He says don't worry, it's easy, just keep drilling down until it gets to the bulb and you won't be able to go any further. Orthopedics is just like carpentry. If you've used a DeWalt you can handle this point. I'm sweating a bit now. I'm keen but didn't realize I'd be getting this involved. So I slide the drill bit onto the wire and down into the top of the bone. He looks at me and says, "Go on then. We haven't got all day." Great. So I start drilling away. Bits of blood and pink marrow start coming out and flecks of it are hitting my gown. He stops me after a little bit and as a point of interest shows me some of the thicker red clots that are splattered up my arm and says that darker stuff is the cancer. Cool. I've got cancer all over me now, but I'm starting to get the hang of it. There I go. Drill, drill, drill. Trying to be gentle and slowly making my way down the wire point. After a bit I ask him how much further and he tells me not to worry and that I'll know when I get to the end of the wire as the bulb will stop the drill. I keep going and all of a sudden the whole drill shoots forward about 6 inches and I can suddenly see the patient's kneecap vibrating. A sheet, a sheet, a sheet. Huh. Say Dr. C, I suppose we should probably x-ray that. We get the digital x-ray machine over, take a snap, and then look at the display. The entire drill bit and wire have pushed through the bottom of the femur and are now resting under the patella. Meanwhile there's a quickly growing softball-sized lump where the patient's kneecap should be. All that's going through my head is, oh god, what have I done? I haven't even finished my training and I've already messed up a patient. I'm in so much heat. The doctor takes the drill from me, puts it in reverse and moves back into the position it's meant to be in. He sees that I'm having a bit of a moment and reassures me that he would have made the same error and not to worry. I ask him about the long-term consequences. Apparently the patient will have a sore knee for a bit and an increased risk of arthritis in that joint, but considering he's just had a rod put down the middle of his leg it's not that big of a deal. He continues on with the surgery, screws the nail into place, and then sutures the incisions. My last memory of the ordeal is a doctor with a 50 milliliters syringe in hand drawing all the blood out of the knee. Nothing ever came of it though I was sure I was going to be in huge amounts of sheet. Not entirely sure what valuable lesson I learned other than faked up sheet happens in surgery, and unless you're awake for it, you'll probably never even know when it does. TLDR, I drilled some poor faker's kneecap. I worked at a video store and came in for a shift one day to my manager asking me to go see someone in the office. This grizzled looking old guy is in the office. He explains to me he is an ex-cop the company hired to look into thefts and he has some questions for me. I immediately know I'm faked. The manager of the store is relatively new and my coworkers and I had been unsupervised for months before he got there. We stopped recording the security cam feeds, had been smoking weed in the back office on shift, taking candy off the racks, handing out free rentals to everyone, and just generally being sheetheads. This old guy starts grilling me, and slowly it becomes clear that he thinks I've been swiping cash from the register and covering my tracks by claiming it as free rental coupon. I never took cash from the place, and know if that's all he is accusing me of, then he doesn't have any proof. After a good hour of accusations and trying to convince me to confess to taking the money, he gives up and tells me that maybe it's just a mistake and I just need to be better trained. The company will arrange for someone to come in to work with me. Now I know something is faked because I had given my notice a month before and this was my last week on the job. I go back to work and thank my manager for sending me into that ambush. A couple months later, I talked to a coworker and found out the manager was fired. Apparently he had been stealing cash from the place. TLDR, my manager tried to set me up to take the fall for him stealing cash from the store. I probably deserve to be fired, but not for that particular offense. Edit. Typo. And fun fact about that manager, he always used to tell us about all the swords he owned, because when the government takes away all our guns, I'll still have my swords. I worked at a hotel a while back. When working the graveyard shift one night, some white trash guy comes in with 2 white trash girls he had picked up at a bar, all drunk as can be. He gets a room, the 3 of them disappear into the elevator, yada yada. A few hours later, one of the girls comes up to the front desk and asks for another key to the room. Not thinking anything of it, I give it to her and assume that's the end of the story. Not so. Apparently her boyfriend, someone different than the white trash guy who just brought these 2 girls back to the hotel, Found out she went back to some guy's hotel room and had her get a key to the room. He then proceeds to go to the room with, as far as I know, the intent to kill, or at least severely injure the man in the room. My memory is fuzzy, but I vaguely remember him bringing some blunt object with him. Luckily, for me as well as for him, the guy in the room had the foresight to close the latch on the door. So the boyfriend tries to get the door open, but it won't open enough for him to get through. I, the clueless front desk clerk, get an exasperated call from the room asking why I gave a key to someone who didn't rent the room. When he explains what's happening, my jaw hits the floor, and I realize I've made a huge mistake. I'm lucky this guy is even still alive, and I'll be the luckiest man in the world if I still have a job the next day. The police get called, they escort the boyfriend and the girl/s off the premises. The guy is still pretty furious with me, and he threatens to sue the company over what happened. I apologize like a million times. I'm about to start crying at work, and I still need to get a hold of my supervisor, so that if it escalates, which it likely will, I can at least get my side of the story in. I call my direct supervisor, no answer. Crap. I called the general manager, no answer. Crap. The only other number one have to call is a district manager, with whom I'd never had a pleasant interaction, ever. I call, and of course she picks up, groggy since it's the middle of the night. I will explain what happened. She doesn't tell me I'm fired, but stresses that I made a huge mistake, and says something along the lines of how she's going to need to figure out what's going to happen from here. I assume it means I'm fired. I get off the phone, the guy comes back, and I explain that I've told my supervisor about what happened, and he leaves. He was actually pretty nice about it. Once everything had settled, he told me he could see I knew I made a mistake, and he made a deal with me. He got my name and said he'd call back in a month and ask if I worked there. If I did, he'd hang up and never speak another word. If they fired me over it, he'd sue them over the company's negligence or whatever. I don't know if he ever followed up on that, but it was definitely nice for him to not still be furious at me after I endangered his life. The weirdest part about it? Nothing ever happened. I never heard a word about it from anyone, none of my supervisors, not even from the district manager whom I woke up in the middle of the night with something that could have cost the company tons of money. Nothing. And the cliffhanger, that wasn't even the last time the cops were called on that guy and his white trash bafflers that night. But that's a story for another time. It was late, and I was the only one left in the office. So, naturally, I decided to have a wank. I closed both doors to the office. They can only be opened with chip cards, and all my co-workers, meaning the only people with access, were gone. So I felt pretty safe. My work blocks video streaming, so on go the smutty tumblers and soups. Pants down, beaners out, going to work. Everything is going well, when suddenly, I hear the far door from the office opening. Sheet. In a split second of adrenaline-given reflexes, I close the browser, throw my t-shirt over my hard dick, which I bend down in a way that it wasn't meant to be bent, and slide the chair as far under my desk as possible. In walks the boss. He is the only one with the key card that has access to every room. He needs to access one of the computers in the adjoining room of the shared office. He sees me, walks in. This is where I think, well, this is it. Goodbye, stellar job. We chat. He walks next to me, keeps chatting. My erection luckily dies down to a shriveled nothing, but it is still hanging free under my shirt and table. At this point I can't help but think, can he sue me if he finds out that I have been whacking off in the office? I stay smooth as silk, and after what seems like 3.5 eternities, the conversation ends. My boss uses the computer and he leaves. I zip up and die a million deaths for the next 5 minutes. Then I shut down the computer and went home. And the most persistent thought I had that whole time was, and I kid you not, that was my greatest fear at those moments, will he smell my dick? I bet he can smell my dick. I didn't get fired. I whacked off twice at home. So don't crank your handle at work, kids, unless you're the boss, I guess. I work at a movie theater, and I was building a print of The Dark Knight Rises. I get the print completely built, and I start it up for a test run. At this point I'm tired from working my other job all day, and I'm ready to just watch the movie and go home. About 3/4 of the way through the movie, it starts playing upside down and backwards. Faki put a reel on backwards. Swearing, I ran upstairs and stopped the movie. The idiot I am. Instead of just letting it run all the way through then removing the last 2 reels and rerunning it. Instead, I completely removed 2 reels, and the reels fall on the floor. Faki spent 4 hours unraveling the faking film. Do you know how badly film knots? No, do not ever find out, and putting it all back together. It's nearly 5:30 in the morning when I finish. About 4 hours before the day manager comes in. I'm way too tired for another run through, so I pack it up and leave. I have no idea whether I have scratches, whether the film is faked, whether I even did it right. I need to sleep so I can wake up in 2 hours and go to my other job. I spend the entire next day shitting myself wondering if the film is even going to play. I work that night again, so I'll find out firsthand. It turns out a miracle happened and everything was fine. I even managed to not scratch the film, which happens when it drags along the floor. It was a nightmare and I never wish to repeat it. And for those wondering how the hell did you put a reel on backwards, here's the thing. In order to prevent us from building the movie early and watching it, the film was sent in 2 containers. One contained all even numbered reels, one contained odd. Some of them were backwards, some of them were not. It was up to the projectionist to figure out which reels needed to be flipped. I forgot to check the second to last reel. I worked for a software company. I got fired for telling my manager that I couldn't break the law. I had been there for 6 weeks. She was always asking our department to do things that weren't okay. She asked us to sell the company's services by just lying to the business owners who were the customers. Yeah, we have 1 million users who will see your ad. We had 500 users, most of whom were related to the employees. Our other customers have seen an ROI of $100,000 or more on their ads. Not one customer had any ROI at all, not even $1. I always refused, saying something like, I don't think I'm comfortable saying that quite yet. Why don't we pull today's stats and show them to the customers? The last straw was when she told me to start scraping email addresses for promotional messages, illegal under anti-spam laws, and I tried to be very tactful. Hey, I was under the impression that there were some regulations against that. How should we proceed and stay in compliance? She stared at me, then locked herself in her office and started screaming in frustration. It was unreal. The next day, she gave me a ton of urgent projects she wanted done by the end of the day, about 2 weeks worth of work. Of course, I didn't get them all done, but I did a lot of work. At 4:45 she called me into her office and said we had fatal personality differences. Then she had security escort me out of the building. I had to threaten to call the police to be allowed to retrieve my car keys off my desk. To add insult to injury, the company owner called me the next morning at 8 AM. He demanded to know why I wasn't in the staff meeting. Sir, because my manager fired me last night for refusing to break spam laws. He hung up on me. Then they tried to block my unemployment paperwork by claiming insubordination and poor attendance. The staff meeting that happened after I was fired, I was absent. When I explained it to my caseworker, my unemployment came through immediately. I would have gotten fired anyways for doing the right thing at one time or another for an exceptionally sleazy employer, but the last crowning moment was when I agreed to take back some defective product from a customer without the boss's permission. I didn't know, and the customer didn't know at the time, what the true cause of the defect was. I just knew that the customer wasn't going to use this product and might not use any of the supplier's products soon if this material wasn't off of his property that day. The next step was that the customer kind of figured out what was causing the defect and sued the supplier, but was having a difficult time proving their case because they didn't have an adequate supply of the defective parts to send out for testing. They had all been returned to the supplier eventually. They were able to build their case. I was called to a deposition, and while not a certified expert, I testified that, if I had known about, or seen the design change, that the supplier had made to the product, I would never have recommended it to the customer for the purpose of their intended use. The case was settled before going to court, and the supplier had to pay a substantial, but not huge amount to the customer. Truth and justice prevailed, and I felt like I got to give a little karma lesson back to them. It was my first job out of school. I had just completed my aerospace engineering degree and got a job working on the space shuttle. I was stoked. About 2 weeks in, I start training with a more experienced engineer, about 8 years older than me. So my mentor decided to give me sheet using a program called NetSend. If you're unfamiliar, NetSend messages pop up with just the text of your message and an OK button. Here's an example. So, knowing it was him, and not the id department, because the idiot sits right next to me, I decided to send him back. I hit the enter button, and watched his screen for the message to pop up, but nothing happens. I try it again, slightly different syntax, still nothing. Confused but not deterred, I noticed that there is an option to set the domain in the net, send help dialog point, so I know the domain is company, FL, because we're in Florida and that's the way the domains are set up. So I set the domain, checked everything else. What I hadn't noticed was that when my mentor saw I was going to message him back, he unplugged his network cable just to mess with me. My syntax was right the first time. Well, I hit enter on that message and it popped up on every computer on the Florida domain. All of a sudden the whole company had a message saying, "Who are you?" I got a call from our government representative, from ethics, my manager, various people in it, you name it. I went home that Friday and was sure I was going to be fired. I was so depressed at the idea of having to go home, move back in with my parents, and be stuck in Michigan. It was a sad time. I got back to work on Monday. My boss talked with me about proper use of company resources and that was it. I worked there for 3 years, and now it's all just a funny story I tell when people talk about embarrassing mistakes. Last year I had a job in a tech company, selling computers and other tech products to customers. I was there for 4 months or so, and I was pretty good at my job, with a lot of respect from my managers. One day we were understaffed and the next day was going to be an evaluation by a district manager, so it mattered that the store was in top-notch condition. They didn't really expect me and one other guy could do the job of 5 combined, but we did it. Worked our asses off. For about a week, he got a lot of praise from the managers. It felt really good, and they bought a few pizzas for the staff to say thank you and celebrate. This is where I faked up. So we had pizzas in the staff room downstairs. There was an empty box on the table and a box of crayons. I decided to use my half hour to draw an anti-humor picture. It was a nice sunny day, drawn like how a 10-year-old would with an exaggerated sun and all that. And the thing that made it awful was that there was a stick man in the drawing, running away from a house, crying. On the house, it said rape house. The joke was that some guy went to a house with a giant sign saying rape house, and then, surprisingly, he was raped. Away, I left it there for others to see. Next day I come in, and while I'm getting dressed, my manager asks, on the line phone, me if I drew the picture. Yup. I remember what he said, that sinking moment. I don't even know what to say to you. Come upstairs. So I went upstairs, and he was pissed, but in a way that was similar to a dad being disappointed in you. He told me to just go home and come back next shift and we'll talk. I felt pretty miserable. I didn't think I would get fired. A crude joke, and it would be the first thing I did wrong, let alone I was a valuable worker. But he called hours, so it was out of our hands. A few weeks passed, and I wasn't fired. I had to apologize to everyone. Most people were fine with it, but it was quite a stir. The irony of it was that I got the pizza box for being such a good worker. I quit anyway. I weighed the options and reasons to quit outweighed reasons to stay. TLDR, drew a crude picture on a pizza box and got in the red zone. I've got one with a twist. Long ago, I worked at a marina. Good times, good job, summer job. 2 older blokes I worked with were awesome. One was a Brit, the other Canadian. One lived on a boat. That made him pretty cool to me. Now, I was their lackey. I did anything and everything. We had several vehicles, and one was an ancient Dodge pickup. This old beast did not leave the property to wrecked. She was easily a angled foot higher in the front end from use. Regardless, whipping that old beast around was fun. Late one night, the last to leave, I had to park the dodgy Dodge truck. The only place left, end of season, boats parked every square inch, was a tight spot between two huge boats sitting on great big stacked blocks of wood. It was tight, but not impossible. Now, it's Friday, payday, and I'm a little late. The pub on the hill overlooking the marina 150 feet away is calling. I got a huge wad of cash in my pocket. My co-workers are at least a drink or two ahead of me. I must mention that it was a thing that you parked a vehicle by backing it in. Common courtesy, and woe the faker who did not. On my third attempt, paying too much attention to the rear and passenger side, I dented the driver's door very nicely, with a large scratch for good measure. Oh, and that wing mirror, attached by 4 bars. Now too, it has become a folding mirror. Not much I could do about it. Ripped it half out of the door queue the next day. I came in, and have decided that the best course of action is to come clean. I'm thinking that it is really lucky I didn't knock over $1 million worth of boat, or both boats, but whatever. I walk in, and get handed a coffee, general bullshit chat, not really paying attention. I remember being really uncomfortable, waiting for a pause in chit chat. Finally, I get a chance as we head for the door. They have been yapping constantly, never letting me speak. Me, guys, I have a confession to make. Oh. What's that? Well, I kinda had a wee accident with the truck. Look. I dented the fuck out of the door, put a foot and a half scratch, and half ripped the wing mirror off. We need to go get Dave, operations manager, show him I take full responsibility. I'm gonna get my ass fired. Holy fuck. Well, let's go see then. We walk to it, look at it, and fuck me, I only see a wee scratch, matey. Don't sweat it. What the fuck? The mirror looks fine. There is no dent, but certainly the paint has been scratched. They start to walk away, discussing other things. Truck forgotten. What happened? They saw that sheet. Oh yes. They pulled the door apart, beat back the dent, the buckle in the mirror brackets, etc. Fixed that sheet up. They did. Before anyone could see it. Acted like nothing happened. Finally admitted it. Good blokes they were. Looking out for a young lad. I once made a mistake at work that made the front page of our newspaper, above the fold. Story. 10 years ago, I worked pre-press in a commercial print shop. We designed and printed all the ballots for our county. I was given a list of all the local contests, election of judges, commissioners, etc., and submitted proofs, and the county auditor would make changes. Eventually, around the 4th round of proofs, someone else picked up the job and worked on it. Then I came back and did more proofs later on to make the revisions that were requested. After final approval, I produced the film to make the plates for the press, and our shop printed up the ballots and delivered them to the courthouse. Then a few typos were discovered, like superintendent was misspelled, and there was a contest for Supreme Court judge instead of Superior Court judge. We had printed the wrong file. This was proof #7 or so, rather than the final, that was approved sheet. Auditor determined that this had to be reprinted, and by law they had to be printed and delivered by a certain date, that was only about 2 days away. We had to reorder several pallets of new paper that would take a day to get here, and spend another 14 hours reprinting. In the end, we missed the deadline. Not only did we eat the loss of reprinting tens of thousands of sheets of ballots for the county, but we had to design up, print and mail apology postcards to all the residents in the county explaining the snafu, and pay postage, of course. I knew it was my fault, but the boss didn't freak out too much. He was interviewed by the paper to give an explanation, and he never mentioned me by name, but rather it was due to a breakdown in communication in our team. Meanwhile, I couldn't eat or sleep for a week as I awaited what I was sure was a well-deserved firing for such a public error. Finally, the moment came as we passed each other in the hallway one morning, and he assured me my job was safe, but be more careful. I still work there to this day, and I still have the newspaper. We still print the county's ballots, but they are now designed elsewhere, and we get pre-approved PDFs. Another movie theater story. I have a few, but this one was brutal. I worked as an audio tech at my college, and the duties included putting the 35mm films together and running the projector for the campus theater. Well, a bunch of classes and clubs use this place for movies and lectures of all kinds. One of them was the Japanese club. I get told to put a movie together for the group by my boss with no preface or anything. This is typical, as I put together and broke down several movies a week, and it was considered low priority grunt work stuff. I get this goddamn film in those old style tins, dusty as hell, unusual, but foreign films renowned for being complete garbage, and stored in sorts of weird ways. When we get them, got one bunched together, totally unraveled in a giant cardboard box once. So still, not that unusual. I start putting this thing together, and the film is as fragile as paper, and brittle as fack. It breaks a few times, but I patch it back up, and think whatever, it's sold. It happens. After an agonizing hour of snail speed reeling, I get it spooled up, and ready to go. Well, Japanese club rolls around, and the professor presents it in Japanese, so I still know nothing about the film, or I wouldn't have started it. I flip the switch on the projector and it buckles hard on the film, before tearing a huge rip horizontally down the length of it. I have never seen anything like it. Usually it just snaps in half, and you can splice it back together, but this was along at least 50 feet of film and can't be repaired. This thing is toast. I shut it down as fast as I can, but it feeds the projector fairly quickly, and takes a second to wind down, adding to the huge stir. I go down and explain what happened. The professor is pissed, but doesn't really understand what happened, or he would have choked me to death on the spot. So I go back upstairs, cut the chunk of film out, and try and play it again. Same thing. And again, so I have to call kaput on the whole thing. The prof throws a tantrum. Whatever, another day of work. Shit happens. I break it down, send it off to whence it came. A week later I get called into my conference room to meet with my boss. I walk in and all the higher ups of the whole building and several other high ranking campus officials are all sitting on one side of this big table. Holy fuck, dear god, what did I do? Turns out this was not your run-of-the-mill foreign film scooped out of some Japanese dumpster. I'm informed, for the first time, this motherfucking film is one of the very few remaining original copies of this highly acclaimed 80s Japanese movie about the nuclear bombings during WW2. The place from whence it came, a faking museum. Laying in front of me is a full damage report of the film, splice for splice, from the museum. The verdict, destroyed. The estimated value? $50,000. Mother of God, FML to the maximum. This of course, is why these things are insured. However, the insurance company was claiming it was my fault, thus no payment. Everyone is furious. The questions and accusations came flying at me from every direction. I said I didn't know for 2 straight hours why they grilled the shit out of me. I get dismissed from the room, told to stay out of the booth pending their decision, and that legal action was definitely in the realm of possibility. For several days, I jump around from panic-stricken to beyond angry to utterly depressed, finally arriving at the fuck it phase, in which I proceed to manically spew out a lengthy email and send it to all those concerned. Dear fascist dick faces, go fuck a duck, because you're the ones who sheet the bed with your obscene bureaucratic orgy that prevented me from knowing anything about said film in the first place. My very life was at risk. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. I quit. Okay. The email didn't actually read that, but you get the gist. A day later, when I went to gather my things, I got a raise and never heard about it again. I was however banned from ever having anything to do with Japanese club again. Glorious bureaucratic blame shift. Win beaches. I got a couple more stories if anybody else cares about the lowly antics of an audio tech. TLDR, completely destroyed a $50,000 archive film, got a raise. I'm way late for this, but back in the day I worked as an oven boy at a pizza place. This one night I was closing, and we had been getting a lot of prank calls that week. About 15 minutes before we close, the phone rings and the person on the other end says they are blind and can't find their elish for their sub in a clearly fake helpless old lady voice. Being the douche why sarcastic aswad I was and am, I sarcastically keep the conversation going. They proceed to ask how they can solve their issue, so naturally I say this: well, Miss, though I'm not with you, I'm a relish emergency expert. First step you must take is to find a relish buddy. Then get down to your local supermarket, but don't forget to bring your relish buddy, because your blinders can't see shit and you'll get run over. Next, enter your supermarket and find the condiments section, then buy the cheapest bottle there, because if you complain about 3 packets you probably can't afford a nice brand. Now this is the most important step I need you to take to get a life and work on that stupid voice. I then hung up on them. Now about 5 minutes later my boss comes back from a delivery where there was this annoying blind lady who made her personally set up her food for her. My heart dropped faster than something that drops really fast. Then what fate would have waiting for me? A lone phone call past close. My boss picks it up and her face goes from a neutral bitter fast food worker face to a pure broken disgusted face. She says, "Oh really? Thank you." Then she hangs up with rage and glares at me. I understand I'm the most fired that anyone can possibly get. She holds eye contact for about 5 seconds, then turns away and mutters something about how much she hates prank calls. She never knew what I did, and the old lady never got a relish. TLDR, I accidentally made fun of a blind customer thinking it was a prank. It got ugly. My boss almost found out. I like pranks. I thought my boss at the paint store did too. Before I was fired, some funny pranks that didn't get me fired were knocking over a super tall ladder so it landed with a loud ass crash. I previously spilled a puddle of blood red paint on the ground, and as my co-workers ran to see what the sound was, I laid down with my head right by the puddle, so it looked like I was bleeding heavily. Laughs were had by all. The first time I was left in charge of the till was another one. My manager stepped out for a few minutes, so I emptied the till of all the cash, leaving it open. I then put a piece of duct tape over my mouth and laid down in the little cash register alcove thingy with my hands behind my back. When he got back I made muffled screaming noises as he started to freak out and go for the phone. I ripped the tape off and yelled, "Psyche." Do people still say psyche? And now for the one that got me fired. I sent an email to my manager and disguised it as coming from the head office. It was a big ass paint company, stating that one of his employees, me, had an extensive criminal record in South Dakota, we live in Canada, and had a high propensity for dangerous irrational acts. My manager was then told to refer to section 8 to 15 of his paint company name manual, which deals with the safe termination of potentially violent employees. Of course there is no section 8 to 15 in the manual, so my manager called the head office for clarification. I had the day after the prank off work, so I didn't know that a shit ton of people at the head office were trying to track down my extensive criminal record. Had I been at work the next day, I probably wouldn't have gotten fired, but apparently a lot of man hours went into checking the veracity of my prank point anyways. The next work day, I was fired. But the thing is, I thought he was joking. He told me I was fired, and I was all like, haha, good one, buddy, and continued stacking paint cans and pricing wallpaper. It took him 2 awkward hours to fire me. Finally, when I left and started walking home, I expected my manager to pull up beside me in his sub and yell psyche, but that didn't happen. Only when I walked in my house and closed the door did I think, holy shit, I think I just got fired. A couple years ago, while I was in college, I was in charge of selling old milk crates to buyers. My company got these for free and sold them, making a killing. So I, being under supervision, decided I would start skimming a little bit of money from the sale because I was greedy. It started with free food and soon led to $100 bills every week. This constituted about a $3 raise, which was big. Then I had the great idea to make trips to the casino 2 hours away on the clock. I would take 4.5-hour lunches every week, making bank. Then I started throwing that money down on blackjack. It was awesome. Sometimes I win big, others I walk out with nothing. But it didn't matter, since it wasn't my money. Soon people started to notice that I was disappearing. Then I faked up when I was supposed to be running a machine so a VP could watch it in action, but I was making it rain at the casino. Came back with a hint of booze on my breath and reeked of smoke. My boss and his boss and his boss were frantically trying to figure out my machine. Then it broke. Cost the company over 6 figures after the 37 minutes it was down. Then my boss looks at me with the face of a disappointed father. Next day he calls me into his office and says he knows what I did yesterday. He thinks I went to the bar down the street for lunch and decided to throw back a few, then drank too much and decided to sleep it off in my rig. Says he's glad I didn't come back, sourced or drive. Would have to go to an HR conference on lunch breaks and sign a letter saying it won't happen again. TLDR, no more brewskis while at the casino. Driving an armored truck. My courier realized we needed to turn around to pick up at one stop early because they were closing early that day, so I turned onto an empty side street in an office park. It was Saturday, so nobody was around anywhere. I double check my mirrors and start a U-turn in the street. Point crunch. Bicycle under the front left tire. Its rider on the ground holding his knee. Never saw him in the mirror before turning. The rider called the cops and we waited. Surprisingly, the cop showed up quickly. It might have been 10 minutes. Cop looks around, asks the cyclist a few questions, then comes over to talk to me. I explained that I had checked my mirrors and was making a very slow U-turn. I was about halfway through it at the moment of impact. The cop looks around and notices that there is a bicycle lane on the sidewalk. You could see the light bulb go off in his head, and he tells me I can leave and resume my route. We made it to the early stop just in time, finished our route, and returned to the office. I had the next 2 days off, so I went home and played some Diablo 2 and had a few drinks. On Monday, the insurance company called me. I told them what happened and mentioned the cop's light bulb moment. The claims rep stuttered for a minute and said, "Okay, let me look into something and call you back." Turns out the cyclist had tried this scam on another commercial vehicle with the same insurance company about a year earlier and apparently had done it a few other times. This time he lost and got nothing. The aftermath. This was my second accident with this company, and even though I wasn't at fault, my boss thought I might do better out of the truck. He was right, as I had previously complained of harassment from the courier I was assigned with. I moved to working in the vault. 3 months later I was promoted and also started doing on-site ATM service. Not me, but I have had others fired. Worked mobile security for a while. First incident. Received a call from the company at 11 PM. All card access doors locked. Nobody could get in or out. Executives had to get to airport to fly back to Japan. I showed up. Access card gave a red light. Talked to them from my cell phone from outside the door. I called the alarm company and gave them all the proper access codes and asked for advice. They said wait for tech. Execs had to get to the airport. I told the alarm comp that I was going to have them pull the fire alarm to see if that would let them out. They said to try that and that they would not call the fire department. They pulled the alarm, got out, thanked me and left. In my opinions for the airport. 5 minutes later the fire dep shows up, explained what happened and they left. Company received bill for FD response for false alarm. Reset alarms and now locked in a restricted area as all card readers are dead and access panel on other side of door from fire panel. Alarm comp said pull the alarm again and go to another panel and that they will not send FD. I pulled the alarm, blocked the door open, reset the alarm, and got to the access panel. The fire dep shows up. I'm in the middle of the building and cannot see or hear anything from the front door. FD breaks the front door to get in to find out what is going on. After this is sorted out and I barricade the front door and the alarm comp says tech is on the way. I wait. It is now 2 AM and alarm comp says tech is on the way. I call back every 1/2 hour. At 4 AM they ask me to open the card access panel and check the fuses as there are spares in there. I check all that I can see and they are all okay. People start showing up at 6 AM and I have to be at the front door to let them in. Finally at 10 AM after many calls from the company and myself, a tech shows up. The open card access panel swings out the top circuit board, replaces the one fuse on the back. Everything works. Tech that was on call was at a hockey game with a kid and forgot about the call. Dispatchers went home after clearing the call as resolved. 4 people fired over this. Fire dep pulled over $1,000 for 2 false alarms and over $1,000 for new front door. Worked at a video store. We had about 10 TVs installed in the walls all around the place and were required to have something playing on them at all times. but the rule was G or PG rated only. If we couldn't find anything, in went the G. Hollywood Video sure is great. Half-hour commercial tape point. When I got there, all they'd been doing is showing Disney stuff ad infinitum. Normally fine by me, but I also realized that nearly all the music related tapes were also G to PG. We watched Tom Petty's music videos about 8 gazillion times. Eventually I realized that we could get away with putting in literally anything that was G or PG, so I'd hunt around for interesting stuff. Once on a dull night I got to sit and do pretty much nothing but watch the adventures of Baron Munchausen. Then one busy Friday I realized, hey, the movie Airplane is a PG too. I had forgotten that this was before PG-13 existed. So I popped it in. We were all chuckling at it while we helped customers, and then it happened. There is a scene in the film where a naked lady runs up and flings her boobies at the camera for a solid 5 seconds. This was shown on every TV in the store. 5 full seconds. Packed with customers. Some of them with small children tigs. I got that look that cartoon characters do when they realize they've taken too many steps off the edge of the cliff. Well, I sure am fired. I thought. Here's the thing. Not a single customer reacted. By some miracle of divine grace, nobody but us employees happened to be looking at any of the TVs when this happened. If anyone did see it, they must not have had any visible reaction. To this day I have no idea how it happened. I did get fired from that job eventually, but it was not that day. Also, we switched back to Disney movies for a while afterwards, just to be safe. TLDR, I got to tell my boss's boss he was being laid off. Company was doing bad and there had already been layoffs at corporate. We were a regional office and figured we were next, so mostly all we did was gossip about who was going to be laid off. And when I was sitting in my cube playing tower defense or some other important business one day when a friend from another department came over and asked to see me in private. He led me into the technical library and showed me an email he had printed out. It was directions from the VP to his boss explaining who was going to be laid off, when, and how it was to be handled. My friend's boss had attached it to his Outlook calendar as something to do that day. Friend saw it, printed it out, and shared it with those he cared about. My name was on there, and I also saw my boss's boss there. 2 o'clock was layoff time. I spent the rest of the morning cleaning out my desk and taking boxes out to my truck. I collected all the files I wanted to keep, personal stuff and examples of my work, nothing proprietary, and prepared a goodbye email to those I cared about. Then I asked my boss's boss and others to go to lunch. On the way to lunch I explained to him what I had learned and how. We spent lunch questioning if it was actually true and commiserating. I don't feel any great satisfaction about informing him about it, except I'm glad he got the same dignity as I did to reflect over it and pack his things before everyone else knew. This is my best moment, only because I think it is an interesting story, and also because that VP is clearly an idiot. There is nothing exciting about telling a grown man whose wife and kids depend on him that they will be poor for quite a while. In the end he did get a new job at a similar level, though they did have to move for it. There's a girl at work who I like. In my defense, we had broken ground by going out a couple times, but I was having a hard time getting another chance, so I decided to make an attempt at being clever. I drew a cartoon to ask her out to lunch. I had it all figured out. I would scan the image into the database under a bogus ID and flag it to her inbox. Nobody pays close enough attention to notice, and I knew she was one of the few people around the office who could send a reply the same way. I'm waiting for some sign that she received it. Instead I get called into the director's office a little while later. I wasn't suspicious or guilty enough to be concerned, but then she's holding a printout of the image and my stomach drops because there was only one way she would have this in her possession. She informs me this is a fireable offense and how this girl came in really freaked out and I'm probably not fired, but I need to back off. Well, shit. I was devastated by the impression that she felt harassed and knowing I completely blew it and couldn't face her again. I made no attempt at an excuse, apologized and promised not to pass any more notes during class. That was enough to convince her to mercifully shred the printout and not let it go any further. I sat at my desk for the next while, trying to finish up the open case I had started, contemplating that the best thing would be to excuse myself early and probably start looking for a new job. I couldn't continue working there if she hates my guts and thinks I'm a creep. Fortunately, I passed her in the hall on the way out. If nothing else, I had to apologize to her face, no matter what she thinks. And it turns out it was a big misunderstanding. For some reason she didn't put 2 and 2 together, thought the unsigned image was from some stranger or one of the other guys around the office, and reacted. Once she figured out it was from me, she decided that it was really sweet. So we've continued going out, laughed about it over dinner and made peace. I have had 2 where I thought for sure I was going to get fired. Both of them were while I worked security. The first time I had just finished a 12-hour shift in the rain working for a company that does not allow rain gear because it doesn't look professional. On my way out to my car, the supervisor stopped me and started chewing my eyes for my uniform looking like crap. I snapped and called him a mentally handicapped, socially retarded mama's boy with a small business complex. I then left. The next 12 hours I was just waiting to get the call not to come into work the next day. The second time for a different company, one of our patrol units showed up at my site just before I was getting off. He started to yell at me because my socks were dark brown not black. I laughed at him and told him to take it up with our supervisor. I started to walk past him to go to my car, and he put his hand on my chest to hold me and put his other hand on the butt of his sidearm. I told him that if he was gonna go for his gun over such a little thing, he should at least make sure he had room to draw it before getting put down. Now I don't remember his exact response, but I do remember he called me a squid. For those of you who don't know, squid is a nasty term for someone who was in the Navy, which I was. It's like calling someone from the Army a grunt or the Marines a jarhead. Guys in the military use it to rib each other, but as a civilian, unless you know the guy you're talking to, you haven't earned the right to use it. At least that's how I have always seen it. I ended up grabbing his wrist that was on his gun and body checking him into the wall of the guard shack. He let go of his gun to try and push me away, so I pulled his gun and tossed it into the slough near the guard shack. This is when my relief officer jumped in to break it up, and I got in my car and left. The next morning I got a call from our dispatcher. I thought this was it, but when I answered she just asked if I was okay. I told her I was, and she asked me if I would be at work tonight. I told her I would. I found out later that as soon as I left, my relief hadn't gone into the guard shack, locked the other guy out, and called the head of the company and told him that I had been forced to defend myself from our patrol officer after being physically assaulted and then threatened with a firearm. I was working in a wood furniture store. For months, I'd been trying to raise a backroom worker. Every time, the manager kept shooting me down, telling me I didn't have to think, just do what I was told. No matter how creative I got, no matter how well my displays, he would shoot me down. I would never rise above the backroom worker. He was seeing to that point the manager was touching up the paint on the walls where the furniture had rubbed, and I was frustrated. I stormed into the back room and started assembling furniture. The assistant manager saw I was irritated. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. "Jeff's retarded and all retentive as," I exclaimed in a huff. He widened his eyes trying to get my attention and kept jerking his head toward the door. I wasn't worried. The manager was touching up the walls out there. "Well, he is," I said somewhat quieter. "He's in an all retentive beach." He kept jerking his head toward the door behind me. I turned around and looked toward the door just in time to see my kneeling boss stick his head out and ask me what I just said. I was caught. The assistant manager was my best friend. I wasn't going to punk out. I said you were a retarded and all retentive asshole. Then I followed that up by calling you an all retentive beach, and I stand behind it. He just nodded, got up with his bucket of paint, and left. "Welp, I'm getting fired." The assistant manager couldn't stop laughing. He still tells people about that. 2 times this summer job that I took as a student worker for the superintendent of maintenance at the school. Actually, not that huge, but since we were new to the job it felt huge, and we thought we would have gotten fired, we being my coworker and I. So for the first one was a project we were working on involving us taking down these closet doors from the dorms and then loading them into the school truck we occasionally use. Well, our campus is in the middle of the forest and there are a lot of trees all around. There was this little path where the truck barely fit in and required quite a bit of maneuvering to get through, and I in my not so smart state decided to go into this path backwards to make loading the doors easier. Well, backing up all nice and going good, me going at about 5 miles per hour until I look to my right side mirror and notice it braking from it trying to take out a tree. Well, I immediately stop and go outside to see that the mirror is all shattered and the holder is all bent backwards. Got super scared with my coworker, but had remembered that I just read what to do in an accident and went to report it to the school, and luckily nothing really happened. Since there aren't many accidents that happen, the insurance just fixed and nothing else was ever said about it. My boss had told me good job about handling the problem and was more praise than yelling or anger. The second one involved my coworker and I having to move mattresses out of the dorms, and thus we had to carry these things from 4 or 5 floors down a set of stairs because the school didn't think these buildings were worthy of elevators. Well, we got this awesome idea of sliding the mattresses down the stairs, which would have been fine until we decided to ride them down the stairs too. It was quite a bit of fun, and since it was the summer and no one was there, we thought nobody would care. Well, a custodian seemed to have seen us and decided to call the superintendent of maintenance, which was our boss. We come back after our day and he just looks at us with a serious face and asks what we had been up to with the mattresses. We were kind of surprised and just ended up telling him we had ridden them down the stairs. It got quiet for a bit with him just staring at us all mean like, then all of a sudden he just laughs and says next time do it without anyone seeing us. It was at this point we figured out he was a cool boss. That and the donuts. So, I'm an RN. At a point in my career about a year and a half ago I got way into painkillers. I was taking them in massive quantities, and the best way, in my drug-seeking mind, to get them was to take them from my place of employment. I work at a big hospital, and with the volume of staff, patients, and general chaos, it seemed like an easy way to sustain my habit. I took the pills that were to be wasted when a partial or not needed dose had been pulled. It lasted about 2 months before I was called in on a Friday morning. I was so scared. It was the most intense time of my life. I was confronted by my boss and my boss's boss. I admitted to it and self-reported to the BON. From there I was required to enter treatment and take a mandatory leave of absence. My nurse manager kept in contact and offered advice along the way. Apparently, it's not as uncommon as people like to believe. I was rehired in another position where I wouldn't have direct access to narcotics, where I will need to maintain my credentials for at least a year. I'm required to take random drug screens, continue to attend NA meetings, and go to nurses for nurses meetings. In March I will go before the Board of Nursing again, as I will have been in my current position for 1 year. If they choose, I will be allowed to go back to bedside nursing if I would like. I will continue to have to take random drug screens and I'll be on probation for the next 2 years, but I will still have my RN license, and I'm better off having gone through this. My former boss was 34, married, and had a new baby, a bit of a player, wealthy, and privileged. He also owned a restaurant and would go hang out there after we closed down the marketing firm after 5 p.m. Well, he started having an affair with one of the very young women there, and I only found out about it when I happened to check my company email on my phone late at night. Yes, he had written to his new lover how he wanted to mount her like a stallion, and she had written back with tons of imagery involving fountains, running streams, you get the point. But the boss had replied back from his phone and hacked everyone in the company on his response. So this love machine email was going out to all 60 employees come Monday morning. I hurriedly emailed him back and gave him a heads up about what happened, and he immediately asked me to reach the IT guy as a 911 call and get him to head up to the office and download the email from the servers so that it did not end up on the employee PCs. This happened, and Monday, there was no sign of the email. However, a few other people were smirking knowingly, so they probably got it on their phones. Keep in mind, this was before every employee had auto forward of company email to their phones, and at our organization, only a few people had this feature installed. 3 weeks later, I was downsized, along with the IT guy, and they then turned around and hired new people for the same positions. I think it was due to the fact that his wife and I were friendly when she came through the office. And maybe he was worried I might tell her. Why, though? When I was the whistleblower on the situation in the first place. But perhaps he viewed me as a liability, and my separation form showed lack of work as a reason, but my worker knew the real reason, because damn right I told her, yes, save your boss marriage, and lose your job. Sucks. I should have just shut my mouth, and not said a thing, and let the chips fall where they may. Ashit boss. I think one of my employees had a moment like this. I'm a manager at Sprint, and a couple of days ago one of my guys was taking a phone apart and found water droplets and rice in the phone that the customer stated wouldn't turn on. The rice was obviously there because the customer had put it in a bag to try to dry it out. Employee asked the customer if it had gotten wet, and of course they denied it. When showing the customer the liquid and rice, they immediately got irate and tried blaming my rep, saying he probably got it wet, even though they had watched him take it apart. So at one point, when the customer was beaching, my rep told him, look man, you got your phone wet and this rice tells me you know it got wet. We cold tried to help you, but you lied, and now you're just being an asshole about it. So you can file an insurance claim or you can get out. At this point the customer just kinda stared at him glaringly and asked for a manager. Little did they both know, I was just across the room eavesdropping on the whole thing. I could see on my employee's face that he thought he was in trouble and knew I heard him call the guy an asshole. I walked over and calmly asked the customer, is my sales rep giving you a hard time? He replied aloud, rude yes. So I replied, that's because you lied to him and gave him a hard time over something that you caused. Get the hell out of my store and don't come back. TLDR. I stand behind my employees. If you're faked up and they call you out on it, I'll stand behind them. I'm a recovering heroin addict, and during the peak of my drinking days, I was working at some shitty gas station in my town. I was doing some really shady shit, like hitchhiking to work, constantly coming in and out of the bathroom and nodding out while mopping the floor. One day, I had used the bathroom and ended up leaving a needle cap on the floor without realizing it. Later that night, the owner came up to me and subtly started making his way to the subject of drugs. He brought out the cap and asked me if I had seen anybody suspicious going into the bathroom. I said no and thought that was the end of it. He then started saying how I've been acting pretty weird and asked me if I might have something to do with it, to which I denied. Finally, he said, well, you mind if I take a look at your arms for a moment? My heart dropped, because my arms were completely destroyed and covered in bruises and needle marks. I accepted my fate and started to take off my jacket, then rolled up my sleeves. Just as I was getting up the crook of my arm, a huge smile went over his face, and he said, nah man, just playing with you. I know you don't fuck with this shit. I somehow kept the job for a few months afterwards, until I quit. I was using it the entire time. Thankfully I've been in recovery for a while, and haven't touched a drink or drug for a long time. I think this will get buried, but made a throwaway just in case. Point: I worked for the campus post office in college. We used to go around in different vehicles delivering mail, including a truck, not a pickup truck, a small but regular one with a box/container. I drove the truck. Point: to fill up gas we used a private pump around the corner from where we park. We share the building with facilities, so we use their pump. You go around a corner through a boom barrier and you make a right to park next to the pump. Apostrophe. I turned to the right too quickly and would have hit the gas pump, but instead I hit the barrier pole in front of the pump. The pole tore through the right side of the truck and nestled itself between two beams. So essentially I got a truck stuck on top of a pole. I tried getting it off, but the pole got stuck even more. Point: so here I'm with a truck stuck on a pole. How the fuck do I explain that? Hey, boss, I go, the truck stuck on a pole. I didn't hit the pump though, so we didn't explode. Anyways, I manned up, and with humility and confidence I told my boss. Boss looked at me tilted head back 30 degrees, and started laughing. I was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. As I found out 30 seconds later, I was the third person to do this. So firing was averted. Boss still thought I was an idiot, and the boss couldn't comprehend why this happened. Regardless, firing averted. Point to get it off, they had to get a forklift to lift it off of the pole. The facilities guys, their gas pump, weren't happy even though I offered to buy them tacos. Taco Tuesday, you know. But hey, they got it off, with a huge hole on the side. Unfortunately, the guys that I offered tacos to were also the ones that had to fix the hole. And whatever other damage there was. Just want to say those guys were awesome and thank you for your help. As for my stupidity, I can only help myself. Offer of tacos still stands. TLDR, drove big truck to deliver mail. Almost hit the gas pump but didn't. Hit the barrier pole instead, and got the truck stuck on top of pole. Ready to get fired. Boss laughs. Not fired. Offer to buy tacos on Taco Tuesday goes unanswered. Point. If this gets upvoted real high. First of all, FAQ. Second of all, welcome the birth of throwaway 0000000000017. I got called into the office one fine afternoon and was informed that there was an impending sexual harassment claim against me by a female coworker and that I'd have to speak with the regional manager about it. So I sit down and my manager dials a number, puts the RM on speakerphone, and I sit there as the RM starts asking me, do I know why I'm here, that this is completely serious and completely legitimate. I say I have no idea what is going on. I've never spoken to a female employee in such a way that could be construed as sexual harassment. To be perfectly honest, I knew exactly what it was about it, and I was in my FAQ authority phase, so I was going to press this guy to actually say the phrase I knew I had used to this female coworker. But the RM kept balking at stating the phrase, and I kept saying, sir, I have no idea what's going on. If you have any additional details, I'd appreciate it. There's a long pause and an audible sigh, and he says, well, Minnie R1 2020, you told female co-worker's name that her grandma probably smokes bonners at truck stops. I knew it was coming, so I had internally braced myself for it, but my store manager, sitting to my side, had that most perfect, reasonable, and loud of chortles, and she covers her mouth and her entire face goes red and her eyes start watering, and she cannot contain her laughter, and she runs out of the room. The RM continues to inform me about some other complete outright lies that I had not done at all. Some pretty serious. For a while I thought for sure I was faked and unemployed. But, in the end, I was put on a watch period while they investigated. In their investigation, the company actually found out that she had made up similar stories at previous jobs and was looking for litigation opportunities, and I was completely absolved of everything. STLDR equals I told a female co-worker that her grandma at one point probably smoked bonners at truck stops. Female co-worker reports it along with a bevy of actual lies. I get the regional manager to repeat the phrase verbatim. Haha. Turns out co-worker was full of shit and had submitted sexual harassment complaints at many of her previous jobs, and the complaint against me was dropped. This is going to get buried. Oh well. I worked for a small retail outlet in this little town I live in where we sold koi pond supplies, built koi ponds, pondless waterfalls, and all sorts of backyard sorts of stuff. It really was a sweet gig, since I was still in high school, considering I wasn't flipping burgers. It was hot building those things in the summer, and don't get me started on how gross it was cleaning up koi ponds. Anyway, so the previous owners had to pick up and sell shops, since my boss's dad was sick and lived 3 states away. No biggie, but they leave me to train the new owners and his sons on how to run the joint. No biggie. They are all fat lazy fucks who couldn't give a shit about customer service, let alone even taking the small drive to acutely operate the place. Great, these people. Flash forward 3 months, and I'm on my last leg. These people have driven me insane. When a customer comes in and hands me the pump for his koi pond and says that it is broken but covered by warranty. Cool, we can take care of that, but I personally can't, since I don't have the account information. Call up my boss, and he tells me, oh, the customer will have to take care of that. We didn't sell it to him. Yeah, we did. I have his receipt here. but we didn't sell it to him. The previous owners sold it to him. Click. I was livid. I told the customer what had happened, and he slumped his shoulders. Without proper aeration, the quite lovely coin he had would not make it in the southern summer heat. As he is leaving the building, I tell him to give me 2 hours till close. I would have it taken care of. On my way out the door that night, I grabbed the biggest pump off the shelf that would fit in his pump basket, $50 out of the register for driving expenses, and I locked up the shop for the last time. I installed the new pump for the customer myself. When the boss called me the next day to ask why I didn't come in, I told him some fabrication that at least got a check put in the mail to me. The store didn't last 3 months after that. Okay. This one might seem a little crazy, but every word of it is true. A few years ago I worked on a small development team for a company that ran dating websites. The development team worked out of a condo that was rented specifically for this purpose. The condo had desks set up, server racks, marker boards, patio, and full kitchen with a stocked fridge. So I would occasionally come in at night, smoke a bowl on the patio, and do some work in complete silence, since the other 3 members of the team were gone before 5 p.m. One day I decided I needed to make some wheat butter, and decided there was no better place to create this than my office condo late at night. So I picked up a buddy of mine and headed into the office. Got there, cooked the butter in the kitchen, and did some work while my buddy hung out and browsed the interwebs on one of the office computers. My buddy got bored and decided to draw on one of the whiteboards. On this whiteboard he drew one of my co-workers, naked, in a bird's nest, awaiting an ample amount of ejaculate from a giant penis/bird. We laughed at this for a minute, and because for some reason flipped over the marker board. I think I was planning on showing the co-worker the next day, and then erasing it. Well, that never happened. Weeks go by, about 3 to 4, and my boss is back in town. We are reviewing the final set of tickets to get our new dating platform launched, and he runs out of whiteboard space, so of course he flips the board around to reveal the giant penis/bird ejaculating into my co-worker's, who was present at the time, mouth. It was incredibly silent for about a minute. Then my co-worker, the one pictured, begins to laugh. I begin to laugh. The remaining developer and it admin start to laugh. Then some sort of miracle happens. My boss starts to laugh. I ended up taking all credit for the drawing and was pretty embarrassed, but I laughed for days when I thought about this. Must have added a few years to my lifespan. TLDR. Giant drawing of angry penis bird. Come on co-worker, revealed by accident during development meeting. When I was 16 I worked at the Walmart in my town. At this time the Walmart in my town was inside our small mall, but it was in the process of constructing its own building a few minutes down the road. So being a 16-year-old male, my bosses saw me as the perfect source of cheap and effective manual labor. So for a few weeks I was taken out of the main store and put into the new store. Mainly my job consisted of building shelves, receiving shipments, stocking shelves. Honestly it was awesome. One day they hooked up the stereo, we blasted /DC and Metallica all day. So one day we are about half down the store when I come into work. I walk into the back room and see a few 40-pound bags of dog food and decided that I would bring the out since I knew where they went and recently stacked a few. I grab a bag and walk over to the pet section. When I get to the pet section the dog food was blatantly overstocked, but being the overzealous moron teenager type I decided I could get this one on the top. No, instead of walking back with my tail between my legs, I decided the best course of action is to jump and throw the dog food mid-jump so that it would land perfectly on top. I failed horribly. Not only did the dog food fall on the floor, burst open and go everywhere, but somehow I fell back into the shelf behind me with enough force to knock it over into another shelf, and well, it was like giant dominoes. I panicked. I knew I was fired. I knew I caused tons of damage. I did the only thing my brain was telling me to do. I ran. Luckily the day before they finished the garden center door located right next to me. I ran out the door and around to the front of the store and lit a cigarette. Once I finished I decided to face the music and walked in. A full 1/4 of the store shelves were knocked over, countless products broken. It looked like a tornado had hit the store on the inside. I was speechless. Before I could say anything, my manager walked up and said, "Hey, we gotta work late tonight to fix this. I have no idea what happened, but I'll order pizza for everyone and pay you overtime." After the store opened, we always joked about the ghost who hates Walmart. If you're reading this and you worked with me in that store, I'm so sorry, but hey, it was a really fun night that night. Worked at a movie theater in a college bullshit job with a bunch of kids fresh out of high school jerking off and getting paid. I was a non-traditional student, so I was already part of the work after college workforce. Anyway, come into work one day, scheduled to run IMAX for the evening. This was a particular dead time of the year right before the summer rush. How to Train Your Dragon in 3D was what we had showing. Anyway, the girl who worked the afternoon shift is laughing and showing her friend, an usher who was over from the main theater doing theater checks, pictures of how she had rearranged the big cardboard dragon's 3D letters into other funny words. She'd do that, take a picture, send it to her manager friend, and so on and so forth. So, fast forward 2 hours later, I'm bored as hell. There's 4 people in the IMAX finishing up their showing, and I see the lettering, and decide to have a bit of fun. I walk over there, and rearrange Dragon's 3D into Argona D's 3D. After having a good laugh, and being quite proud of myself, I got distracted by my job duties, and forgot about it. About 30 minutes later, after serving the 7 people who came in for the next showing, a group of managers come out of the upstairs projection area and see it. They immediately ask who did that. I shrug and say I don't know. They fix it, go back to the main theater, whatever, right? Well, during closing later that shift, I get told that Mr. Assistant Manager needs to see me immediately. This place was so condescending toward the young people who worked there. They made them address senior management by Mr. or Mrs. last name. Mr. Ashat escorts me back to the manager's office, asks if I have any idea why I'm there, and I say probably. After which he pulls up a security tape from a camera right in front of where that lettering was, showing me changing the lettering. It also showed a little kid, maybe 5, walk up to it and point, obviously trying to read it aloud. His mom notices, and quickly shoos him out of the camera frame. I laugh, get up, say thanks for the crappy job, and leave. He tells me I'm on automatic suspension for 2 weeks, while the corporate investigates. I was of course terminated after that period, and the only thing I lost out of the deal really was free movies. I still have my uniform, and every now and then, during really busy times, I'll go to the theater with it on and a hoodie in my arm. I will just walk in and nobody so much as looks twice. Free movies still, and this corporate theater chain that put close to a dozen independent local theaters out of business, can go fuck themselves. In high school I was a busboy at a restaurant in town. One December night a friend of mine and I decided to go get a bite to eat, and figured getting a little drunk beforehand would make the food that much more enjoyable. That evening was kind of depressing for both of us, because we should have been at our school's Sadie Hawkins dance. The problem is neither of us got asked to go. Cue the she chow. We of course went into my place of employment to get the discount to offset the $11 jug of vodka we had drank most of before we went in to eat. I was feeling a nice heater come on before dinner came out. While in the bathroom, I blacked out. The next morning I woke up to a hellacious hangover and texts from my friend, who had told me I not only threw up, but also shit on the floor in the bathroom. Somehow I was apparently gathered up and thrown in my car without many people seeing me. He was able to safely get me home and in my own room with no incident. The food had to be thrown away and bought by the manager. This same guy also had to attack the men's restroom in a restaurant grade, Jimmy-rigged hazmat suit point the next night I worked, and tried my best to blend into the woodwork. The owner of the store came over to me 3 minutes after clocking in, sat me down at an empty table, and stated that he did not want to talk specifics, but that if I ever came into my place of work again as a minor, while under the influence of alcohol, that I would not have a job to return to. He didn't fire me. I worked that shift and wanted to die because of how sick I was. I worked the whole thing though because of how guilty I felt. I don't know how I didn't get canned right then and there. It was quite an embarrassing situation, but few people talked about it because of the gravity of it all. 9 years later, I still work in the company and am making pretty damn good money for a restaurant employee. TLDR. 17. Got drunk off the clock, went in for food, puked/sheet on the bathroom floor, dined/dashed, didn't get fired. Still work for company with clearly no incidents thereafter. I was a waiter on a dinner cruise boat that would sometimes be chartered out completely by one group. One evening we had a group of French doctors charter a whole deck. They were in town for some conference and had all brought their families, and they had brought their own French wines for the dinner. This is the first red flag, since this was in San Francisco and we have great wines in California and they didn't know what they were having for dinner. The event manager told us, before we'd even started serving their entrees, that the wine was running low and to pour half glasses to reduce wastage. The doctors noticed and were getting snippy. They were making remarks about the poor service and had been generally behaving like condescending douches all night. I opened a fresh bottle and was starting to pour a glass for the gentleman at the head of his table who'd been particularly vocal when he lifted his up and hooked his finger over the mouth of the bottle, so I couldn't stop pouring. The others at his table thought this was great fun and tittered and giggled. I smiled. When the glass was full enough for him, he released his finger, and I turned the bottle completely upside down and poured the rest of the bottle all into his overflowing glass, soaking the tablecloth, his meal, and his pants, while doing my best impression of the Pepe Le Pew laugh. Everyone was mortified, and if he hadn't been French, and if I wasn't 6 feet 4 inches, he probably would have punched me. We were in the middle of San Francisco Bay, so I left my table to get their own drinks from the bartender and I went and hung out in the wheelhouse with the captain. I thought I was canned for sure. Not so. When we got back to the dock, the event manager fired me in front of the rest of the crew, and as soon as he was done, the captain hired me as first officer. I was a freshman at the Maritime Academy at the time, already knew how to run the boat and maintain the engines, and had been the only waiter who paid attention during shipboard emergency drills. Kept that job for several years until I went to sea on big ships, and now I'm a captain on my old boat. That captain was the minister at my wedding, and we still keep in touch. TLDR, began my career at sea by soaking a Frenchman with his own wine. This is kind of my roommate's story, but I was there, and worse, I was his direct manager. It's April 20th, aka 420, and before work as valet's my roommate, and I of course had to celebrate the holiday. We valet parked cars for a restaurant/boat marina, and when it got busy enough we parked cars in the marina's dry dock next to stored boats, expensive boats, mostly small motor yachts. Just after the dinner rush, my roommate runs back from the dry dock and says, "I faked up, man. Come look." So I got to the dry dock and my roommate walks me over to a Ford Expedition. For those that don't know, it was the biggest, longest SUV that Ford made. So I look at it, and at first it looks fine, but as I walk around the back I see glass on the ground, and sure enough my stoned roommate backed up this huge SUV into an even bigger and more expensive yacht. And that isn't the best part. My roommate not more than a month prior got a DUI, so his license was suspended. So now I have a roommate who obviously can't be there when the cops get there, and I'm myself stoned, but being the manager I still have to inform the owners of the vehicle about the incident and my manager who owned the valet company, and then speak to the police if the vehicle's owner wanted to file a report. Luckily I talked them out of doing that. Long story short, I sent my roommate home so I could tell the owners I fired him. I didn't, of course, because roommates with no job can't pay rent. I spoke to the owners and told them that our insurance would take care of it. They were quite pissed, of course, but I talked them down and they didn't call the police. They did miss the Larry the Cable Guy show they were supposed to go to because of the incident, so we had to reimburse them for those tickets also. But that was pretty much it. We never got fired from that job, and aside from months of jokes, nothing bad ever really came of it. Moral of the story: don't valet on 4/20. I typed this on my phone and didn't proofread. Sorry. Well, not really. I used to work for a construction company as a site administrator, secretary. The super in charge of the project was known for losing his temper and generally being very intimidating. To celebrate the site opening, the company paid for a bunch of us to go out for dinner and to see a hockey game. On the way to the game we stopped off at another one of our sites so that one of the women on our team could use the washroom. She had quite a bit to drink at dinner and some of us thought she might be sick. I decided that, since we had a long walk ahead of us, I should probably go to the washroom as well, and while I was on the way there the super yelled to me, "Check on Megan while you're over there." I have a quirky sense of humor, so I turned, pointed at him and said, "Listen, Frank, we are not at work, so I'm not your little monkey boy." I thought he'd find it hilarious, but instead he turned pale and simply said okay. I was completely petrified. It was clear that he thought I was serious, and I was completely panicked about what he was going to do. When I got back I told him that I had been joking, and he responded with yeah, I get you. I was certain I was a dead man walking. I figured come the next day he was either going to fire me or push me until I quit. From that day forward he wouldn't say boo to me. If a mistake was made at the office he'd still lose his temper, but as soon as someone pointed out the mistake was mine he'd immediately go quiet and say never mind, these things happen, TLDR. Pretended to snap at my scary boss as a joke. He thought I was serious and was afraid of me for the rest of my time there. I worked for a small computer shop and would often go out on calls to work on people's computers. I went to work on a 70-year-old woman's computer. She had dial-up. I don't even remember what the fuck I was supposed to be fixing, but I recall that I fixed it before I left. Anyways, this woman would not faking leave the room while I was working, constantly hovered over me, wouldn't give me her goddamned passwords for anything I needed access to. I started flipping through some menu for something while she was hovering over me, and she flipped out on me and said I had made her pay more for something. I calmly told her that I skim read everything and know exactly what I'm looking for when I'm doing my job. She insisted that I had done this thing I hadn't done and was just becoming increasingly irate. I finally just gave up, grabbed my sheet, and walked out the door and told my boss about it. He came and picked me up from the job and went and talked to her and then talked to me about it. I told him my side of the deal and he said that I was fine. I just shouldn't deal with customers like that. I agreed and told him about how she had been throughout it and he kinda agreed that she was being faking stupid. TLDR customer flipped out on me. I flipped out right back and left the house without completing the job. Boss agreed she was faking stupid. I was a web developer and graphics designer for a company for a little over a year. The company secretary was married to the owner. The owner was screwing his personal assistant who seemed to have been hired on the basis that she was legitimately white hot. Anyway, the company secretary, owner's wife, comes to me and says she needs me to bug the owner's laptop with a keylogger because she knows something is going on. Dunno what I was thinking that morning. She was dressed provocatively and my brain got all confused while looking at her legs. So I said okay, installed a keylogger on his computer and managed to get his ParsML password from her logging into it. Anyway, he got back from China and of course his wife, the company secretary, hits him with all the evidence. I hadn't thought this far ahead, but obviously he asked her words to the effect of where the fuck did you get all this information? She simply told him it was his graphic designer. Great, thanks. So, I'm in my office. He comes in with his laptop and said sit down. I'm thinking, not only am I fired, he's actually going to fuck me up here. And there's only one exit in my office, which he's blocking. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Instead he says take that sheet off my computer now, and walks out. So I do exactly that and give him his laptop back. Later that day, it's finishing time. I'd hid in my office for the rest of the day and the pa was clearly fired. I'm locking my office door and see him. He says if you do anything like that again, I will faking crush you. Do you understand? I say yup, and that's that. 2 weeks later, he's back in China and I crashed his car. Police were called and everything. I wasn't insured to drive it, so I got 8 points and a £800 fine. The owner, him and the company secretary, got fined and some points too for allowing it to happen. Still didn't fire me. By this point we'd moved offices, and he wanted me to completely redesign the entire website, globally, on my own in some ridiculous time frame. So I'd been coming up with proposals every couple of days. The demos were taking long enough to do, and he was just brushing them off without any hint as to why. Anyway, I come up with one he likes, and I start designing it. Later that day, while I'm at home, I get an email saying, "Have the week off. You'll need me to tell you what I want on the website." I quit. I'd had enough by that point. Also, he tried to send me to France to spy on someone once, and made me hack some of his clients' websites and tear them down for violating his agreement. He owned the websites, but had given them full access and they'd changed the passwords etc. Later I was asked to build a kill switch into all future websites. It's a garbled PHP script that is included in every other PHP script on the site. If I give it the password it'll wreck the website. It's still on all of the websites, and I still know the password. When I was in high school I worked at Dairy Queen. I worked there over the summer and decided to stay after school started. This turned out to be a mistake. Since I had marching band competitions every Saturday, my managers asked me if I could work double shifts on Sundays, meaning 10 AM to 10 PM. Being an exceptionally timid high school sophomore, I foolishly agreed. So my first shift of the year came along, and I came to work tired from marching band the day before, but ready to work for 11 hours it was. Busy all day and there was no time for breaks. Being timid and phobic of rejection, I did not ask for one. At around 6, the Sunday rush began. The ice cream is runny today, as it often is, and nearly everyone is complaining to me, because I'm a cashier, and can obviously fix it. People just keep coming and coming. At this point I haven't eaten anything in about 10 hours, which very negatively affects my mood. While I'm getting 5 different orders ready, an obese man walks up to the counter to complain about his runny ice cream. I try to tell him that our ice cream machine is messed up and that we can't really fix it right now, but he stays there and glares at me. I'm still frantically trying to get the orders ready and ice cream is melting everywhere. The man then starts to yell at me to get him more ice cream. In my brain, something snaps. I remember literally seeing the color red. I look at this man, look out at the approximately 35 people in the restaurant and scream at the top of my lungs, "Fuck this, I'm leaving." I rip my hat off my head and throw it on the ground, storming out of the building. By the time I got to my car I knew I was fired, but my mom forced me to call and ask if I could still work there. Needless to say, they refused. I worked as a regional sales manager for a leading hotel chain. One of the hotels under me had the laziest manager I've ever met. He was supposed to put together actuals for room nights from our corporate accounts. My end was to produce the pipeline and forecasts. Every other manager always did their part, but this guy never did, and I finally had enough, so I didn't do his this time, and figured he'd have to face the fire. The conference call starts, and he gets a surprise text from his wife saying his kid is hurt. Total bullshit, and he excuses himself knowing that he didn't have his numbers and neither did I. My manager, who was a fat mean bitch, begins to belittle me on the conference call for the missing numbers. I say this portion was never turned into me. She says it's my responsibility to have these reports prepared. My plan had backfired. This lady pretty much calls me an idiot and refuses to let me be unless I admit my failures. I refuse but add an extremely sarcastic, "You're right, it's all my fault for him not doing his job." She flips out, starts cussing me out on the call, probably 50 to 60 people on the call as well. I think I mute my phone, say "Go fuck yourself you fat bitch," not muted. The crazy muffled cursing that followed was a clear indication I was fired. Still glad I stood up for myself. TLDR. Thought I was on mute, told manager she was a fat bitch. I used to drive a school bus, and I worked in the garage between runs. Over the summer I helped ready the buses for their annual state inspection. 5 police officers would come to the garage to inspect the buses, and they were brutal. They'd fail a bus for the smallest issue, like stray blobs of grease on the tie rod fittings. We had just finished our inspection and the last bus was sitting in the garage. I needed to move it back outside, so I got in, checked the mirrors, backed it up about 8 feet, and crunch. I had backed into the corporal's unmarked patrol car. He had just pulled in as I approached the bus from the front. I couldn't see the car in the side mirrors, and the overhead mirror was tilted up, so I didn't see the car in it either. I rolled the hood, broke the grille, and pushed the headlights in. Consequences: the guys in the other shops got a laugh out of it. We sent the car to our company body shop because it was an older Caprice and our access program still use them, so the shop had a spare hood and grille. I wasn't even written up. The next day, two of the mechanics from another shop came by to pick up a tool we'd borrowed. One saw my name and said, "Hey, you're the one that ran over the corporal's car." I said, "You heard about that?" He said, "Everybody heard about that. It's okay, we all hate that guy." It was brief but heartbreaking. I worked at Panera for a while. A lot of idiot employees worked there, so I basically kept the place together. I trained a ton of idiots who would always just stop showing up, or steal money or food me, and two others were the only responsible ones there, and the manager appreciated it. The manager ended up getting transferred, and we got a new one, and he was a huge douche, and racist to boot. I know this, because I was late one day and he flipped the fuck out on me, in black, and others were regularly late or no call / no showed, and he never said a faking word. He called me boy a lot too anyway. One day I faked up an order. I rarely did, but I put the wrong side on a combo. He flipped out, and berated me, and called me worthless, and one strike away from being done etc. I thought I'd be a badass hero and quit like my childhood hero, Stone Cold Steve Austin. The plan: kick him in the stomach, give him a stone cold stunner, knock his ass out, open a few bottles of water and drink them like Stone Cold did with beers, and peace out. What actually happened was I kicked him in the stomach. He bent down a bit in pain. I went to grab his neck for the stunner, and he immediately pushed me back defensively, and I just looked at him. At that moment I said, "Well fuck," and he flipped out. Fired me, threatened to call the cops, and I walked out in shame. Failed. Right, some background first. I worked at a fast food place a while back. I wasn't the fastest worker they had, but I was the most reliable, pretty much. Management there was okay, outside of one shift manager who suffered from Tin God syndrome. So, here it was a Friday night and I showed up to my shift and realized I'm more or less alone. I go in the back and there is one other worker, the manager, who got called in when the other 5 or so people didn't show, and the shift manager. Busy as hell Friday night. I'm running a grill, which I was trained on, fryers, and helping to make sandwiches, which I had never done. Other workers were making sandwiches and filling orders. The manager was running everywhere keeping things stocked. All the misc sheet we were too busy to keep up with. Shift manager was taking orders and running back. So, we are busting ass, but this is Friday night and we are just overrun. Tin God shift manager starts riding my ass and riding my ass how I wasn't fast enough and how I was making mistakes prepping the sandwiches. I'm one person doing the job of 3, one of which I'm not trained for. Yes, I'm making mistakes, and yes, I'm getting backed up. Store manager knew and was cool about it. She knew I was doing everything I could, but the shift manager just would not back off. Finally I got to the point I was losing my cool. I have anger management issues, and I was just stressed out, and near the point I was going to do something stupid. In a moment of clarity, I realized that this wasn't worth it. Minimum wage was just not worth me losing control for the first time in over a decade. I calmly told the shift manager that either she backed off and let me do my job, or I was going home. Shift manager lost her shit and started yelling at me, so I took off my apron, apologized to the other worker and the manager, and left. I was sure as shit I was going to get fired, but I reported to my next shift anyway. Store manager called me into her office and was like, "Okay, the shift manager was way out of line, but you really shouldn't have done that. But I understand, so get back to work." Shift manager was soon after promoted to assistant manager at another store, and then fired shortly afterwards for some reason. Worked at a rental car company. We had just received a bunch of new vehicles into our fleet, including a brand new, cherry red Chevy Silverado Super Cab. A customer had just returned a car that we needed to quickly clean and get rented out to another customer who was waiting in our lobby, so my boss had me drive customer #1 back home in the new truck, since it wouldn't be rented for a while. The customer lived in an apartment building with a narrow 1-lane driveway and a parking lot in the back of the building. I managed to pull through the driveway into the lot with no problem. I helped the customer with his bags to the door and pull a 3-point turn so I can drive back out of the driveway going forward. I swing the truck way out left, away from the building, before cutting it back to the right to head down the driveway. I must have cut back too hard though, because the corner of the building caught onto the passenger side door. The building actually had a metal corner fixed to the stone, because so many people had clipped it, as I learned later. Which dug into the metal paneling of the truck, then scrapped and peeled it all the way down to above the rear tire. I managed to get the truck off of the building and drove back to my branch. This brand new, $40,000 plus truck, with 15 miles on it now looked like Godzilla had tried to peel the passenger side off. Ended up having to pay my personal insurance deductible out of my next 2 paychecks, and the rental fleet insurance took care of the rest. Damages ended up costing as much as buying a shitty economy-sized car. I worked at a pet hotel part-time with like 0.14 women and one other guy. We were hired at the same time and I have a feeling that the manager was test driving 2 guys and only planning to keep one, but that is just my theory. Anyways, after 2 weeks of no training, no explanations for schedules, and tons of mixed messages I got stuck with the mega beach. This lady yelled at me for feeding a dog a little more, but had no problem chain smoking around the kennels during her break. She got mad at me for everything. A couple days later I was taken into an office and told you show up on time. Hours start at 6 AM. You get along with people, but I don't think this is a fit. I nodded and told her I agreed 100%. I wasn't going to beg for a job where 90% of the people were extra weird, mean, or just flat out crazy. Point I left, and they owed me the last $15-something of my paycheck, and I owed them my shirts. They belonged to the company. I kept the shirts because I had no interest in seeing them ever again. Around December, this was years ago, I got a letter saying that they needed to give me $15 to clear the books and I needed to give them back the shirts. One night at like 11 PM I drove by and tossed a Publix shopping bag with the shirts and an envelope with my address. TLDR, I'm passive aggressive to the maximum when I don't like you. Working for Taco Bell a while back, it was New Year's Eve. I was working the closing shift and we closed at 2 AM. It just so happened that everyone closing that night was cool, so, pissed off because I missed a chance to give my liver a good what for, I bought a bottle of Captain Morgan's in for a little late night festivity. We didn't normally get drunk, but 90% of the closest smoked a bunch of weed, so most of us were well versed in preparing tacos out of our minds. We figured no big deal. Kept it in my backpack. Came to work at like 6. The manager was still there, hung my backpack up in the back room, and hopped on the line. Went into the back room not 10 minutes later, found my backpack had slipped off a hook, and was laying in a puddle on the floor. The whole back room reeked like rum. That moment, right there, was the well, I'm fired moment, because the office was right next to the back room and the manager was just sitting in there. He could smell it, I just knew. So I got someone to cover me online while me and the chick on the DT window frantically scrubbed the back room, tossed the mop head in my backpack, and tossed my backpack out the back door. Got back to work, waiting for my manager to say something. Nothing. He left about 10 minutes later, didn't say anything about it, just wished us all a good night and left. Assistant manager who was closing, a real cool dude, was talking to me about it later. Said he's pretty sure the manager knew, but didn't want to investigate, because if fired someone then he'd have to stay for the night. The only real consequence from that was I had to throw my backpack out and buy more rum. We still got wasted off Fruitistas. Made up some bullshit about appliance malfunctions from 11:45 to 12:15, so we could close the DT for a minute, go in the bathroom and smoke. It was an interesting Taco Bell. When I worked at Tim Hortons, I was mainly a cleaning person, but eventually they needed me elsewhere, so I started getting trained on the baking job too. First day of training I go to put a thing of filling back up on the shelf and the entire shelf, which holds 4 filling containers, completely falls off the wall. It's over top of the chocolate fondant warmers, and the containers themselves hold about 10 of filling as. So I've got 40 liters of strawberry, raspberry, and blueberry filling both mixed in with the chocolate fondant and making a sticky pool on the floor of the kitchen. Basically halting production of any sort of donut or muffin until we can get it cleaned up. put back on the wall, and a new batch of fondant made, and all the fill containers refilled etc. The owner at the time was known for being a real hardass, had a way of talking down to you regardless of how badly you faked up, had a temper that you could tell was just barely under control, and just generally no one wanted to be around when they worked. He came out of the office to see what all the noise was coming from. The manager and supervisor both in the kitchen doors to find out what just happened, and the 2 other employees who happened to be doing things in the kitchen hush up, and I prepare for the worst yelling I would ever receive in my life. He takes a glance at the fondant, glances at the floor, says nice mess Sinnereth, and walks right back into his office. Didn't even bring it up again. Used up the rest of my luck for 5 years that day. I had to work mandatory overtime on a Saturday. I stayed up drinking and doing a bunch of ecstasy Friday night. Came into work after not sleeping. I actually left the last house I ended up partying at, and was still partying to come into work. I walked to my desk, which was right in front of the supervisor's desk, and sat down. She's just staring at me. Not a minute passes before she gets up and tells me to follow her out into the hall. We get out there and she says, "Natalia, you're drunk." Me. No, I'm definitely not drunk, boss. Yes you are. You look like shit, and you reek like booze. Me. No, really, I'm not drunk. Of course, I was drunk. I was drunk and high. High as shit on ecstasy among other things. She tells me if I can walk a straight line from one end of the hall to the other, she'll let me work. She obviously didn't think I'd stand a chance, and if it hadn't had been for the EE, I wouldn't have points. So here I am, in a hallway in an office building with my supervisor, walking a straight line with my arms out, while other people in the building are walking by giving us what the fuck looks. I walk the line. She isn't happy about it, but lets me work. She was just finishing her shift, so I only had a couple other coworkers who I knew and liked. So, I crap out under my desk for an hour. Then the come down hits. I'm freaking out, panicking, sweating. I realize if I try and work at all, I'm likely to mess something up so bad I'll get fired, so instead decide to just leave. Well, the thing is, I can't call my director, the only MGMT official in the department, and talk to him cause I'm freaking out. So, I just tell my coworkers I'm leaving, and bail. That's a big no-no. Especially since my supervisor had already seen me high and drunk. She obviously knew I wasn't just leaving sick. I was sure I'd have a pink slip come Monday. Turns out, supervisor was really nice, and although she gave me a stern talking to, she understood I was going through a really hard breakup at the time, and cut me some slack. Said if I ever did anything like that again I'd be canned, though. Still working here today. About 6 years ago I worked at a certain popular computer store. One day I was working on a data migration for a customer that required me transferring some customer data to an external drive, then reformatting the computer's HD and transferring the data back. There was some reason I couldn't just make an image of her HD onto the external. Either there wasn't enough space, or it was a Windows to Mac transfer or something. So I had to move everything manually. Everything went fine, so I thought, and I left for the day. I got a call from my supervisor later that day telling me the customer picked up her computer and discovered it was missing some of her files. Apparently I had missed a folder in the transfer. Basically all of her grad school work, her thesis, etc. She made it sound like she had lost her life's work. Note, she was well out of grad school. She was just keeping this stuff for posterity. I felt unbelievably terrible about it for months, even though several of my coworkers told me they had lost customer data before too. It was no big deal. And really, if it was that important she should have had a backup. As far as my managers were concerned, I was persona non grata at the company after that. I never got fired, but I was essentially forced into quitting. I stuck around for another 6 months or so, and left. Later, one of the leads who saw her in the store occasionally told me she hadn't even been that mad. The managers just blew the whole thing out of proportion. Cost my company $800,000 lol. I used to work for a Fortune 500 energy company in Houston, and at the time they were negotiating a huge contractual agreement with a huge customer company that consumes in megawatts per month. This deal was no ordinary deal, in that it was heavily negotiated with over 300 contracts. Most companies/customers will only sign one contract despite having multiple locations, but this one wanted a contract for every location. Anyways, I got pulled into this deal at literally the last hour before execution, despite the negotiations proceeding for months and me not being on that team, to populate an Excel sheet of all the calculated prices per MWH that was to be hard-coded onto the contracts assigned to me. Being the engineer I am, and such an awesome programmer, I decided to write a program to populate the Excel sheet via VBA from the database and send the Excel sheet to our contract teams to draft the documents. Well, turns out I pulled data from the wrong column B/C. I pulled data from July 2014 forward price column, when I should have pulled from the average calendar year 2014 column, and guess what? All of the July prices were a lot less than the average calendar year columns. Contracts get printed, routed to the customer. Customer signs immediately with no hesitation, routes it back to us, and my director catches the mistake. So now she has two choices. Either she can now resend the customer a brand new set of documents, admitting to the customer we made a mistake, or decide to execute it as is, which she decides to do the latter. It would be extremely embarrassing for such a prestige company as my ex-company to go back to the customer and ask them to sign another set of documents. I get called into a bunch of meetings that included VPs, directors, the manager who owned the deal. She's crying, supporting analysts, and proceed to get grilled out in the most PC corporate way possible. She jabbed at me saying things like, if you can't handle the responsibility and don't have what it takes, maybe you shouldn't be working on these deals. I didn't back down once and snapped at her saying, you're right, I don't have what it takes, and that's why I'm not on the deal and I wasn't on it from the start. If you don't want me on these deals, don't pull me in at the last hour. Bam. The heat turns on the supporting analyst who supported the deal for months and was supposed to check my work. More arguing ensues. I don't give a fuck and keep spitting fire. The director ends the meeting with everybody at fault. We all should have been patient and communicated better, blah blah blah. Needless to say, days after the incident were very awkward going to my floor and half of the sales team loved glaring at me. That was the end of my career advancement in that company, lol. I knew I was stuck forever, so after a few months I took a job at another Fortune 500 company. TLDR populated wrong prices onto contracts. Deal executes. Customer gets gas and power at a cheaper price than the market, costing my company an estimated $800K. I worked as a paintball tech at a summer camp. Basically I cleaned and maintained the markers, guns, ran games, and sold miscellaneous equipment and merch. We got new nets in one day for a speedball course we were building, and we had some left over. After putting the excess up in front of the equipment shack, I decided to test it out. I had this one kid, maybe a junior or senior in high school, stand behind the net, and I lined up a shot right at his chest from about 6 feet away. Well, at that range, the net didn't even slow it down, and the paintball pegged him square in the chest. I freaked out and thought immediately that I was done for. I mean, I shot a kid. Even worse, he wasn't wearing a mask. I ran over apologizing profusely and offered to take him back up the road to the camp nurse. Luckily he had attended the year before, so we knew each other. He was an awesome sport about the whole thing and did that combination laugh/groan thing and shrugged it off in a few minutes. I ended up telling one of my superiors about it, and he laughed his butt off. He said if the kid was fine, it was no big deal. Then he told me about the previous paintball tech, the guy that I replaced, who apparently would hang out in the woods by the walking paths and intentionally shoot kids for fun. So, by comparison, I guess I did alright. TLDR, shot a kid with a paintball gun. After working at a movie theater for several months my senior year of high school, alternating between usher and concessions duties, I was finally promoted to work up in the booth as a projectionist. I didn't make any more money working up there, but it was kind of a prestigious job for me at the time. After a couple of months of no screw ups, the theater's manager had me train a friend of mine, who also worked there. Most of my friends ended up working at that movie theater together. I look back on that time fondly, on how to play the movies up in the booth. We set up a couple of films and pressed play, and there weren't any issues. I had him set up Gone in 60 seconds while I watched him. It all looked good, so we pressed play on the movie. Point now some background. These were film projectors. Most films take up 5 or 6 reels. In the old days, as seen in the movie Inglourious Bastards, movie houses had multiple projectors to run each reel. When one reel was almost done, the projectionist would start the second reel on the second projector. At our theater, the ends of each reel were connected via a special tape to each other, so instead of the 6 reels having to alternate across 2 projectors, there was basically just one huge reel on a huge platter that played all the way through on one projector. There were 3 of those platters, so each time you played the movie, the whole film would move to the next one, and it was ready to go for the next showing. The old way, I think you would have to manually rewind the film to play it again. There was a lever on the top of each platter that you had to thread the film through when you set up the movie for each showing, and the lever controlled how quickly or slowly the platter spun. If the film wasn't threaded through this lever, the film had the potential to be pulled too hard as it ran through the projector, and the film might be damaged. Point as you might have guessed. After we pressed play on Gone in 60 seconds, I realized that we hadn't threaded the film through that lever. Instead of being smart and stopping the movie and threading the film, I opted to try to thread the film while the movie was running. According to this, film moves at a rate of 1.5 feet per second. When I gingerly grabbed the film and tried to thread it, I managed to jam the projector something fierce. The film actually got burned through because it stuck in front of the projecting lamp too long. I ran downstairs to the office to get the manager on duty to fix it, entirely forgetting to, turn the lights on in the theater for the people who were there to see the film. Fortunately, the movie was nearing the end of its run, so there were maybe 10 people in the theater. He was able to get it going again, and then one of the projectionists with more experience was able to fix the burned/ripped section of film so it played okay again. After that point, I really expected both me and my buddy to get fired for that, but we didn't. My buddy didn't get to train for the booth anymore though. I continued to work booth for the rest of the summer with almost no issues, but the week before I was to leave for college, I managed to scratch an entire print of the replacements as I ran it in its first weekend. It is expected that movies will get a little scratched due to how the projector works, but to scratch basically a whole movie on its opening weekend, when most people would want to see it, is a cardinal sin. I profoundly don't know how I scratched it, as most scratches come from dirty equipment, and I specifically remember cleaning that projector prior to running it. I heard the manager was pretty mad about that too, but I didn't get fired. He actually rehired me over summer breaks when I was back from school, but I never got to work again. I was relegated back to sweeping up popcorn. Point TLDR, I thought I was faster than film. A while back I was down on my luck and working at a grocery store. I was on a night stock crew and they were doing everything they could to break us, but as a team they couldn't get at us. Eventually one guy couldn't handle it and quit over relationship issues. He was early 20s and gone 5 nights a week, and his girl wasn't so faithful. So they managed to get under our skin as we worked an increased load and had a man down. Just to explain, we are expected to throw an average of 44 boxes an hour per person. Imagine 44 cases of Campbell's soup and each case has 12 cans in it. That's a lot of freight. Now an average night would have about 700 boxes on it, making it a fairly time-consuming ordeal, but split between 3 people it was very doable. Once our team member left, however, the piece count rose to nearly 900 pieces, a truck split between 2 people. Very not doable at our getting overtime, which in turn led to threats of write-ups and more extreme disciplinary action for several months. So one night I came in and they said it was a 1400 piece truck, but that they were bringing in 2 people from other stores to help. They lied. Nobody came to help, so when the 12th hour of the shift came around I snapped, and in the middle of the open store I let words fly towards the boss. No repercussions at all. And last week a girl at my new job asked if arrows looked weird when she walked because someone commented. So I made her put her hands on the table and bend over. I made her shake it and I slapped it right as my boss walked by. So far no repercussions either. He's intimidated by me, and he's even told me so. Life's oddly fun when you're 6 feet 6 minus 6 feet 7 inches and a follower of the Iron Path. This is the story of Crazy Lisa and how she figured out her nickname. Point back around 2010, I worked in a nice little sandwich shop as a delivery driver. This one woman hambeast placed a huge catering order every other week and was a total beach when talking to us on the phone. She would yell at us on the phone for no reason, was an entitled snob who thought she deserved a discount for ordering so often, and generally just talked down to us because she was an uppity pharmaceutical rep. Oh yeah, she never tipped, even on her gigantic $400 plus orders. Over time she earned herself the loving nickname Crazy Lisa. One particular day we had two large catering orders, both for people named Lisa. One of them was Crazy Lisa. To help identify which bags belonged to which order, we wrote Crazy Lisa in a Sharpie on Crazy Lisa's bags. Now the main reason she never tipped was because she was never actually there when the order arrived. I figured with this delivery I would make the drop, set it all up, and take the offending evidence, the bags, with me so she wouldn't see anything. Imagine the look of horror on my face and subsequent load of shit in my pants as Crazy Lisa waddled her way into the doctor's office. No faking way, 99% of the time she wasn't there, but of course, this one time she just had to show up. She lurches over to me to sign the receipt and begin organizing things on the table with me. I try my best to cover the evidence and start throwing all of the bags into the insulator I use to keep the sandwiches warm. Quizzically, she asks what I'm doing, and I explain that we save the bags for other orders. Just as I'm leaving, thinking I'm in the clear, I hear a shrill ear-piercing shriek that only a beached whale can vocalize. Crazy Lisa. That's what you guys call me. Glancing over my shoulder, I realize I accidentally left a bag underneath one of the tables. Needless to say, I bolted out of that faking door at lightning speed, only to reach my car and think, well, fuck, my career is over. Turns out she called the store to complain, and my manager did his best to backpedal and explain why someone would have written that on the bag. All in all, she just completely stopped ordering from us. Thank God. About a decade ago I moved to North Hollywood, California from Seattle to work on movies. One of my first Craigslist freebie jobs was on a set at Universal. I had been in town for about 2 weeks. I was doing freebies to make contacts and show them I knew what I was doing. Had worked 2 years in Seattle and had experience. It was some short film that the director pulled favors for. But I was the only electric on the crew point, so I'm running around all day trying to impress the cinematographer who was also shooting second unit on Desperate Housewives during the week. He needed me to move one of our large 18K lights a few feet left on the grass. Twice the power your house has. These are the really bright ones that are about waist high and are taller than you when on their rolling stands. So I pushed it a couple feet to its left. I didn't realize they use wide riding mowers and the ground isn't actually flat under the grass. That dip combined with the rubber inflatable wheels bounced that thing, and it started to ping. I tried to hold it, but they were heavy, and I had to jump out of the way. There was a huge crash, glass shattering, sparks, and all kinds of havoc. Since the light that was shining inside went out, everyone looked. All I saw was the entire small crew facing me from inside the window as I stupidly stood next to a smoking and shattered light in the middle of the lawn. The Universal Best Boy that was babysitting us wasn't happy about it. I thought I was off the lot for sure. The damage cost $30,000. But by the next day, when I wasn't fired and was driving home, I heard someone yell, "Hey, light breaker." I looked over, and it was Ron, the Universal Best Boy, waving and laughing as he passed me in his convertible Mercedes. I was on a mega project with many other firms, and my cube was in front of a girl who had previously worked for my company, but had been fired for failing a drug test, not once, but twice, when she knew it was coming. One of the project managers asked her to do something, then she emailed telling me to do it. This was not a team project component, but rather something that dealt with what she was working on. I emailed her back saying that if she had been asked to complete the task then she should. She stomped right past my cube to tell on me. Cue moment. Well, I'm getting fired due to prevailing office politics. I got pulled into the meeting room by the project manager who basically told me the girl was crazy and that I should treat her with kid gloves. He said it was their company's protocol to bring in my boss to have a conversation with me. My boss came in and told me I shouldn't have put that down in writing. I told him I would do better next time and behave myself, which I have. They were going to bring in the other girl's boss too, but her company went under when the boss was indicted for fraud, so her job went away. Regardless, I now do every piece of work that is shoved my way, no matter by whom, and I kick ass doing it. I'm so thankful to have a boss who has allowed me to make some mistakes along the way. He is wonderful. In my early 20s I worked in a formal Italian restaurant on the pizza line. It wasn't uncommon back then to receive requests for pizza to be shaped in odd shapes, especially on Valentine's Day. Every other call was a request for a heart-shaped pizza. Not too difficult if you prepped early for the requests, but the place I worked wasn't into it, so it was basically up to us. One Valentine's Day a request for 15 pizzas came in for a, presumably large, children's birthday party. 2 of the pies requested were to be shaped like hearts. I was running the line at the time as the GM. Kilometers etc were sitting in the back douching off, as they do, as normal, and made the executive decision to do it. After all was said and done, we had 13 nice pizzas of normal configuration and 2 relatively decent heart-shaped pies. About 3 hours later I fielded a phone call from an enraged mother. Apparently one of the pies had come out shaped like a man's genitalia. I had no idea what to say, but the only thing I could come up with was, "Ma'am, bring them in. I have to see this," as I had personally inspected every one of them. About an hour later she comes in with the box and said, "Sit down at the pickup counter." I took it aside, opened it up, and sure as shit, it looked like a cork and balls. Impossible. No one behind the line would do such a thing. The cooks were honest and generally cared for the work, and I watched them take each one out the door. No front of the house help at all. It couldn't have happened by accident. The thing had very discreet detail given to it, complete with, well, you know. My only conclusion was that she had done this and was seriously trolling us. I returned to the counter front and told her precisely what I thought. She started to ramble on about seeing my manager when I shouted, "I am the manager. Take your pizza and leave." I even did a righteous fist slamming thing. I thought for sure I was done, but she got her sheet together, grabbed the pizza and left. Not a job, but an internship experience. I was working at a psychiatric hospital with adolescents. I was allowed to take patients off campus for lunch if they earned enough points on the highest level to be able to go off campus for lunch. It was in a city, so we would walk the kids a block or 2 to a restaurant. Well, one day I was asked by an adolescent inpatient if I could take him for lunch because he earned enough points. I agreed and took him about a block away to buy a hamburger at a local place. On the way back he talked about how the parking garage was just across from his room and he wanted to go to the top to see if he could see in his room. He pestered me a bit and I wanted to be nice, so I agreed. I took him to the top and we searched for the window to his room. I realized it wasn't even looking at the unit, so I told him we had to go back. He hesitated for a bit, then we walked back. When we came back to the unit I was met at the door by staff. They said the boy was not on a level to leave. He told them almost right away that we went to the top of the parking garage. He was whisked off and I was taken to the chief doctor's office. In the office I was told that the patient had talked about jumping from the garage since the day of his arrival. Well, the doctor was more understanding than he should have been. I was allowed to stay on the internship, but was never allowed to take anyone out again. Passed the internship and graduated without a problem. I used to work in a gigantic arts and crafts store. One night we knew ahead of time that a corporation was coming in. This happened to be the managing night of the store manager who cared the least about anything. My coworker friend and I found a damaged tuxedo type shirt and bow tie. These were carried at the time for who knows why. We never sold one, and she tells me to put it on as it will be funny. I'm a lady. I can't do it in the bathroom because that would involve passing corporate, so I decide to change underneath the floral counter. Coworker friend posts watch and is going to knock on the top of the counter. If corporate approaches as I'm tugging my new shirt on over my boobs and finding it rather tight, I see a pair of pantyhose legs standing next to a pair of pants suited legs in front of my eyes. I poke my head out. It is the corporate. Of course I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm going to get fired. I smile, grab the shirt I had just taken off, rub it on the tile, and say oh hello. Doesn't Jivy sheet manager just ask me to dust around down here? They bought it. I emerge from the floral counter cave to see coworker friend dying of laughter across the way at the registers. She had seen corporate coming and legged it the fuck out of their point tbh. I would have done same if I were her. Win though, I still have the shirt somewhere 15 years on point edit. Context is hard. I used to work at a grocery store when I was in college. I had been told that I was not allowed to drive the forklift in the back room until I had passed my certification. The only problem was that I always worked the swing shift, 5 to 11, and the swing manager was faking worthless at driving the forklift. Honestly, I'm surprised he could back out of a parking spot with how terrible he was. Every shift he would have to get a pallet of something down off the racks or move something around, but it would either take him 20 minutes or he would get the forklift pinned between a pallet and the wall. Anyway, we had 2 pallets stacked on top of each other and needed them swapped and put in under the racking. The swing shift manager asked me to do it since it would take him about a week to figure out, so I did. Even though it was against the rules, I got the first pallet off and swung around to get the other pallet on top of it, raised it and started to set it down. I pulled the forks out and backed away, and then it happened. A full pallet of 2-day-old jars of spaghetti sauce started to topple over. Apparently the pallet below wasn't stacked right or couldn't hold the weight, and the whole pallet on top tipped over and fell on the ground. 80% of the jars shattered immediately. The rest we so covered in sauce that the labels peeled off when we tried to clean them, so they weren't fit to sell. I didn't count the broken jars, but there were over 200 unbroken jars that we had to toss. At the time spaghetti sauce was a couple bucks a jar, so I trashed close to $1,000 in merchandise while running a machine that the store manager specifically told me not to point. He told me not to do it again and made me promise not to do it again. I'm a mechanic. I used to run the pre-owned service department at our dealership. Being the senior tech/shop foreman, I was expected to do the test drive inspection repairs on our more high-end cars. Welp, I had a sweet 50th anniversary Corvette that needed to get serviced, so step 1 is to take it for a test drive. I head out on the road at about 5:30 p.m. in afternoon traffic and in the rain. In my infinite wisdom, I decide to turn the traction control off and play a little on the wet roads. After a few minutes of sliding around, I turn a corner and punch it, the traction control still off, and at around 60 miles per hour the rear end of the car breaks loose and decides to swap ends with the front. I spin across 4 lanes of traffic, 2 from the opposite direction, with tons of cars sliding and crossing paths to avoid me, and slam into a guardrail. Thankfully there were probably a few ruined unders, but nobody else got hit by my shenanigans. Corvettes are mostly fiberglass bodied, so you can imagine how well it held up to a 40 miles per hour or so impact with a sharp as guardrail. Bosses flipped out a little and had a little tighter control on my department for a while, but in the end we fixed the car and still made money, so they weren't too upset. TLDR smashed up a special edition Corvette like a jackass. No harm, no foul. The company that I work for used to rent a floor of an office building. One day, the building management handed out a satisfaction survey for us to fill out. I filled out most of it seriously. Towards the end there was a box for writing down comments and concerns. I wrote a joke in that box. I claimed that I was greatly displeased with the men's room urinals. I said that they reflected a lot of piss back onto me, and it was getting my pants and shoes very wet with piss when I went to the restroom. I didn't want to hand it into building management directly, or they would know who I was. So I set it on the front desk early one morning when no one was there. It turns out that the building owner visited that day to check up on things. He saw my tenant survey laying out on the front reception desk and decided to read it. He demanded that building management figure out who wrote it. They contacted an employee at my company and I ended up getting an email explaining what a big problem this was. I fessed up as the one who wrote it to building management. I thought that they would complain to the managers of my company and that I was going to be fired. It turns out that I was able to bullshit my way out of it. I said that one of the urinals on the floor above us really does reflect piss everywhere and that building management really should look into it. They sent some workers to inspect it, and that was the end of the matter. I can only assume that building management knew me as the guy who gets pissed everywhere from that day onward. Wall of text. Worked for an oilfield services company during the summer of 2010. My partner and I had a truck pulling a trailer with a bobcat side by side on it. We were on a rough muddy road 180 kilometers from the nearest town, took a turn in search of a lease site, hit a dead end, and had to turn around. While turning around, we realized the ATV was not on the trailer anymore. We drove half a mile to the corner we had turned at, and found it right side up in the middle of the road. The tie rods were broken, no steering. We winched it back onto the trailer as it started to rain again. Can't spray herbicide in the rain, so decided to head back to Grand Cache, even though there was just one more site to do in the area. On the way back, we took a necessary but god-awful road called Rat Creek Road that was slick as hell and had steep shoulders. These are shitty little gravel roads built by logging and oil companies exclusively to access their remote sites. Of course, the trailer starts sliding off the road and pulls the truck into the ditch with it. Even in follow, we can't get back on the road. It's getting dark. We managed to get a connection on the booster phone and call the boss, but reception is spotty at best. She arranges for a tow to come down from a town near Grand Prairie, which is about 2 hours north of us. We doubt the guy will be able to find us, as we're still a good 25 or 30 km off the highway. I chain smoke for about 3 hours. After midnight, a dude in a tractor shows up, yanks us out of the ditch and drags us up to the better stretch of road. We get back on the highway and realize we are very low on gas. It's a 1-ton diesel plus it's towing a trailer. It's still 100 kilometers to GC, and the highway is a bit of a roller coaster. We make it to GC around 3 am, and there are no gas stations open, nor are there any hotel rooms available. We were intending to finish all our work and go back to Hinton after that last site. So we siphoned the last of the diesel out of the side-by-side ATV and put it in the truck. The needle barely moves anyway, as we're pulling up to our hotel in Hinton. The truck is accelerating irregularly, as we are just on fumes now. I'm dreading seeing my boss, even though she was the best boss I've ever had. We fill out an incident report, mostly regarding the ATV falling off the trailer, go to sleep, and are given a couple days off. Not fired. I had the fortune of getting a Make-A-Wish internship. It's a pretty competitive company and a wonderful department. These people have a lot of excellent and highly qualified people applying to work for them, and for reasons beyond me, I was chosen amongst those that made it. To say I was replaceable is laughably understated. One of our duties is to make reservations and do all of the logistics for a wish trip. Planes, car rentals, takeoff parties, everything. A very popular destination is Disney World and they have a streamlined system, but you still have to make reservations pretty far in advance. A form will be emailed with crucial information needed for the family's guide upon confirmation. I was trying to build the guide once for a family that was set to head out later that week. Items for the party were bought, plane tickets and car rental long since confirmed, but more importantly a sick child and his family was really looking forward to the trip, maybe as a chance to escape their harsh reality. I couldn't find their confirmations anywhere. They simply were not sent. Their trip was not confirmed. How could this happen? I could feel a rock in my gut. My blood was ice. It was one of the scariest and most stressful moments. I'd have to reschedule everything, which costs a significant amount of money. I'd get fired. I wasted my summer killing myself with a 3-hour commute for nothing. My boss would be pissed, but the family? How on earth was I going to face them? How could I explain what happened? The idea of facing the family scared me more than facing my boss, and then I called the resort and spent a short eternity biting my nails. Saved by a clerical error. I've never seen them make a mistake, and never of that magnitude. But I've never been so happy to hear they did. Kept my job, and that story never left the office. I worked at a bank straight out of college back in 2009. Due to the recession, interest rates were at an all-time low and customers were just licking their chops for something over 1%. So our bank unveiled a new CD rate at like 2.00% and all the old heads brought all their old money to our bank to lock in this rate. Being the savvy salesman that I was, I had a cold call list of bank customers who didn't have deposits with us. So I started calling people left and right trying to earn extra commission. So I call this guy and find out he has about $40,000 at another bank earning 0.75%. So of course, I sell him instantly on the CD. The next day he stops in, and I take his deposit, and make sure that I record my sales number, so I get the commission. A year and a half later, about 3 days before I'm quitting the bank, this guy walks in with his bank statement. It turns out I didn't punch in the right code to get him the special CD rate, but instead he got the standard rate. The rate was 0.5%, which means he lost out on 1.5% interest for almost 2 years. I somehow BS my way through the situation and assure him that he was getting a 1.25% variable rate and that the difference he would earned was pennies. I left the bank without hearing from him or my manager again, and I still feel bad about it. I didn't get fired, but I should have. I still got the commission. I worked at a theme park years ago and was the only female working in the prep kitchen. I had just gotten out of the military and managed to make some of the teenage boys blush with my language. I didn't pick it up in the military, but definitely honed my skill. Once we were backstage, we didn't have to continue with the squeaky clean image we displayed for guests eventually. The merchandise office close to our kitchen found itself employed by mostly older ladies. They didn't appreciate our colorful banter and filed a complaint with our boss's boss. The solution? The next person I catch cursing outside this kitchen is fired. Is that clear? That's how it was relayed to me, as that announcement was made on my day off. Point enough backstory. Here is my tale. I clocked in and went down to the kitchen. The order that was delivered that morning was blocking one of the ovens when it should have been put away already. There are at least 4 stalkers just sitting there bullshitting, waiting for the closest to come in. What the fuck is wrong with you assholes? This sheet should been put away. Are you faking kidding me? The faking straws won't faking put themselves away. Fuck. All this as I'm walking to the back, already in the kitchen. They jump up when they hear me and look concerned. As I continue, their eyes bug out. I stop and as I'm about to ask what the fuck they are looking at, I turn around to see our general manager, the one with a warning, standing at the entrance to the kitchen. He heard the whole thing. He looked at me with disappointment in his eyes and said to make sure the order gets put away. He then walked away. The rest of the day, the guys teased me about it, but kept reminding me I was inside the kitchen. I should be okay. I spent the rest of the day freaking out, wondering when I'd get the talk. He made me wait until the next day, and it was a lot like a father/daughter conversation. What saved me? The technicality that I was inside the kitchen. This story is a reason I will never, by choice, work in the food service industry ever again. I was working at a very fancy Italian restaurant in my area, which has 2 other locations, and they are all equally fancy. We are talking full uniforms with ties and the rest. Anyway, I'm bringing a 6-top of their drinks, and I'm incredibly nervous as usual. I have GAD, so any public interaction back before I could deal with it was hell, and it's like 4 glasses of wine and a few beers. So I put them all on a round tray and try to balance directly from the middle. Didn't work so well. I got to the table, I'm talking sheet to try to upsell etc and notice the tray sliding to one side as I lift the first glass of wine. The drinks, all of the drinks, slide off and spill on one and only one of the patrons at the table. It was like a purposeful Gatorade dump. Meanwhile I have the one remaining glass in my hand, and as I'm calmly placing it in front of my reverse burning victim, I remember they mentioned being from FL, so I say, oh, I'm sure you're used to having things spilled on you all the time. Period. Thought I was so fired, but my manager laughed and moved me to another section so they could get the best server to fix it. Weird thing is that the table tipped the new server, but left $50 in cash on an $80 tab for me and told the fixer to let me know there were no hard feelings. I'm probably a little late to the party on this one, but here I go anyways. I was just starting to get somewhat of a name for myself in video production. Up until this point I had been a production assistant, but I landed a job with a production company in the first big shoot after I came on with shooting a pilot for this kids TV show. I was working as a second camera and the shoot went flawlessly. I was prepared, I was poised, I was completely on my game. At the end of the shoot I was so energized from doing so well, and having been a PA before, once I got my camera package put away I started helping other departments get packed up. Well, what happened from there is I unplugged the hard drive with all our footage for the day on it. While it was writing, the media manager starts screaming. He turns around, and I'm just standing there with the cord still in my hand, my blood running cold. We plug the drive back in, and it will not mount. I ruined a whole day. Everything we shot except for the very last card was gone. Dozens of people worked on this, and we have no project now. The director now pulls me aside and tells me to go outside with him. I know he's going to fire me, ruin me, fight me, sue me, if that's even possible. He offers me a cigarette and tells me a story about another job he was in where something very similar happened, and the entire project was lost. Only he was the guy that pulled the power and lost the footage. He assured me everything would be fine, that we'd figure out a solution, and that I would still work on his shoots we get back to office, to start a recovery on the drive, and the faking thing mounts right up and all of our footage is there. I've never been so relieved in my entire life. Years ago I worked at a fast lube oil shop. We had a brand new 1999 Lincoln Town car come in. The older gentleman had bought the car from the dealership that owned the shop and had been buying cars for 50 plus years from them. To get to the oil filter on that car, you turn the wheels all the way to the left. After the oil change, when I was getting ready to pull out I turned the wheel quickly and realized that by doing this, it would slightly rock the car and the digital compass changed direction. I was whipping the wheel back and forth out of the garage. Right as I got the front wheels out, I really wrenched on the wheel and drove the passenger side of the car up the safety pole outside the door. The car was ruined all the way from the passenger front door to the back door. The roll pans and bottoms of the door were just mangled. I knew I was going to get fired. Right after it happened the assistant manager called the owner of the dealership and said a car hit the pole and had substantial damage. They came and picked it up. I never even really had to explain what happened. I didn't even have to give a statement to the insurance company, but another guy did when the oil gun hit someone's fender and left a dent. The dealership replaced the car instead of repairing it, since the guy only had it for 3,000 miles and bought cars from them for so many years. They never fired me. I once worked as an art therapist at a state mental health hospital for children. As an art therapist I helped children exteriorize their thoughts, feelings, and fantasies into art. One art form was mask making. The masks were made for display and were usually attached to a mounting background that would itself feature art related to the mask. One of my patients was a very thin, type 1 diabetic boy of about 9 with very poor glucose management. He was emaciated by his uncontrolled disease and had become weak and withdrawn. His one fascination or strong fantasy was with the figure of Adolf Hitler. He made a mask of Hitler and mounted it on a background of red and black with swastikas. This art then took its place along with others for a brief time on the art room display board. One day, the hospital medical director was taking a group on a tour through the hospital and stopped in to show the art therapy program. When he saw the mask of Hitler on the display board he became visibly upset, but controlled, and quickly left the room with his group. I was puzzled, but began to suspect that it had to do with the Hitler mask. A short time later, my immediate supervisor came to escort me to the medical director's office. We had a moment to talk privately where she clued me in. The medical director was not only Jewish, but had lost family in the Holocaust. The only other person attending would be the overall hospital director who also happened to be Jewish. So, I walked with my immediate supervisor into his office, and he and the other director sort of fanned out. My immediate supervisor is pretty much scared shitless, and so sits back, distancing herself from the consequences about to be met out. The medical director leans into it and says that my lapse of judgment evidenced in displaying the mask requires immediate termination. Not mincing words. The other director leans in and says, "Why would you do this?" I had a really good answer, which you may choose not to read, although if you like I will continue with that below. But for those who want out now, I was reprieved. Point here is what I said. As an art therapist, we release forms, figures, and fantasies from a patient's mind that we have to initially support their coming forth, even their monsters. I said, sure, Hitler is a monster, but for me, maybe not you. He was like the vampires, zombies, devils that other children often produced. As psychologists and psychiatrists, they knew it is better to have the monster outside, where it can be treated as a third party, rather than compartmentalized inside where it might create havoc through unconscious means. I assure them that the fantasy and power of Hitler was then integrated into how the child dealt with his own issues. I'm not sure if I said this, but it comes to mind now. But perhaps it was the Hitler within this child that had turned him into a sort of Auschwitz survivor, and that freeing him from that Hitler was like freeing him from a concentration camp. One of the more recent farm jobs I've worked, day one was my first time ever on a zero-turn lawn mower. I'm more of a fan of garden tractors, usually 1975 or earlier. This was a nice one too. Skag Turf Tiger with a Kubota i3 diesel. If anyone has tried to cross a ditch straight on with a zero turn, you know how I faked up. If you haven't, don't. Called the boss, told him I was stuck. He pulled right up, and it seemed like he was already ready for it. Pulled me so I could move under my own power again. He drove off laughing, and things went well, until later that day. Before I tell this story, it should be noted that I have never used drugs, or even tobacco. I do, however, have a mild grass allergy. My first task, obviously, was to cut grass. About halfway through the day, the property had a full 8 hours of grass cutting a week. The boss says we are going to lunch, so I can meet the owner. Okay, sounds good. First thing out of the owner's mouth, "Are you high? Man, your eyes are red. Somebody get this kid some sunglasses." Jesus, later I figured out he was only kidding, but it had me nervous for no good reason. Worked without incident a good few months, then got the mower stuck on a retaining wall. One false move and the mower, with me on it, would have fallen a good 10 feet onto asphalt. Not good. We had to get the big tractor out to get that one down. I mowed that hill from then on, by my own choice. Got a pole saw, stuck in a tree, but that was resolved quickly. The last issue arose when I was mowing one time the next summer, and then the rear wheel just sort of fell off. Upon further inspection, the lug nuts were loose, and it allowed the wheel to wallow out the holes and come off over the lug nuts. Guess who had the wheel off last? Naturally, this destroyed the non-removable studs on the hub and the wheel itself. On top of all that, this had been a particularly horrible allergy season for me. While working to hopefully get it fixed, I was starting to lose my ability to breathe and my ability to see. I told my boss and told him I'd have to leave, apologized profusely, and left. When I left that day, I assumed I no longer had a job, and that much was true. But it's okay. That was the least farm-related farm job I'd ever had. TLDR, I'm not good at zero-turn lawn mowers. First day at my co-op job in college, working doing data entry for Kellogg's cereal. My manager comes up and says, "Hi, I'm Mike." I shook his hand and said, "Hi Mike, I'm Mike, my name is not Mike." I corrected myself and said my real name, and he gave me a quizzical look. Good start, eh? Later on, about a month later, I'm bored as hell. The guy in the cubicle next to me is some kind of conspiracy theorist nut who kinda looks and acts like Munch from Law and Order. I found out about the net, send command in DOS, where you can send pop-up messages to anyone's computer if you know the name point. So I start sending him messages. "Hi, this is your computer talking. I'm watching you." I see him repeatedly pop his head up and look around while I keep my eyes on my screen. Finally he gets up and leaves. I'm laughing to myself until he comes back with Mike the manager and the IT squad. They start checking people's PCs. In my infinite wisdom, I didn't realize the pop-up message actually says which computer it came from. I'm sheeting bricks. The IT guy looks at my PC name. Give Mike a nod. Mike calls me into his office and says, this isn't the best job and you're bored, but stop faking around with Munch. I just nodded my head vigorously and went back to my desk, heart just pounding away. Point was on my best behavior for the rest of my time there. I worked at an office depot for about a year. The only reason I stopped working there was because the store closed. So, when we started putting everything on sale and moving things to the front and stopped restocking the shelves, a customer came in looking for a specific brand of printer ink. She came in with a bad attitude from the get-go, stomping with her heels, talking aloud to herself loudly, etc. She couldn't find the ink she was looking for. We were out and approached me. When she asked me where the ink was that she was looking for, I explained to her that a location was closing and we no longer had or would have any of that type of ink here. She asked me where she could get some, and I told her online or our store on 202 Road. She started yelling and screaming and told me she was glad we were all losing our jobs as she started walking away, and I yelled at her, "Go to hell." So, one of the assistant managers comes up to me about half an hour later and tells me a customer came in and complained about the way I treated her earlier. I was thinking, oh wow, a month away from being let go, and I'm gonna get fired. I asked him what she said about me, pretending to have no idea. He said that I told her to go to. And at this point I'm just thinking, he knows I told her to go to hell, and then he finished with 202. She said you told her to go to 202. He started laughing, and I laughed even harder. I got let go a month later, when the store closed. Honestly, I thought I was screwed for a second. I used to work in a call center in the sales department for a cable company, and I had a really tough customer on the phone. Usually we were obligated to use a method called top-down selling to get the most revenue out of every customer, but with this guy I hit the lowest price I could offer him for his package, and he was still asking for everything free under the sun. He was being pretty rude, and I was desperate for a sale, so I put him on hold and called the help desk to see if there was anything else I could offer him for free. The help desk reps were sort of like supervisors, specifically dedicated to helping the sales reps with promotions and approving certain promotions for certain customers. There was one beachy help desk rep that I really disliked that never approved anything for me, which made getting the sale harder for me. I rang up the help desk twice, but kept getting her, and I really didn't want to deal with her. On my third attempt, I got her again and hung up, and then I exclaimed, "Son of a beach." All of a sudden, I heard hello, hello. I heard that. Turns out I pressed the wrong button when I hung up on the help desk, and the customer who was on hold heard me swear. He thought I cursed at him. I panicked and hung up on him. All of our calls were recorded, so I was really scared someone was going to pick up on that. I used to work at Chili's. I was waiting tables in the lounge area on a Friday night. The lounge had 9 tables. I was the first evening lounge server and the second one didn't come in for another hour or so. So I had all 9 tablets to myself. Had about 4 of them filled and was trying to take care of all of them. Then I get a triple seat on top of that. Opening seating can be a beach sometimes. One of the tables was a 5 top that sat down at a 4 top booth. They wanted to put a chair at the end of the table, but I told them I couldn't do that because it blocked the aisle and was a fire hazard. They kept giving me a hard time and being difficult, and it was making it really hard to keep my cool and keep up with my other tables while trying to deal with them. One of the guys was gay. I only mention this because it's relevant to the story. I go back to the computers and I'm ringing a couple orders in when my manager walks up beside me. I tell him about the table and how frustrating all this is and what's happening with the table. He says, "I'm gonna go ahead and take a chair over to them." This is after I've already been by the table and told them I couldn't do this 3 to 4 times. Him saying that was the straw that broke the camel's back and, without thinking, said, "Well, why don't you go down on him too while you're over there?" Knowing that the guy was gay and a guy going down on him would only bring him added pleasure on top of getting his way in getting the extra chair. I about shit my pants after the words came out of my mouth. The manager called me back to the office a few minutes later and said I had 2 options. 1. Get written up and go home now. Or 2. Get written up and work the rest of the shift. I thought, well, I'm gonna be in trouble either way. I might as well stay and make some money. The next day I went and the GM was there, and she called me back into the office and said she wasn't sure why the other manager didn't fire me, because she would have fired me on the spot, and said it was probably because I'm never like that. TLDR. As a waiter at Chili's I got frustrated and told my manager to go down on a customer. I got out with just a write-up. This was back about a year ago when I was stationed on a US submarine. We were in port and the ship was running low on compressed air, so I was sent to coordinate with the civilians to get an air charge started. When we compress air we send it from a compressor to an air dryer which makes sure there is no moisture, oil or particulate matter in the air. I set up the dryer and coordinated with the civilians and we started charging. I came back about 20 minutes later and the valves on the dryer were frozen because I forgot to open one. I knew a few things could happen. I could cause an air rupture, possibly kill myself, or go to captain's mast, NJP for all you landlubbers. So in case I didn't die, the threat was going to mast and losing money and power and beaches by association. So I chipped away the ice so if I lifted a relief valve it wouldn't look like it was my fault. Then I slowly start to open the valve and the differential pressure lifts a relief valve. And it is loud as fuck cause this is air at 4500 C. The engineering officer for the day comes down and is like, what the fuck? A lot of people looked into it and my chief asked me if I messed up. I lied and said it was the civilians' fault and nobody got faked on. Never told any of them that and got the fuck out of the Navy last month. I crushed off part of a guy's thumb. Okay, so I moved patients to a hospital, mostly by stretchers, but we sometimes transport them on wheelchairs or in their beds. Our endoscopy unit is up a steep ramp, so they have their own motorized stretchers, which are old and terrible. They will frequently stop on their own, and they resist being pushed manually if they are on what's called steer, which locks two of the wheels going forward like a grocery cart. If they are on neutral, they are just plain unwieldy. Anyway, so it's like 6:30 in the morning and it's the first call of the day for me. I get a call to bring someone to endoscopy. Patient seemed downright comatose. The nurse even told me he wouldn't wake up, so we slid him over from the bed to the stretcher, leaving the sheets he had over him. He's also on contact precautions, so I cover the railings with linen as per our policy. So I can't see any part of this guy's body save his head. He's on his side, and he doesn't seem at all like he'd move on his own. I get to the elevator, and I'm slightly off on the angle to smoothly get it in without taking it off steer, which is hella noisy on the motorized ones, and it's like 6:45 AM. Don't wanna wake up people nearby. The railing presses against the side of the elevator door. Okay, that happens sometimes. It'll bend and get in just fine, though the sheet will probably fall off. Okay, I hold down the button and pull back the handles, and it rolls into the elevator. Success. As we go down the one floor, I hear the patient moan a bit. I look down and see a red stain growing by the second. Oh, fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck off a fuck sheet. The door opens and I rush him out the door, around the corner, and up the ramp to endoscopy. He's bleeding and I don't know why a group of nurses seem to assemble out of nowhere and start addressing the injury. I hear one of them say, Jesus, part of his thumb's missing. I explained to another everything I comprehended then, and trying not to cry myself, went back to my manager to explain how I faked up. There was an investigation. I spent weeks agonizing over how they were going to fire me, and eventually the guy doing the investigation talked to me directly. The eventual verdict was you could have not reasonably known his hand was around the railing. He should have kept his hands inside, that the hospital would pay for the resulting care to fix the thumb, and I was not as much as written up. I still feel like I should have been fired, and it's the single most guilt-ridden thing that's followed me from any job I've ever worked. Warning before reading this, I'm pretty drunk at the moment. Sidebar, thank you autocorrect. I'm totally late for this thread, but definitely worked at Target for 3 long years at the Food Avenue department, which was basically Pizza Hut and nasty hot dogs and semi-delicious popcorn. Anyways, the Target I worked at was cheap as hell when it came to hiring people, so they would use me to sometimes to run a register or go out and get cards. This special day they told me to go outside and gather carts the whole day while they had some inexperienced person cover my department, which is faking stupid of them since it's making me have tons of more work at the end of the day. Points to about 2 hours of getting carts. I'm pulling up my row of 15 or so carts up to the cart door. I stop the carts and hit the button to open the cart doors. After they are opened, it relies on motion sensors to stay open. I hit the remote to move the carts up, and for some reason the doors close and the motion sensors don't pick up, and the whole row of carts go smashing into the glass door. It made a loud as noise, and as I'm walking up acting like nothing happened, I just see all these customers and co-workers turn their heads towards me. It ended up spiderwebbing the whole glass part and breaking the hinge in half and cost them over $800 to replace. I was supposed to get drug tested and all that fun stuff, but since they never officially trained me, it was partially their fault, so I got off scotch-free. It was definitely the running joke for at least 6 months straight though. Goddamn fact target. I was assistant managing a shitty grocery chain. The problem wasn't that I had run the morning shift so badly that we were just trundling a whole pallet of our famously awful signature red wine, hint right there, store name, it into the wine section like faking 3 minutes before we opened. The problem wasn't that I was going a little too fast with the power lift, which caused an entire leaf of the pallet, 25 cases of 12 bottles each, to go crashing onto the floor. Or even the fact that the kinetic energy of this event somehow caused the leaf on the other side to fall like one of those clicky ball desktop toys from hell, causing the whole morning crew to scurry frantically away from the contents of 50 cases of shitty wine roaring across the floor like that elevator scene from The Shining. No, the problem was that my reaction, as the titular boss of the place, as the guy wearing the Hawaiian shirt, as it were, another hint there. My reaction was to let loose with a bellowing yawp of "oh for fuck's sake," at a volume level that froze the crew in stunned silence and caused the nice little old lady who always did her shopping first thing in the morning let out a squawk and bump into a display of lemons by the front door that had been opened for her a few minutes earlier as a courtesy, sending them bouncing and rolling through the half-inch of wine that now covered literally half the store. I apologized to her, announced that I was going to go get a mop, and went and hid in the stock room until she was gone. Last spring/summer I worked in a warehouse assembling R-15s. Most people at that job didn't give a shit, including the managers, and the atmosphere was really lighthearted. I met some awesome down-to-earth people there. Anyways, prior to me the policy on cell phones was pretty lenient. If you were getting your work done at a good pace, it was okay if you checked your cell phone every once in a while, took a call, etc. People even used their phones as MP3s with headphones in, no big deal. Well, one day, the owner showed up unexpectedly to show some investors the shop and what kind of work goes on around there. I had been working there a couple months full time and was a pretty good worker. I liked what I did and did my best. One day though, I decided to put on headphones and watch a stream on my phone while I worked. So I'm putting together the lower receiver, keeping my speed up, and looking at the stream every once in a while, when suddenly I hear my co-worker say, "Dude, a monkey, wake the hell up," and nod over in the other direction. I give him a blank stare, and look over to see the owner, the potential investor, and the manager all staring at me. The manager is just shaking his head, while the owner just has a look of disbelief on his face. The next day cell phones were banned while working. I was not very popular after that. My dad worked at a small computer repair shop for a bit. He bullshitted his way through the whole interview process, but surprisingly, he knew how to work with computers quite a bit, since the computers that came in had simple issues. One day, this really mean woman came in, and when my father approached the front desk to help her, she refused his help because he was Hispanic. The town he was in was predominantly white. Before my dad could lash out at her, the manager came out and helped her. Shortly afterward, his manager gave my dad the computer and left him to do his thing. The computer required a factory reset, which my father did. He called the woman to make sure it was okay with her, and she said it's fine, and to just put a password on it and try to put back as much as he can. When the computer prompt popped up asking to create a username and password, He thought it would be funny to make the username freshest and the password fuck off and show it to his work buddies who got a good laugh. He left the job for the night and forgot about the password thing in the morning. He went back to work and his manager gave the woman her computer. Not even an hour later, the shop got an angry call from the woman asking why her username was freshest. My manager glared at my father and my father knew it was his time to go. Before he left the shop, he pushed a pad of sticky notes toward his manager, who was still on the phone with the woman. On the pad, it said the password is fuck off. He died a few months later. When his brother asked him a few weeks before he died about some things he doesn't regret, while on a boys' night out, my dad retold this story. Boring restaurant story. I was an expediter in a restaurant, and part of my job was to check out the servers at the end of the night to make sure they did their back of house side work like portioning sauces, or cleaning the soda machine, or whatever. It was a very small kitchen. On my side it was able to handle myself, my 2 food runners preparing plates with me, and a server getting drinks or bread. There was a server, let's call her Jane, that liked to hide in there and use her phone to play some stupid game on her phone or text her boyfriend or something. Constantly she would stand in front of a cooler that held some of the sauces. So I would work around her, ask her to please leave the kitchen, or take it to the storage area or something. Sometimes she would, other times she wouldn't. I had reported her to my manager several times before but nothing more than a quick talk happened with her. There was this really busy night. Had a 90-minute wait, and multiple large parties ordered close to each other. I had no time for that crap that night. She was in a slow section so didn't have too much going on. One large table ordered mostly dishes that required sauces from one specific cooler, so I was in and out of there constantly. I bumped into her a few times. My anger was building up, but I kept my cool until I knocked her phone out of her hands accidentally. I was just going to brush it off like I normally did, but she dared to say what the fuck paroxysm attack. I snapped. I yelled, Jane, get the fuck out of my kitchen you stupid lazy cunt. She teared up a little, stomped out of the kitchen. I didn't know my manager was standing right outside the kitchen at the bar helping make drinks for servers. Very quickly he was in the kitchen, gave me the evil eye and a red face, and just said get out. I got a call the next day asking me to come back to work because they needed me. They told me I'm on thin ice, but assured me I have a job assuming I don't have an episode like that again. Things went fine, but I was really no longer lenient on servers standing in the kitchen. But I was very stern yet calm when telling them they had to leave or unfood. This happened in March. I was a floor manager by May. The assistant manager left in June, and I was put in that job after 2 years of being assistant manager. I left for a serving job this past August at a major chain restaurant because the money was better. TLDR, I loudly called a server a cunt. Manager made me go home, called me back the next day. Promoted to manager 2 months later, and assistant manager another month later. I worked a nightie at the headquarters of a retail company in a big city. I was trying to make my boss happy by throwing out old equipment in our storage while he was on vacation. I threw out some point of sales terminals that were sitting in storage. POS is the same as computer cash registers. This building the company was in has a basement. In the basement are dumpsters for recycling. I threw all the equipment into the electronics dumpster. My boss gets back from vacation, asks me where all of the POS equipment was at. I told him, with a smile on my face, that I had single-handedly cleaned out the storage room and threw out the old point of sales terminals. Aka cash registers but computers. He lost all color in his face and explained that those terminals have sensitive financial and credit data on them. They need to have the hard drives pulled, and then those drives need to be destroyed. He then told me he would have to notify his boss, senior director, so they could decide what to do. I told him I wanted to run down to the dumpster before he told anyone. He told me it was pointless because it was a week ago. I was pretty sure that the equipment was gone too, but I didn't want to lose a great job. I went to the basement and swam through a dumpster full of old printers, computers, servers, tape backup drives, and found the 2 points of sales terminals I had thrown out. I dragged them to my boss, covered in sweat, printer toner, and my hair a total wreck. The issue was done. He said nothing to the senior director. Like it never happened. I think he felt I suffered enough with all of the fear in my face and the swimming in a dumpster of old electronics. I worked in the medical marijuana industry for 4 years during the pot rush in Colorado. I made pretty decent money at first, but as it became more accepted I saw wages go down significantly. So my last job I was working as a bartender at a dispensary for around $12/HR-40 HRS/week. I was struggling making rent and other expenses for weeks. I had mentioned I needed 40 hours a week or I would have to find another job. The owners had no issue with this and said to let the manager know. So I did. However, after several weeks the schedule hadn't changed and I was getting bullshit 5 to 6 hour shifts. After a staff meeting I received my schedule and asked the manager if I could talk to her about my schedule. She got worked up and said I can't right now, I'm in the middle of something. I noticed what she was in the middle of doing. Cutting up her boyfriend's pot brownies for the staff to sample, so we would sell more of his shitty product. When she came to give me a sample I looked at the bag and threw it to the ground saying your faking brown isn't important. I walked out, and as I left the front door I turned around and with 2 middle fingers in the air said fuck you, beach, and walked to a nearby park and smoked about 3 bowls before I was ready to return. So 15 minutes later, feeling much better, I walked back to my work where the owner asked me to step outside. He proceeded to tell me how he couldn't have that going on because this was a legitimate business point. I got fired, and because I didn't want to find another shitty dispensary job I decided it was time to go to college. Fast forward 18 months, and I'm over half finished with my degree. I have a part-time job on campus that pays about the same, and I don't have to deal with dysfunctional stoners all day pretending we are smart and not just working a shitty retail job. Honestly, I'm very grateful to that beach. If she hadn't made my life unbearable I wouldn't have snapped and would probably still be wasting away slinging sacks for someone else. I was sad to not be around some great cowhawkers, but in the end they all gave me props for saying what everyone was thinking. Point TLDR. Pothead walks out of pot job telling off manager, gets high, goes back to work calmer, gets fired for not being professional at the pot shop. Goes back to college, better off because of beaches trying to bring me down. I was working as a Kirby vacuum door-to-door salesman. Yeah, that was an adventure indeed. My wife at the time happened to be 9 months pregnant, and I needed to be close to home in case she went into labor. My boss at the time wanted the group of us to take an all-day trip out into the frozen wastelands of North Dakota. We were in the big city of Grand Forks. I told him I couldn't go because of my wife's situation. He proceeded to lecture me and actually said these words: if you can't be loyal to your employer, what kind of father do you think you are going to make? You are setting a bad example already. Well, the stress of getting ready to have a baby, living in North Dakota, and the shame of being a door-to-door vacuum salesman got to me, I guess. I punched him in the face so hard he crumpled. Not fell over, not collapsed, but crumpled. Like someone had attached a rope through his anus to the inside of his belly button and tried to pull him inside out. I knocked one of his front teeth out and broke the other. I did this in front of everyone and figured I was fired for sure and maybe about to be arrested. I got a call the next day from him apologizing and wanting me to come in. Turns out I was the best sleazy schmoozer on the crew and made him the most money. I told him I wasn't sorry and quit on the phone. Worked at a shitty steakhouse. One slow Friday night I'm mindlessly patrolling 4 tables to bus when I go into the back/ditch/hallway area. It was connected to a mall and had an emergency/employee hallway. Total shithole to find the other busser giggling as it went back and forth between the dry stock and said hallway. When I get back there, the ceiling is littered in shish kebab sticks. Not having anything better to do, I joined in. We went full retard back there, thinking nobody would give a shit. Imagine a forest of dead branchless trees, but greasy and upside down. Well, it turns out one of the prep guys who saw it had such a problem that he called mall security, who then called the police for property damage. I got the call for everyone who closed that night to get their asses over there as soon as possible. I literally thought I was going to be fired and arrested. Until the actual cop, not the angry mall cop, shows up, looks up at the skewers with a look on his face that says, "You called me here for this sheet." These words actually followed, "Look guys, this is more annoying than it is harmful. Just get a ladder and take it down already. I'm going back to Starbucks." My boss then fired two of his least favorites. The other busser and a dishwasher who didn't even work that night. Neither of them cared in the slightest. Title for this story: The day I caused the largest fight at Saddle Ranch on Sunset at the age of 19. When I was 19 years old about 11 years ago, I landed the best job in the world. I was a bouncer at a bar/restaurant in West Hollywood, California on Sunset Boulevard. I got paid to pretty much hang out and break up fights here and there. For a 19-year-old, this is a dream job. The only way I was able to work here was because this place is technically a restaurant, but after 9 PM it's mostly drinking and people riding the mechanical bull. So one Saturday night I was told by my manager to tell some drunk guy to not hang out on the sidewalk in front of the patio. Let's call him douchebag number 1. This guy had already been kicked out for being too drunk and being an asshole. I approach douchebag #1 and tell him he can't hang out where he is standing/talking to his friends and he needs to kick rocks. I'm standing on the sidewalk talking to douchebag #1. Patio and sidewalk are separated by 3 or 4 foot high wood/stone fences. As I was telling douchebag #1 to keep it moving, his friend, douchebag #2, that he is talking to someone who is standing on the patio, takes a big drink of his beer and just spits it all over my face. He then steps on a chair and lunges at me, jumping over the fence. By the way, I was 6 feet 6 inches 280 pounds at the time. Douchebag #2 was about 5 feet 7 inches 150 pounds. As douchebag #2 was in the air coming at me, I grabbed him by the neck and waistband and I used his momentum to pick him up over my head and slammed him on the curb on his head. It was at this point I thought I had killed him, and I for sure knew I would be fired/arrested for killing a customer. What happened next was the most thrilling, most terrifying, most exciting thing that ever happened to me. It turned out that these guys were a part of what seemed like the world's largest bachelor party. There were about 25 to 35 guys in this party and most of them were standing there on the patio watching quietly. Seconds after douchebag #2 was knocked unconscious by me, all I see is a wave of angry guys that have been drinking jump over the fence and charge at me. As this all happened, about 6 of the other bouncers are just showing up on the scene. Next thing you know, WW3 just broke out in front of Saddle Ranch. Groups of guys from the bachelor party all broke apart and started fighting with us bouncers. I had about 8 guys move towards me. I immediately backpedaled into the middle of Sunset Boulevard. I hear one guy say to me, "You just knocked out my son." He was the closest one to me, so I punched him, and he just fell like a sack of rocks. At this point traffic is stopped both ways on Sunset Boulevard, and about 50 people are in the street fighting. It turned out a group of regular customers decided to help us out and fight these douchebags with us. I don't know how, but I did not get hit once in this whole fight. Actually yes I do. My boxing training that I have been doing for the past 5 years helped out a lot. I managed to fight off those 8 guys. None of them really knew how to fight, and I was much bigger than any of them. It was like fighting 8 little kids. I picked them off one by one as I kept backpedaling the whole time. Cops show up but everyone is still fighting. My manager then grabs my arm and tells me to go inside the bar and stay out of sight because these guys want to kill me and the sight of me just enrages them even more. So I go inside and just watch through a window as about 10 cop cars show up and start taking people. Douchebag #2 remained knocked out for about 20 long minutes on a bench that was just outside the window I was looking out of. 2 of his friends were trying to wake him up the whole time. I was wishing he would wake up too because I didn't want to go to jail that night. Cops clear everyone out, and the rest of the bachelor party that didn't get arrested get back into their coach bus that they rented and leave. This fight happened about 10 minutes before the last call, so I helped clear out the inside to close up. At the meeting at the end of the night I was still worried that I was going to be fired, but my manager just asked us what we wanted to drink. I said fuck it and asked for a Red Bull vodka. Even thought I was only 19. I was granted said drink and was giving a pat on my back for a good job that night. This whole fight was caught on security cameras and we watched this fight over and over maybe 20 times that night. From that day forward I was always called over the radio for backup. Because of the security camera video point I ended up working there for about 4 more years and was involved in about 100 plus more fights, but this one was the biggest point. I have many more stories about when I worked at this place. Lots of fight stories, police corruption I witnessed, such, drugs and celebrity stories. Let me know if anyone wants to hear them. Point TLDR, I knocked out 2 generations and started WW3. When I was 18 I worked at a movie theater. There was a huge house party that I was supposed to go to on a weekend, and the girl of my dreams was gonna be there. I had requested that night off a few weeks in advance, and it was given to me by one of the managers. The managers really liked me, but the boss, who was a lady in her mid-40s, seemed to hate me. I've never known why, but she was always particularly harsh on me. She was just an extremely mean-spirited person in general. But she really had a strong dislike for me and treated me like shit. I had already become disenchanted with my job there simply because of the way my boss treated me. Plus I was set to ship off to Army Basic in a few months. I was very punctual, did everything that was asked, and would even come in to work on days where a worker got sick on a moment's notice. Point anyways, the day of the party, my boss called me and told me that I was going to work that night. I told her I had already gotten permission to get the night off, and she yelled at me over the phone and told me that if I didn't come in, I was getting fired. I came in and noticed that we were overstaffed. I didn't even have a cash register or a spare broom and dustbin to work with. It became evident that she called me into work because she knew about the party a few employees were going, just to spite me. I went up to her office and asked why she asked me to come in when we were clearly overstaffed. She replied very angrily by saying, "Because I'm the boss, and if you don't do what I tell you to do, I'll fire you." I immediately responded by taking off my uniform shirt and saying there's no need for that, because I quit, you fat bitch. And then I chucked my shirt into the trash can. I didn't care one iota, because I was leaving for the army soon anyways. I went to the party, and some of the managers as well as fellow coworkers were there. I told them that I had quit, and how I had called the boss a fat bitch. Everyone hated the boss, even the managers, and they all burst out laughing. They all high-fived me, and we had a shot in honor of someone finally standing up to the boss. On a slightly sour note, the girl of my dreams showed up with a date, so that obviously didn't work out. But it was still a really fun night. After I had quit, I remained close friends with most of my coworkers, and the weekend before I left for BCT they threw me a surprise going away party. Good times. Edit. Removed personal info. Was working as a sandwich artist for a large fast food chain. My best friend was the assistant manager, and our entire crew in general was pretty close. We were all really respectful and mature about our shitty fast food job. Outside of work, we would all hang out. The majority of us smoked pot, and would often do so together. One night, when my shift ended, a coworker knew I was going to re-up, and gave me some money for himself. When I came back to the store, I was with my friend, the assistant manager, and my 2 other friends who were also employees. My coworker who I had brought pot for, another coworker, and the night manager were almost done with closing. In addition to the 4 of us, and the 3 of them, 2 of our other coworkers, who happened to be the manager's siblings, were doing a money order of some sort. But wait, one of them has their SO with them, as well as their other siblings. So altogether, there are 11 people in a closed store, 9 of which are employees of a 12-person crew. I proceeded to arrogantly transfer the marijuana from one bag to another on a prep table that appeared to not have any cameras on it. I finished the transfer and placed the product in my coworker's bag, and we all went on our merry way. Next morning, I woke up to a text from my manager. My stomach sank like the Titanic the moment that I realized there was, in fact, a camera right above the prep table. Apparently, the store owners, who were very conservative old people, had been recently watching the cameras because they were suspicious of employees stealing money. They saw everything. That afternoon I came in for my regular shift wishing I were invisible. Everyone was in deep trouble, and no one was happy about it. My manager yelled at me for 5 minutes, and I got written up. Went home after that shift with my job still intact, and smoked the most satisfying joint of my life. TLDR, I dealt marijuana in front of a work camera after hours, and almost got my whole crew fired. I was sick and tired of my perpetually lazy boss turning up late every single day and leaving everyone else to do his share of work. He had the same role as the rest of us, but was the team leader, based on him working there the longest. Anyway, one typical morning he rolled in to work at about 10:15. We were all meant to start at 8. I sent a text message to my wife. Stupid faking prick finally decides to turn up to work. Hit send, waited about 3 seconds, and heard beep beep. Oh dear god, I sent it to him by mistake. I was frantically thinking about how I was going to get out of this, and decided that my job was so shitty that I wasn't all that concerned anyway. He looked at it, exclaimed to himself in a quiet manner, well, that's not very nice, and went back to reading online news, or playing Farmville, or whatever he did to fill in the 2 or 3 hours a day. When he actually managed to be at his desk, I knew I had the fact that the guy was basically allergic to confrontation on my side. True to that, he said nothing at the start, and he obviously spent all day mustering up the cojones to approach me about it. He came up to me towards the end of the day and just said, I got a text message from you earlier. I just said in the calmest tone I could manage, yeah, sorry about that. It wasn't meant for you. That meant go to my wife. He was a bit stunned and said, but the message said, and I cut him off. Yeah, like I said, sorry, it was meant to be a private message for my wife, and turned around and went back to work. Never had it mentioned again in the short time that I stayed working there. Resigned a few weeks later. Late to the party here, but F-word it. I worked as a security dispatcher for a major tech company back in 2010 or so. We had these wireless headset plus mics that we'd use in our operations center that you'd mic up with using a handheld trigger. The rest of the dispatchers were on lunch, and it was just me and my buddy in the room. So I start telling him about how I had fooled around with this girl the night before. So I was with that girl last night. We go back to her place after the movie and we start fooling around on her bed. About 10 minutes in she tells me she's on her ag and then just starts sucking my dick. She's going about it for like 10 minutes, and I'm getting really fired up, and I tell her I wanna fuck her, but she flat out won't let me. Anyways, another 10 minutes goes by, and I'm about to blow my load. I'll let her know, but she doesn't even flinch, just keeps sucking. I blow my load in her mouth, and without missing a beat she swallows. Faking amazing. Now, right about this time, half of the phone lines in the room blow up. I answered the first one expecting some kind of medical emergency. That would be nice. XXXX security, this isn't stuff. How can I help you, dude? Open mic. Open faking mic was the reply from the other end. My heart dropped to my ankles and my first and only reaction was to immediately rip the headset off of my head and sling it across the room. I hadn't realized that I had been using the only trigger system in the room that occasionally stuck in the transmit position. My entire conversation was broadcast to every security radio in our department. I kept expecting my manager to come flying through the door screaming at me to get my sheet and get the fuck out. 2 minutes goes by, nothing. 5, nothing. 10, nothing. Friend is still laughing his balls off. Half hour later I summoned the courage to leave the operations center and take my lunch. I run into some of the guards on my run, and every one of them starts busting up laughing the second they see me. Some come up and swat me on the back and congratulate me on a job well done. I'm still utterly terrified of running into my manager. It never happens. Turns out all of my managers either had their radios off, were away from them, or were out of radio range on long distance tasks. Holy shit, did I luck out. Never did I use that trigger again. Let me tell ya what. I used to work in a care home for elderly folks with dementia. We had a resident named Julia, not her real name, who was pretty out of it. She was extremely passive and was in her own little world most of the time, barely said a word, but liked hugs. Sweet lady. Family visits a lot, etc. So one morning I'm getting Julia up, and she lets me wash her and dress her with no fuss at all. I lead her outside to the corridor, and she wanders off of her own accord. I turn to lock the door to her room by sliding the bolt across the top. Got a couple of residents who are into pilfering, and Julia has chocolates in her room I don't want in someone else's mouth. And as I turn to continue walking, the hand that I had reached up to do the bolt smacks Julia right across the face. Hard point. She'd obviously walked back up to me and stood next to me without me hearing, and just as I turned and reached downwards, her face happened to be in the space my hand would have been. So I clocked her. I have never felt more guilty. Instantly her eyes welled up. She says nothing. I say how sorry I am. It was an accident, etc. But she can't really understand me. She's probably already forgotten I did it. I pull her into a hug until she's done crying, and then she carries on her way as if nothing happened. I felt faking awful. She was the sweetest old lady ever, and I just walloped her. It must have hurt so much. Well, I know it was an accident, but I also know that explaining the inevitable black eye I just gave her to her family is going to be awkward as fuck, and if they push the issue I'm done. And this is a very expensive private home, and they aren't exactly the most forgiving of folks, so I slope off down the hall to my senior to tell her what happened and admit everything. I cry. I cry because I know I'm done. I hit a resident. And not only did I hit a resident, I hit the nicest, most harmless woman ever. The senior was very understanding and accepted it was an accident and took a look at Julia, who seemed to be a-okay. He explained everything to Julia's husband when he came to visit her that day, fully expecting to be completely and utterly destroyed, but he just ruffled her on the head and said it sucked but accidents happened. I was super surprised. He'd made huge fusses over tiny little things before, but me hitting her was fine. In the end I questioned my senior about it, and she said that he knew it was an accident and appreciated that I was so honest about it. I was clearly upset, and out of all the staff there he knew Julia loved me the best, and so he had no suspicions of me. I was touched. Also she never even got a bruise. But the look on her face when I did it for that split second still gets me. TLDR. Smacked an old woman with Alzheimer's in the face by accident. Hard. Everyone was cool with it. I wasn't fired, but I thought you'd all enjoy this story. I was working at Tim Hortons during high school. We had an employee there from the Philippines who was a little despised by customers, but absolutely adored by the management. He was the fastest worker I had ever seen, but he was very rushed. He would finish people's orders for them and tell them to stand off to the side. He was an incredibly strange guy too. He would walk through the supply room, back and forth, muttering to himself, "Fuck, fuck, 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 fuck." So I'm getting my lunch ready one day, as I always did. Chicken and Swiss. I'm getting pretty excited about it. It has been a busy day. I walk through the back towards our tiny joke of a staff room. Just as I round the corner and enter the room, I notice him sitting in the corner struggling with something. It took me a moment to realize it, but that something was his business. He was sitting in the corner of the staff room jerking his gherkin. It took him a minute to realize I was there, but, and this was probably the worst part, when he noticed me, he didn't immediately stop. He just stared at me with those crazy eyes and kept going. Not for long, mind you. I think he realized the shit he had gotten himself into, but for a split second he just stared me down. He got up and did up his uniform and walked out. When my brain finally processed what had happened, I decided I should probably tell a manager. They got pretty mad at him about it, but they never did fire him. I quit not long after this. I really hated the job and couldn't risk this happening again. I worked somewhere with a warehouse type setting. We had lots of forklifts, but I avoided getting my license as I didn't want to be responsible for so much traffic and tight spaces and people walking around. The shift leader overheard someone jokingly, "Oh yeah, well you can go get your high-low license and move your own sheet." The shift leader realized he forgot to have me take my test and whatnot, and sent me to do so the next morning. At the end of that shift, they told me to go put the electric high-low in the back room to charge. I go into the back room, pull the chain to raise the garage type door, then secure it on the hook. I go get on the high-low and start driving it in, when all of a sudden there's a loud noise and the forklift is jolted. I immediately took my foot off the pedal, but the damage was done. The entire wall was pushed forward, and the garage door was resting on top of the forklift. The door rolls up into a little rectangle thing above the door. From either side is a chain that goes up to meet in the middle above it, forming a triangle. One of those chains had come loose, and when those chains came loose, whatever mechanism the first chain I pulled to raise the door wasn't in effect. Like if you held in the clutch on a manual car, I was sure I'd be fired, but luckily there was a guy in the back room who saw it and said that the door fell on me while I was halfway through. I was terrified that I just didn't raise the door all the way and ran into it, as it was a very small clearance point. TLDR knocked down a wall my first day getting a forklift license. I swear, it wasn't my fault. I used to work for a pretty large non-profit affiliate in the fundraising department. The affiliate was going through some considerable growth, as was the department, and as a result I had about 5 supervisors. My least favorite supervisor was a pretty needy one who constantly bombarded me with project after project, with no regard for my workload at all. One day, she sent me something like 20 projects within an hour, knowing full well that I was on deadline for a big project for everyone else. Frustrated, I forwarded her email to my roommate and included my own commentary along the lines of "This beach is crazy if she thinks I'm doing this for her today." Of course, I realized as soon as I hit send that I'd accidentally replied to my supervisor instead of sending the message to my friend. I went into full meltdown mode. I tried to retrieve the message, but our server made that pretty impossible. I called my buddies in it and enlisted their help, but there was nothing they could do either, so I did the only thing I could think of. I made up a fake email thread between my roommate and myself about past due rent and forwarded it to my supervisor with a note stating that I'd intended my last email to be a response to my roommate about rent, and that I was super sorry. I also quickly threw together some of her requested items and saved them to some obscure server file and told her that I'd already taken care of them that morning before I'd started my deadline project. Thankfully, she bought it. She replied with a smiley face and a note saying she figured that it had been a mistake as it was so wildly out of character. I strongly recall drinking heavily later that night. I was a chef in a small kitchen, and one of my 4 bosses was also a real estate agent. Inside the kitchen there is a table where the real estate agent boss will sit and get work done on her laptop. Behind this table is a sink that I would sometimes use for various reasons. On a few previous occasions I would turn the sink on and walk away to do something else while it was filling up and then forget about it. This would flood the kitchen, and it was a wonderful mess to clean up. I was laughed at for this, but it was never a big deal. The final time I did this, the real estate agent boss had set her laptop on the counter beside the sink. I turned the sink on, forgot about it, and went to do something else. I walked into the kitchen about 5 minutes later, and one of the waitresses was staring at the overflowing sink. She looked at me and said, "The sink is overflowing." The water was pouring down the side of the counter and was all the way across the kitchen. The laptop was just sitting in a puddle of water. I quickly turned the water off, handed the mop to the waitress, and then picked up the laptop and solemnly carried it off to my boss. I cried like a little girl. I was ready to just go home and never come back. Real estate agent boss didn't talk to me for 3 days until her laptop dried out and it was back up and running again. I wasn't fired, but I wasn't allowed to use that sink ever again. Working in a window fabrication company, cleaning up the plastic on an expensive window. £600 frame alone is expensive. Using my groover, no idea what the real name is, I was cleaning up one of the corners. They start like on the right and we cut away the plastic mound to get the result in the middle. I slipped a bit and ended up with a deep groove leading away from the line I was supposed to be making. Cleaning up a cut like that is a pain. You have to sand down the entire surrounding area to match the depth of the groove and make sure that the frame is level, meaning you also have to sand down the whole length of the window to keep it level. Finishing off using some corrosive liquid. Can't remember what it was, but it smelled funny, came in levels of 10 and 20, and dried out your hands, so I finally finish. Frame is all shiny. This took me approximately 2 hours. Problem being the original groove I was trying to make is now not deep enough. I start to make the groove and slip. Along the exact line again. I threw the groover at the table in frustration. I did this, and I usually get a satisfying thunk as it embeds itself into the desk. But I didn't hear a thunk. I turned around and see the groover sticking upright in the frame. The £600 frame. I was asked to take the week off with pay and then fired a week later. Late to the thread, but here goes. My first job ever was at a kennel. Most teenagers worked there, including myself at the time, but our two main managers were both around 30. Each day we worked was from 7:30 am to 4 pm, which made for some extremely rough mornings. One day was particularly tough for me, and keep in mind that I had been awake since about 6 am in the middle of summer. It was a Sunday, our busiest pickup day, and I was assigned to retrieve two dogs who had been boarding at the kennel for a few days. I brought them up to our checkout room on our slip leads and swapped those out for their original leashes and collars. I went through the normal process of sprucing them up and opened the door into the reception area just as a separate family was coming in the front doors to pick up their dog. Little did I know, one of the collars had not fully snapped into place, and one of the dogs bolted away from me and through the open door that was open to the outdoors. Now, this wouldn't have been such a big deal if the front of the building was not located directly off of a very busy 4-lane road, and if it were not mid-afternoon on a Sunday. I spent the next 10 minutes coaxing the dog back towards the front door, because each time the owner or myself would try to approach it, the little faker would dart off closer to the road. Once I finally caught the dog and helped the very angry owner get the two dogs into their car, I went back inside where I was sure I was going to get fired. I was questioned, but not fired. I was on rocky territory for a while, but it eventually blew over because it was an honest mistake that had happened before. I later learned. I ended up quitting for other reasons about a month later. TLDR. Worked at a kennel as a teenager and accidentally let a dog get loose near a very busy road, but wasn't actually fired. Working at a supermarket, having a bit of a sheet day, and was just chilling out sorting the back stock in the back freezer room. Then the beach of a front-end manager called me to do a trolley run for about the 8th time that shift. So in a fit of rage I slammed the big freezer door shut as I walked off. Just as I heard the slam I heard that lovely sound of plastic breaking, then the tink noise of it hitting concrete. Turned around just in time to see the freezer door falling off its rails. So of course I did the logical thing when a 1-foot thick door was falling towards you and stood under it trying to push it back on the rail. So anyway, I was now stuck, holding a heavier door up against the frame, now realizing I had broken the wheel which holds it on the rail. Meanwhile the front end beach is getting pissed off and paging me and another worker again. Thankfully the duty manager, after what felt like an eternity, came to check the freezer, where I was standing, holding up a broken door trying not to sheet myself. Of course first question was what the fuck happened? And being the dipshit I was, all I thought up was no faking idea made the thing just shattered, followed by blaming the potential country of origin's shoddy manufacturing. Still no idea how I didn't get in sheet for that. He knew me too well to believe that bullshit lie. Eventually it got fixed, but until then it was held shut with a pallet. I did end up getting the ass from that job, but it was instead over my shoes not having the right type of heel design. Flat soled instead of heeled business/dress shoes. I worked at a hotel and ran the breakfast in the mornings. The kitchen was through the conference room, which was inconvenient if anyone had rented the room for anything. On this particular day someone had rented it out for what appeared to be some sort of medical lecture, and they didn't want anyone coming in, which is a problem because I had to. Well, I was doing dishes and breakfast was winding down, so I started to fill up the sink so I could watch dishes. I took a few things to the secondary kitchen that wasn't closed off, and when I returned the doors to the conference room were locked, so I just looked at my coworkers at the desk and shrugged. I guess I'd have to wait. They eventually took an intermission for lunch, and I was able to get back into the conference room and to the kitchen, which upon getting closer to I noticed a noise coming from inside. I opened the door. Oh shit, the entire 12x12 room is entirely filled with soap bubbles and there is standing water. My manager, other coworkers, laundry staff, or cleaning staff could walk in at any moment and grab a drink they left in the refrigerator. I basically grabbed every towel we had and went to town, destroying a mound of bubbles much larger than myself. If anyone had walked in, I feel like I would have been fired, as the manager already had a vendetta against me, but somehow I lucked out. Took an hour and a half to clean up and no one even knocked on the door. I had it locked for obvious reasons. The laundry staff had their suspicions, but I just said I had a spill and just wound up using too many towels, and that I was sorry. Man, that was stressful. I used to work from home for a call center, and I was crazy tired with very little sleep in between days. So I had a hard time staying awake and more than a few times would fall asleep during my lunch or 10-minute breaks. That's not the worst though. One time I fell asleep with my headset on my head and still logged into the phones, but everyone from the office was trying to get a hold of me while this happened. I mean, my computer was lit up with messages, no speakers were provided, my phone had a full voicemail and missed calls, had it on silent for work, and the worst part is that the head of ours was in the office checking calls and found out I was sleeping and tried calling my phone. Luckily this was my last day before vacation, so I had a week before I had to deal with it, but I figured I was fired for sure. When I got back from vacation, I logged in and was told to call the hour manager for what I could only figure were my walking papers. I explained my piece and they told me it better not happen again. Then they let me go back to work. I didn't even get written up for it or even a verbal warning, so I felt ahead of the game. Unfortunately, they stepped up the security for home agents and gave us speakers, webcams, and a loud as binging noise that goes directly to your headset, all because of my infraction. People loved me at that job and it sure helped me get away with a lot, but not many people can say they have survived something like this without being fired. I worked at a lodge in the summer of my high school years. One lady owned the lodge and was incredibly nice, but if you pissed her off you were in for a shitstorm. At the lodge we had an old riding lawn mower and a brand new John Deere tractor that I of course was not allowed to use. So I go in for work on a particularly hot day in the summer and head right to the rider. I turn the key, nothing. Try again, nothing. Odd, usually the mower is pretty reliable for its age. After tinkering with it for another 15 minutes I accept it and head in to tell my boss, assuming I'll be told to simply try again. Instead, she simply says okay, just use the John Deere, and throws me the keys. Then she says just be careful of the bucket loader on the front. I basically frolicked back outside. After 2 years I finally got to drive the mother of all lawn equipment, the John Deere tractor. I put the key in and it started like a dream. The tractor had a cutting deck on it and a big bucket on the front that you could raise and lower. So off I go into the sunset, cutting the grounds of the lodge. This thing cut like a dream. I mean, that grass looked majestic. As the days end, nears the last area I have to do is alongside the main driveway into the lodge. The driveway was just redone actually and was lined with these huge vintage lamp poles. Anyway, there I am, cutting away on my mighty machine, when I see my boss exit the office and get into her car. She starts to back it up and pulls onto the driveway right as I'm cutting that portion. Thinking that I've done an excellent job so far, I look to my left towards her and smile and wave as I'm turning to start a new straight lane. Seeing me, she waves back. At this exact instant I drive the bucket of the mower straight into a lamppost, completely ripping it out of the ground and snapping the electric wires leading to it. Instead of stopping, I put my hands on my head in an oh no type expression and proceeded to continue to drive over it. I heard the car slam on the brakes and I knew I was faked. A story I heard from a friend of mine, and someone did wind up without a job, but it went a little differently. This was at a movie theater somewhere in Northern Ireland. Said friend, we'll call him B for bastard, had a coworker who we'll call A for asshole, for that's what he was. Now A was always a bit of a tit. I don't recall his infractions in particular, but it was enough to warrant a bit of a prank. Which is where the story gets good. At the end of each night all the doors, including the fire doors at the front of the halls, had to be locked. These doors were also in every movie room, and according to legend, one of these rooms was haunted, so everyone there usually hurried to quickly shut the doors and be out of that room as soon as possible. Now here's what B and his friends did. They hurriedly locked up most of the theater and then hid in the haunted cinema between the seats after they had disabled the lights already. So A was forced to stumble through the darkness with only that pathetic little usher's torch for light. And while he's inching his way through this pitch dark room, B and his friends are scraping empty popcorn bins, the cardboard ones, over the floor, making eerie scratching noises, and they can see the guy trying to go faster and faster as he gets closer to the bottom, eventually moving nearly at a dead run while he's swearing and cursing. When the man's done, he runs back to the stairs and begins hurrying along back towards the exit as fast as he can manage. Then suddenly, he falls down and starts sweating like an Irishman, dropping F-bombs like it's a war zone, and screaming, yes, screaming in panic. Eventually he regains his footing and runs hell for leather out of the theater. Turns out that one of B's friends had gently grabbed A's ankle as he passed by and scared the living shit out of him. They're all laughing their heads off and quickly swear to each other never to say anything about this because they've realized they've gone way too far with this joke. And turns out they did, because when they go to the back room they see A right up in the manager's face, swearing and cursing at the man, telling him he's quitting because he doesn't get paid enough for this sheet. Quit right there. And then years later A doesn't know he quit because his coworkers pranked him. I used to work for Safeway when I was a teenager. Just like any grocery store, in the back there were stairs, and up them was the break room and the respective locker room/bathrooms. When you get to the top of the stairs, the break room is immediately on your left. In the break room, there used to be a 3-compartment candy vending machine like this one. It had Skittles, peanut M&Ms, and Runts. Because we're dicks, we used to pick the machine up, turn it upside down, and pull the lid up on the corner to shake out some M&Ms. It was a plastic lid and would give just enough to shake out the occasional treat. Well, one time I was with a friend, and, mind you, Safeway has a zero-tolerance policy on shenanigans. We decided we wanted a good amount of M&Ms from this poor machine. He picked up the machine and turned it upside down. I got in under him, sorta, use your imagination, and started pulling the millimeter side hard enough for us to score our bounty. Remember, I said earlier that the break room was right next to the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs was the manager's office. So I'm pulling, and the M&Ms are flowing. Life is good until snap. The whole lid snaps into several pieces, and a wicked sweet conglomeration of delights goes pouring to the ground. Runts, MM''S, and Skittles make a rainbow on their way to the floor, and then cascade like water down the stairs in a beautiful colorful waterfall of impending termination. These fucking things carry far more candy in them than it seems in passing. Since my hold on the lid gave way suddenly, I hit the wall, and then the floor. My buddy, the counterweight, stumbled with a broken machine in hand, but maintained his balance. I get up, and we look at each other, then at the ground. We can hear the last few drops of our haphazard shower hitting the ground below, while the ones that are now also covering the break room floor spread out and come to settle. There are 30+ people on the clock at this time, including managers. We are but courtesy clerks, baggers, and are sure we are doomed, but there is no one around. Being courtesy clerks, we spend our day sweeping. Well, there was really only one course of action: try to clean it all the fuck up before anyone had any idea what had happened. The first of our concerns was the manager's office at the bottom of the stairs, and we found it vacant. With this small victory in hand, we proceeded to clean up the mess. Here's the thing though, how the fuck are we supposed to separate all of this candy out? Indeed, how the fuck are we supposed to get all this dirt, and dust, and hair from the floor out of it as well? Well, easy, you don't do either of those things. We swept it all up into one mixed, grey-brown rainbow bag and poured it all back in as is. We put the lid back on, in pieces, and set the machine in place within 3 or so minutes, and with no one the wiser. I didn't get fired. I have worse stories, where I even should have gotten fired, but this one was the most colorful, to be clear. I do not feel good about this incident in my life, even 14 years later. Hey, I was just fired today. How timely. I worked at a third-party call center doing live chat support for a large telecommunications company in Canada. A few days ago I got this dude who's on vacation somewhere nice and warm, and said he was on hold for 5 minutes. Oh no, with us. Gave up on that, and tried chat out instead. Long story short, he had been passed to me by another department. Not my job transfer seems to run rampant at this company, and he demanded credit for one of his lines not being put on temporary suspension like he asked. Fair enough, we screwed up, but I'm support level 1 and can't authorize credits, and the department he needed is only available via phone. This is when he starts yell typing 3 messages worth of self-entitled BS where he finishes by demanding that I get somebody to call him, which I can't do. I write back again, I'm basically the lowest level of support available and can't do jack for you, sir. In fact, I think I can do better for myself. I'm quitting now. Bummer about your situation, though. Bye. I didn't quit, just took an extended break. But I was immediately pulled aside when I showed up today. Apparently dude spent his vacation time escalating this to the office of the president, which means he'll get what's owed to him, a whopping $40, and so much more. I wound up the loser, but that place was a slice of hell, and I ended up getting offered 2 jobs when I got home later. Thanks universe. About 15 years ago I had just started with a small consulting firm. I was on my first project for a client in Tennessee. We were implementing a financial reporting solution using Essbase, which is a multidimensional database. Everyone had left for the day, and I was working on some performance tuning. As part of this process, I would delete the logs, and then run my process. Deleting the logs made it easier to sift through the results. Unfortunately, the option to delete the logs is right by the option to delete the application, which is exactly what I did. I immediately got that sinking oh shit feeling. So I spent the entire night putting everything back in place, restoring from backups, and rebuilding where necessary. By 8 AM the next morning people started wandering into the office and noticed that I was wearing the same clothes. I explained to my manager what had happened and that everything was back in place and tested. He was pretty understanding and sent me back to the corporate apartment to get some sleep. I went out to the rental car and got in. The back window was fogged up a bit. I backed up and hit the car behind me. It was a really nice custom SUV with a new dent the size of a baseball. So I walked into the receptionist and explained what had happened and asked if she knew who the SUV belonged to. She did. It was the chairman of the board at my client. I ended up speaking to him during a break from the board meetings. He later got an estimate and I wrote him a check as fast as I could point. While I would certainly consider this the worst day of my professional career, there were surprisingly few long-term ramifications. I stayed at the same company for another 5 years and got several good promotions. I can laugh about it now. TLDR accidentally blew away the application, pulled all-nighter, then crashed into the chairman's car. I had a chemistry professor. He also did organic chemistry, etc. He was the head of the chemical department of a small college. He told us one time, from his days working in chemical engineering, about how they had a large-scale reaction going. Well, something got out of balance or something. I don't think he ever mentioned finding out what had happened. Now, some background. I remember him telling us that in large batches, like in the thousands to millions of gallons range, they would sometimes work for producing one end product through months and months of work with getting reagents and catalysts into such massive batches. The yield wouldn't always be high. The profit, though, was something else given the specialization of the facility. Anyway, there is a control room and they are told, if there is ever a blowout, fire, anything, push a big red button. Literally, it was a big red button. It would inject into all the reaction vessels things to halt all things going on. It was modern chemical engineering, equivalent to a fire extinguisher. Well, reagents are expensive, and the time and everything put into turning reagents into products through many multi-step processes that take months and months to work through and get to. Yeah, having to process that button, while it was the right thing to do, it was costly. So, going into the meeting to explain the why, he and his colleague shook hands and exchanged those "it's been nice working with you" messages. They ended up not getting fired. Rather anticlimactic, but the cost involved. Plus, given his focus was in organic chemistry, and he was thoroughly up to date with physical chemistry, the types of reagents, the things that could have gone wrong, it seemed very scary indeed. Last summer I worked on a very high-end, expensive golf course and country club. It was really early one day, like 5:30 am, and we were mowing and getting ready to open that day. There was to be a huge tournament and banquet that day for some bankers, and the superintendent was exceptionally anal about the course looking perfect. Now, this guy was a huge douchebag. He was known to have a temper, and he was just a rude, arrogant prick to his employees. He even made a few joking comments to me about some personal things before, but I knew that he wasn't joking as much as just being a dick and trying to get a rise out of me. Anyway, that morning he rolls up to me while I'm air compressing leaves out of the cracks in the large porch and tells me, when they dry up in an hour or two, go mow the greens and be very fucking careful. Well, I couldn't hear the first part of the sentence because he didn't wait for me to turn the air compressor off, so all I heard was go mow the greens, and then he jolted off on his cart. So, eager to please him, I went and got the mower and started mowing. I knew it was unusual, but hey, he said to do it. I ended up making huge tire tracks all over the wet greens and making them look horrible for the tournament that day. Anyone that plays golf knows how sensitive greens are. So, the bastard comes over and sees the tracks, and I saw him driving up with a stern look on his face. He always looked pissed, so I didn't think much of it. As he comes, here I'm on the mower just smiling and expecting him to comment on how well I'm working, lol. But, instead he came over and cussed me out and screamed, I'm a big guy 6 feet 8 inches and about 315 lbs. He was maybe 5 feet 8 and 250 pounds. He had the nerve to come up to me and start poking me in the chest while screaming obscenities to me while everyone watched. I had enough at this point and told him to go fuck himself while I hopped on his cart and left him stranded there with the greens mower that was by this time sinking deeper into the green point. But you know what? I didn't feel bad at all. After all the horrible things he said about a mentally handicapped worker we had, and all the mean things he said to me over time, I hope the owner of the course saw the greens messed up that day and came down on the superintendent. I left with my dignity. I work for a cinema, and I'm usually stuck on the podium, ripping tickets and letting people in, and one day this old man came up to me. He seemed harmless and lonely, I guess. Anyway, it was a somewhat quiet day and he came to tell me that he had spent many years as a projectionist at a cinema and was asking me about how we play our movies now. They're digital. He innocently asked me if he could come in to have a look around at the posters and just peek in to see what the quality of the picture was in one of the cinemas. I was kind of new to the job at the time and I guess I'm way too trusting, so I complied and let him in. About 10 minutes later all of these people are filing out of one cinema that wasn't supposed to end for another hour, saying that everything had turned off. We had to refund the entire session and there were so many complaints. Amidst this, I was standing with my supervisor as we were listening to our radios to hear from the projectionists to find out what had happened, and the old man just walked up to me and kind of stared for a while before saying thank you, winking at me, and then walking off. I'm not exactly sure what happened and if there was just some kind of problem upstairs, but that man creeped me out so much because he came out of the cinema that just stopped. Thank God my boss doesn't know. I was a shift leader at a popular drive-in fast food place in the south. Hint, waiter/waitresses wore roller skates, and it was a slow Sunday night with me, a waitress. We'll call her Jane, and the head cook. So we are bored, and the cook decides to wager that if I could drink a 20-ounce cup of the sour slush mix without throwing up for an hour, he would pay me his whole paycheck. Keep in mind that 4 squirts is the most you're allowed to put in the largest serving, and that's not even an ounce. So I tell him I'll think about it and do it after dinner rush. Well, Jane gets it in her mind that she wants to do it herself. The cook received quite a bit more weekly than me, much less her. Both me and the cook try to convince her otherwise, but she's set on that payday. So we get through the rush and the time comes for her to drink, and she chugs it like a pro. We clap, check the clock, and go back to work. I ask her to refill the ice cooler at the front from the big industrial ice maker in the back. So she goes back and not 2 minimums after faking hurls straight into the 8 feet. ice maker, then hurls some more on the floor and slips in it, falling flat on her face, then hurls some more, then some more, then some more. We call her family and they show up 20 minutes later, and she is a miserable mess, still hurling and crying. She looked like the personification of a crime against humanity. Her family takes her to the and she's still hurling. It took her over a week to get out of the hospital. The vomit ate all the enamel off of her teeth and caused massive ulcers throughout her esophagus that she still deals with today. I get written up, head cook gets demoted and hours cut, and, the worst part, never gave her a dime from his paycheck. I gave her mine and quit 2 weeks later. TLDR girls takes cook's bet for raw sour slush mix, hurls everywhere for an hour straight, ends up in hospital with lifelong damage. Cook gets slap on the wrist. About a decade ago I was working at a new cinema. I had been working there for maybe a year off and on during my university breaks, and it had been under new management for the past 3 months or so. The new manager had gone out of his way to give a really good impression to the locals, small town, be really nice to the staff that stayed from the previous management etc. And then I screwed up when giving him information that basically ended with him pretty much calling a customer a liar while defending me. And when he got the full story I had clarified after the phone call ended, he realized there was no caller ID to call back, apologize, and set things straight. My shift was due to end in 10 minutes, and I got spoken to very quietly and seriously about the implications this had on customer services and the reputation they were trying to build. He was very angry and stormed back to the office. When my shift was about to end, I was heading back to the candy bar. Just before I walked through the door, I realized I could turn one way and go about ending my shift and pretending what just happened never happened. Or I could turn the other way and step into the manager's office and face what I had coming to me, with the justification of I'm going to get called in to get fired anyway. I walked into the office. I remember standing there for about 10 minutes as I got told off for what had happened, what I could have done to avoid this situation, etc. I can still remember him looking at me at the end, after I stood there and agreed with everything he said, saying your shift ends now, right? Yes. Okay. Get your stuff and go home. We'll see you tomorrow morning. I'm not fired? No, I have never been more relieved. It was the start of about 6 weeks where I screwed something up at least once a shift and still didn't get fired. Beyond that I worked there for about a year or more, until I got a new job and moved away. I still consider him the manager I use as a benchmark for other managers. It's also made me realize that, if you screw up, the implications for owning up to it are probably not as bad as trying to hide it. Here goes. I'm really good at burning bridges. I decide one day that this is the day that I'm going off the rails. At lunch I bought 8 balls of crack cocaine. All through the day, I do my normal stuff, normal customer sales, anxiously awaiting closing. Oh, I think I forgot to mention, I was the store manager for this particular establishment. The time finally arrives. I tell all the employees to enjoy their weekend, Friday night and all, and that I will see them bright and early Monday morning. Because this was the day I was going to end it all the only way I thought that I should, odding on crack. So, I chain the exterior gate leading to the front doors, then lock the front doors, turn off the lights to the front of the building, and call my wife to tell her that I'm going to be working late that night. Yeah, coward to the end. After that, I take the pistol that is kept under the front counter and stick it in my back pocket. Never know, may need it later. Then comes the sucking of the glass stick for hours. And I gotta say this was some very good coke that they had made these 8 balls with. There were a few times that I just knew that this hit was it. This was the one that would put me out of my misery. Did I mention yet that my wife had shown up after hour to screaming at the front door to open up? All the more reason to fire that 50-cent piece broken off in one hit. God damn, it was hot in here. Exactly when did I take all my clothes off except for my underwear? As I go upstairs looking for my clothes, I notice the strident lights flashing outside .HMM. It seems like the boys in blue have taken notice of the upset lady in the parking lot screaming and beating on the front glass. This should be interesting. Damn, I forgot my remaining dope and what remains of my dope downstairs, but I did find my pants, so I've got that going for me. As I belly crawl downstairs and retrieve my gear, I slink back upstairs to hopefully, please God let me have left enough, kill me. As I wedge myself in between two large boxes hidden from direct sight, I lift the pipe to my lips, and just at the moment 4 cops surge up the stairs, shotguns at the ready, screaming at the top of their lungs for me to get on the floor and don't move. What did I do? I flicked that Bic lighter and tuck as deep a toke on that last chunk of crack I had on that glass pipe as I could. The next thing I remember is being on the ground, multiple guys on top of me, a shotgun barrel pressed to my temple and shouts of gun, gun, and thinking to myself that oh God, I don't want to die like this. When that shotgun goes off, it's going to blow my head apart. As they marched me through the building, out the front doors, through the chain link fence, past the district manager, and then past the owner of the company, I knew I was fired. TLDR. Bought drugs, used drugs, got arrested, got clean. I worked at McDonald's once. I hated my boss so much that I worked hard. I worked until I was her go-to guy. I can literally make a Big Mac in under 10 seconds. Then, on the weekend of the 4th of July, I waited until there were lines for both the drive-thru and the counter, and I stopped and just stood there. I stood there for a minute while nothing happened. I stood there for 2 minutes while nothing happened. Then in comes Bossy McBossy Beach yelling, "Hybrid, why aren't you making orders? Because you are a cunt, and you deserve to fail. You and your position of authority mean fuck all to me. I'm not working, nor am I moving." So, she immediately goes and calls the cops while yelling orders to others who have no clue. They try to start making sandwiches around me, but I'm making it pretty hard. Eventually, with customers literally ready to riot, the police show up, accompany me out, hear the very short version of my story, and release me without charge. Fuck you McDonald's managers. You have some vague minimal amount of power over the very least powerful people in society. To all of you who had to wait up to a half hour for my faking order, fuck you. You are all fat faking idiots. TLDR, don't work at McDonald's, and if you do, burn that bridge so faking hard you could never possibly go back. When working retail, I fell asleep on my lunch break in the mall food court. Returned from break 2 hours late. My manager laughed and said she knew I probably had fallen asleep somewhere. They just hadn't been able to find me. They knew I was working 2 jobs. Not fired, but my hours were cut back severely after that for a while. These next ones are all the same job. Crashed the company vehicle several times. One of the times it was a rental van they were using, while the company van was repaired after I crashed it. For the rental van I was given a drug test. No consequences for the others. We had what was called management core training every year. A lot of it was self-explanatory. It was badly run by ours. There were a lot of stupid icebreakers and other activities, and it was boring as hell. At the end of the class there was an anonymous survey asking what the best module was, what the worst module was, what we had learned, and other input. I put, among other comments, that I felt that it was ridiculous for the trainer to be discussing appropriate dress code when I could see her bra through her shirt, and that next time she might want to look in a mirror and wear a camisole before she taught a class. I was also honest about the fact that I felt the class was poorly constructed and taught, and that I didn't learn anything of value. Even though it was supposed to be an anonymous survey, this feedback angered ours so much that they tried to determine who the comments were from by identifying the handwriting so they could fire the culprit. My boss refused to play along and said that if they were going to fire somebody for speaking the truth on an anonymous survey, that they could fire her too. I didn't get fired. The next year the survey changed to a 1 to 5 agree/disagree scale, with no room for comments of any kind. One of my machines wasn't working, so I hauled an older, unreliable machine out of storage to use. I had previously been told never to use the unreliable machine again because it was inaccurate and caused more trouble than it was worth. I was angry, though, because my 3 good machines were all broken and unable to be repaired, and I needed to get the work done no matter what. In the process of setting up the bad machine, I knocked over a computer monitor and broke it and had to report the damage to security. I got yelled at by my boss for using the bad machine after I was told not to. No formal consequences and nothing was said about the monitor. was formally investigated by loss prevention after an anonymous tip was called in alleging me and my fiancée of falsifying clock-in data for each other. It was found that we were actually more accurate at recording each other's punches than any of the other supervisors in the department. And these ones are from the same job. My boss was lazy and didn't like making payroll adjustments. Technically me and my co-supervisors weren't allowed to make these adjustments and didn't have access to the system, so he just gave us his username and password. When it popped up asking to change the password one day I changed it to KissS69. My manager was not amused when I emailed him his new password and told me that it had better be changed to something more appropriate before he got into work or I would be fired. I changed it and he did acknowledge that it would be pretty funny after that. I made a database for me, my boss, and one of the LP guys to use to track employee over/shorts, etc. I made the password for this. I 3 Dustin being my boss. I wanted to see how long it would take him to notice. It took a while. The LP guy was pretty much his BFF and thought it was pretty funny. Went out drinking for Fat Tuesday. Was supposed to meet my boss and a co-manager at 7 AM Wednesday morning. To drive to another property Wednesday morning for an all-day meeting. Woke up at 7 AM. Realized I had left my car downtown and gotten a ride home with friends. No way to get to the car. Miss meeting. No consequences. My boss was a fairly private guy and didn't like mingling with his employees very much. My fiancé was friends with his roommate. I showed up and partied at my boss's apartment several times. We played Never Have I Ever and stuff like that. Knew way too much about each other. The first couple times I drank at his place I tried to stay out of his way. The third time I just kind of said fuck it. Had to ride the bus with somebody. He was drinking with me. Had to pick a date for King's Cup to drink with me. He was drinking with me. He was right after me in Waterfall, so I hung in as long as possible. One of the last rounds of the King's Cup he said you make me pop this tab and you're fired. He popped the tab. I was fired for a completely BS reason a couple weeks later. Pretty sure I got fired over drinking game's current job point went out to drink with one of my supervisors. He says he'll buy the first round. He also buys me a second and third round. I wind up blitzed and I hit on him ridiculously, playing with his hair, grabbing his tie, and telling him it makes me want to use it to force him to make out with me, etc. We wind up becoming best friends, and he still won't let me live it down. I have I have high intraocular pressure which is a precursor to glaucoma. The pressure in my eyes gets so high that my eyes will bleed and I'm unable to see. It is excruciating. When this issue became apparent I was working for Hollywood Video, scheduled an ophthalmologist appointment, and told my boss. Later that night I was written up for not greeting a customer. I couldn't see them due to my medical condition, and it was still a valid write-up. A week later I had to swap shifts with another co-worker so I could go to my appointment because my boss didn't give me the day off as I had asked. I'm working my day off and my district supervisor comes in to do a store inspection at 9 PM. The whole night I had been crying because I was in so much pain. I finish out the night and go to the eye exam the next day. Diagnosis is ocular migraines, high intraocular pressure, chronic dry eye point. Go to work next day and I'm suspended for not having greeted my district manager. We couldn't do a hearing because the district manager was out of town. I went in to pick up my check at the end of my suspension, which was also when the hearing was supposed to occur. Took the paperwork from my ophthalmologist as proof and defense. The DM didn't show up and I was fired. I figure that something else is happening and they are looking to fire me considering I was the highest paid employee there and the company was failing too. Jokes were being told on a call center floor. A customer overheard the rather loud lady next to me. About 45 minutes later a couple of people from ours started pulling people off the floor. I knew then I was going to be fired. Everyone involved was fired, myself included. Actually, it happened today, alas. I'm a waiter at a restaurant that serves Indian food. One of my co-workers and I like to play pranks on each other from time to time, and it had been a while since either of us got together. Quick note, it's an independently owned restaurant, so we are all close with the owner and he doesn't mind the pranking, as long as it leads to no one getting hurt or inadequate customer service. Nonetheless, today we were fairly slammed, so all of us servers were running around like absolute maniacs. I have a lot of experience carrying trays and have no problems balancing them or anything. I was carrying some food to one of my tables, and he came up from behind me and tickled my back, but I wasn't expecting it at all, so I lost my balance of the tray with the food. Long story short, too hot, both temperature wise and spiciness wise. Dishes fell onto a table, along with a bowl of rice and a basket of naan. The bowls broke, $10 a piece. All of the food obviously became inedible, and the patrons that the food fell on were burned badly. I helped clean up the mess and just left the restaurant for a couple hours, assuming that I was going to be fired after that. To my surprise, the restaurant called my phone telling me that the patrons weren't terribly mad and were already joking about it, and the owner understood what happened and that it wasn't my fault. But he told us, no more pranking. I worked the night shift for a nursing home from 7 PM to 7 AM for at least 2 years. Everything was almost perfect. It was a good place to work at. However, just like with any workplace, there will always be people that won't like you at all. In this case, it was one of our client's family members. We had a client whose son would come at least every day to have dinner with her. We had been having problems with him for a while, since he refused to pay for the services the kitchen staff provided, so they decided to stop providing the service for him. He was furious when we had to tell him, to the point where he stormed into the kitchen and started yelling at one of the waitresses until he got physical and tried to hit her. I was helping out hand the food to our clients, so I was in the kitchen at the moment. I simply stood in his way and asked him to leave the kitchen, or I'd be forced to escort him out of the place. I was scared. I mean, he was a big man, bulky and way over 6 feet, when I barely hit 5 feet 6/7 inches. I wasn't just afraid of ending up with my face in one of the fryers, but of losing my job, since he was one of the primary physicians for some of our clients. You can imagine that they'd actually value him over one of their own employees. It had happened before. He continued to yell at me for a while, until he got tired and just left the place. My coworker just hugged me and went back to work, and so did I. But right when I was about to get to the nurse's station, he walked in again. God knows who gave him the code to get in, but he did get in, and began to yell at me again, and threatened to beat me to a pulp right in front of my other coworkers and some family members present at the time. We had to call the police so he could leave. The next day, I was called into the main office and I knew I was going to get fired. Fortunately, even though that was the first option, I was just suspended for a week. Which was unfair, but then again could have ended up with me without a job. This is one of many times I came close to being fired. I was going to post the time we were told not to feed a client anymore, since she was declining, and her family didn't want us to anymore. I didn't go through with that request. In the end, the client died from having her meds removed, but if you ask me, we helped her die by not feeding her per request of her family. I got a decent one, but I'm probably here too late. It's long, but I think it's worth it. So I work at this ice cream parlor that also sells food, and I happen to work in the back where the food is. There was this running prank back there that one of the guys would do for the lulz, and most of the time it was funny. What he would do is he would place the salad bar so that it kind of blocks the revolving door that grants entrance to the kitchen, and the first poor soul to walk back there would most often slam their head into the door, giving us a good laugh, and we'd continue the rest of the night. So here's where it gets interesting. I have never been fooled by the door trick, and the Beavis I work with decided I had run out the clock. He devises a plan to get me out of the kitchen to grab my manager, to tell him we are out of crab. Happens all the time, so I agree. I walk out and grab my manager and tell him what was missing. Then he proceeds to walk back to the kitchen with me following. As we approach the door, I look over at Beavis and I just see this look of terror, and before I could say anything, my manager slams into the door making a ton of noise. He had to have been going fast because he knocked the salad bar 5 feet away, which is pretty hard to do. He turns around to me with the reddest, angriest face I have ever seen, and all I could manage to say was, "I didn't set that up," and he swings a punch at me. I didn't even jump, but all I could do was close my eyes, and I literally thought he connected the punch and I died. I open my eyes and he is staring at me furious. He rams into my shoulder on the way out and walks into the office. I slowly walk back to the kitchen and just stare at the ground for 10 minutes until my supervisor requests me into the office because my manager wants to talk to me and that he'll meet me there in a minute. So I poop myself and take the walk of shame into the office. Beavis looked white as a ghost, me more so a corpse. As I open the door I sit down and wait for my manager, knowing I'm done for. I'm staring at the computer screen and hear the door open behind me. My manager pokes his head in and says, "Did you poop in your pants?" And I turn around and just nod. TLDR, manager confines me to a wheelchair after I shat in his sandwich.